Chapter 1. The inheritance was supposed to be worthless. Zhou Feng stood at the entrance to his deceased uncle's spatial garden, a pocket dimension roughly the size of a small courtyard, anchored to a jade medallion that hung around his neck. Spatial gardens were common enough among cultivators who could afford them, folded spaces used for growing medicinal herbs in controlled conditions. Most were valuable. This one, according to every appraiser in Clearwater City, was defective. The spatial fabric is unstable. Elder Wan of the Azure Tide sect had told him during the inheritance assessment. The pocket dimension fluctuates in size, the spiritual energy density is inconsistent, and the formation arrays that maintain the space are degraded. Your uncle spent 40 years trying to fix it. He never succeeded. My recommendation, sell the jade for its material value and move on. Zhou Feng had considered the advice. The jade medallion was worth approximately 30 low-grade spirit stones, enough for 6 months of basic cultivation supplies. For a 16-year-old outer disciple of the Azure Tide sect with 4th-grade spiritual roots and no family connections, 30 spirit stones was a significant amount. But his uncle, Uncle Tian, a quiet, eccentric herbalist who had lived alone on the sect's outskirts, had left a note with the inheritance. Don't sell it. Plant something and watch what happens. So Zhou Feng planted something. He entered the spatial garden through the jade medallion's gateway, a shimmer of light that deposited him in a courtyard-sized space with dirt floor, stone walls formed from the pocket dimension's spatial fabric, and a ceiling that glowed with faint formation light. The air was warm and humid, suitable for herb cultivation. The spiritual energy was low but present. The space was empty. Uncle Tian had cleared everything before he died. Every plant, every tool, every formation array. Just bare dirt and stone walls and the faint hum of a spatial dimension that had been described as defective for 40 years. Zhou Feng knelt in the dirt and planted a single spirit dewgrass seedling, the most common medicinal herb available, worth perhaps half a low-grade spirit stone. He watered it from a canteen, patted the soil firm, and stepped back. The seedling sat in the dirt. Nothing happened. He waited. 5 minutes. 10. The seedling looked like a seedling. The spatial garden looked like a spatial garden. Nothing unusual, nothing defective, nothing interesting. Plant something and watch what happens, he muttered, feeling foolish. Uncle Tian had always been eccentric. Maybe the note was just the final expression of a lifetime of odd behavior. He turned to leave, and as his foot crossed the boundary between the garden's interior and the exit gateway, the spatial fabric pulsed. Zhou Feng froze. The pulse had been subtle, a ripple in the ambient spiritual energy, like a stone dropped in still water. He turned back to look at the seedling. There were 2 seedlings, 2 spirit dewgrass plants, identical in every visible detail, growing side by side in soil that had contained only one plant a moment ago. Same size, same leaf pattern, same slight curve to the stem where the original had been bent during planting. Zhou Feng stared. Then he knelt beside the plants and examined them with his limited spiritual sense. The original was the original. He could tell by the faint spiritual marker he'd left when planting it. The second plant was identical. Same spiritual signature. Same age. Same growth state. Same everything. A perfect copy. The spatial garden hadn't duplicated the plant while he was watching. It had done it when the spatial fabric pulsed, when he'd moved toward the exit. As if his departure had triggered something. He pulled the second seedling from the soil and examined it. It was real, physically present. A functional spirit dewgrass with healthy roots, proper cellular structure, and the correct spiritual energy signature for a plant of its type and age. A perfect, functional copy, produced from nothing by a defective spatial garden. Zhou Feng sat in the dirt between the original and the spot where the copy had been, and his mind raced through calculations that transformed the inheritance from worthless to priceless in the space of 3 heartbeats. Chapter 2. Zhou Feng spent the next 3 days testing the spatial garden with the systematic caution of someone who understood that discovering something extraordinary usually preceded something dangerous. Test 1. He planted 3 spirit dewgrass seedlings and exited the garden. When he re-entered, there were 6, each original accompanied by its perfect duplicate. The copies were indistinguishable from the originals by every method he could employ. Test 2. He planted a jade root vine cutting, a more valuable herb, and exited. Re-entry revealed 2 jade root vine cuttings, identical in every way. The copy was immediately viable, ready for continued growth. Test 3. He placed a mundane rock in the garden and exited. Re-entry showed no change. 1 rock, no copy. The garden only duplicated living things. Test 4. He placed a dead spirit dewgrass, 1 he'd allowed to wilt, in the garden and exited. No copy. The garden only duplicated living things that were actually alive. Test 5. He released a cricket he'd caught near the sects' training grounds into the garden. Exited. Re-entered. 2 crickets, identical, both alive, both behaving normally. The garden duplicated any living organism placed within it. Plants, insects, presumably anything biological. Perfect copies, produced automatically when the garden's owner departed. Zhou Feng sat with the implications and felt vertigo that had nothing to do with the spatial dimensions fluctuations. Medicinal herbs were the cultivation world's most valuable commodity. The Azure Tide sects economy, like every sects economy, was built on herb production, pill refinement, and the trade networks that moved these products between organizations. A garden that could duplicate living plants produced infinite herbs from a single specimen. Infinite supply meant zero cost. Zero cost meant limitless cultivation resources. Limitless cultivation resources meant power that scaled with nothing but time. And the garden also duplicated animals, which meant it could duplicate spirit beasts, the living creatures that many cultivation techniques required as materials or companions. And if it could duplicate insects and, presumably, spirit beasts, Zhou Feng looked at his own hands. His living, biological, very much alive hands. Could the garden duplicate people? The question sent a chill through his spine that had nothing to do with the garden's temperature. He was not going to test that yet. He was going to be systematic, careful, and extremely quiet about what he'd discovered. Uncle Tian had lived alone on the sect's outskirts for 40 years, growing herbs in a defective spatial garden. The old man hadn't been eccentric. He'd been hiding the most powerful spatial artifact Zhou Feng could imagine, a garden that produced perfect copies of anything alive that was placed within it. And now it was Zhou Feng's. Don't sell it. Plant something and watch what happens. Yeah, thanks, Uncle. Chapter 3. Zhou Feng's first priority was resources. He was an outer disciple with 4th-grade spiritual roots and barely enough spirit stones to feed himself. The spatial garden changed the economics of his situation completely. He began with spirit dewgrass. The herb was common, cheap, and consumed in massive quantities by the sect's alchemy program. Zhou Feng planted 10 seedlings in the garden, exited, and returned to find 20. He removed the 10 copies, exited again, and returned to find the originals had been duplicated again. Another 10 copies. The process was repeatable. Each exit and re-entry cycle produced a complete duplication of every living plant in the garden. The copies were always perfect, always viable, always indistinguishable from the originals. Zhou Feng worked out the mathematics. 10 plants per cycle. Cycles could be performed approximately once every 30 seconds. The time needed to step through the exit gateway and immediately return. In 1 hour, he could produce 1,200 spirit dewgrass specimens. 1,200 spirit dewgrass plants were worth approximately 60 low-grade spirit stones. An hour's work for 60 spirit stones, 10 times the daily wage of a senior outer disciple. But selling 1,200 spirit dewgrass plants at once would attract attention that Zhou Feng could not afford. The sect's herb markets had normal supply volumes, and a sudden influx of any species would raise questions about sourcing. He needed to be subtle, controlled, strategic. He established a selling routine that mimicked the behavior of a diligent herb gatherer. Small batches of common herbs, sold through different market stalls, at intervals that wouldn't raise suspicion. 20 plants here, 30 there, always within the normal range that a dedicated outer disciple might collect through legitimate wilderness foraging. The income was modest by the garden's capability, but transformative for his personal situation. Within 2 weeks, he'd accumulated 300 spirit stones, more money than he'd possessed in his entire life. He used the stones to purchase cultivation resources, a green meridian manual to replace his basic technique, a set of body-strengthening pills, and, most importantly, specimens of higher-grade herbs to duplicate. A single jade root vine cutting cost 50 spirit stones. After 1 duplication cycle, he had 2. After 2 cycles, 4. After 5 cycles, 32. Jade root vine cuttings sold for 50 stones each. 1,600 spirit stones from 1 50-stone investment. Zhou Feng bought a phoenix bloom seed, 300 stones. After 10 duplication cycles, he had 1,000 phoenix bloom seeds, each worth 300 stones on the open market. 300,000 spirit stones worth of phoenix bloom seeds. He stored them in a spatial ring that he'd purchased with his early profits, keeping only small quantities in active circulation. The rest waited in his ring, an invisible fortune that would have made most inner disciples weep with envy. His cultivation advanced accordingly. Better herbs meant better pills, meant better cultivation resources, meant faster advancement through the qi condensation layers. He reached the 5th layer within a month, a pace that was unremarkable enough to avoid attention, but significant enough to satisfy his ambitions. And all the while, the question burned in the back of his mind. Could the garden duplicate people? Chapter 4. The answer came accidentally, and it changed everything. Zhou Feng had established a routine. Enter the garden at dawn, tend the herb collection he maintained inside, exit to trigger duplication, re-enter to harvest copies, repeat as needed. The process was efficient, profitable, and completely secret. On the 32nd day after inheriting the garden, he made a mistake. He was carrying a basket of freshly harvested azure petal flowers, the real ones, grown from duplicated seeds, when he tripped on the exit threshold. The basket flew from his hands, scattering flowers across the gateway boundary. Zhou Feng stumbled through the exit, his momentum carrying him completely out of the garden before he could stop. He re-entered immediately, cursing his clumsiness. The flowers were scattered across the garden floor, plus their duplicated copies, dozens of azure petals everywhere. But that wasn't what stopped him in his tracks. Standing in the center of the garden, looking as confused as Zhou Feng felt, was another Zhou Feng. Same face, same build, same sect robes, same spiritual cultivation at 5th layer chi condensation, same basket in hand, an empty basket, matching the one Zhou Feng had dropped. The duplicate stared at him. Zhou Feng stared at the duplicate. What? They said simultaneously. The duplicate's expression shifted from confusion to alarm. Who are you? Why are you in my garden? Your garden? This is my garden. I inherited it from Uncle Tian. I inherited it from Uncle Tian. The duplicate's alarm deepened into anger. You're an intruder. How did you get past the jade medallion's security? Zhou Feng looked down at his jade medallion. The duplicate looked down at his own jade medallion. Identical. Both responding to their respective owners as the authentic key to the spatial garden. The duplicate was a perfect copy. Not just physically identical. He had the same memories, the same personality, the same cultivation, and the same absolute certainty that he was the original Zhou Feng who had inherited the garden from Uncle Tian. Because from the duplicate's perspective, he was the original. The spatial garden's duplication was so perfect that the copy's consciousness was continuous with the originals. The duplicate remembered everything Zhou Feng remembered, up to and including the moment of exiting the garden. From the duplicate's subjective experience, he had entered the garden, tripped, and found an identical stranger staring at him. Both of them believed they were the original. Both of them had equal claim. And both of them were, from any external perspective, completely indistinguishable. They stood facing each other in the spatial garden, two identical 16-year-old boys with 4th-grade spiritual roots, and the sudden, terrifying understanding that the inheritance they'd received was far more dangerous than either of them had imagined. We need to talk, Zhou Feng said. Agreed, the duplicate said. They sat on opposite sides of the garden, each watching the other with the wary attention of someone confronting a mirror that might be lying. Chapter 5. The conversation was the strangest experience of Zhou Feng's life, which was saying something, given the month he'd had. I remember everything you remember, the duplicate said, up to the moment of tripping on the threshold. After that, I was here, and you were there. The garden creates the copy at the moment of exit. The copy's consciousness is continuous with the originals up to the duplication point. After that, we diverge. We diverge. The duplicate's expression was complex, a mix of intellectual acceptance and emotional resistance. I know I'm a copy. Logically, the garden duplicates living things, and I was in the garden when you exited. So I was duplicated. But it doesn't feel that way. It feels like I'm me. Like I've always been me. Like the memories in my head are my memories, not copies of someone else's. He met Zhou Feng's eyes. Because they are my memories. The duplication doesn't create a simulacrum with implanted memories. It creates a genuinely new person with genuine experiences that happen to be identical to the originals. You're not a copy, Zhou Feng said slowly. You're a twin. A twin who was born 16 years old with 16 years of memories. A twin. The duplicate, twin, considered the word. That's better. I can work with twin. Can you work with sharing the garden? Can you? They looked at each other. Two identical boys, each carrying the same ambitions, the same intelligence, the same understanding of how valuable the spatial garden was and how dangerous its capabilities could become. We need rules, Zhou Feng said. If we're going to be two of me, two of us, we need protocols. Identity management, role division, a plan for when people inevitably discover that there are two Zhou Fengs. Not two Zhou Fengs. One Zhou Feng and one. He thought. I need a different name. Pick one. Tian Feng. After Uncle Tian. Tian Feng. Zhou Feng nodded. Different name, different identity. You can pass as a relative, a cousin, maybe. Similar appearance explained by family resemblance. A cousin who appeared out of nowhere? That'll raise questions. Less questions than an identical twin who didn't exist yesterday. Zhou Feng began planning. The same rapid, strategic thinking that had guided his herb duplication business. Here's what we do. You travel to a different city. Establish yourself independently, using herb sales from duplicated stock. Different name, different location, different social circle. We coordinate through communication jades. And the garden? We share it. I maintain the originals inside. You come to duplicate herbs when needed. We never enter simultaneously when others might see us. A dual identity operation. One garden, two operators. Two operators who trust each other completely, because we are each other. Tian Feng smiled. The same smile Zhou Feng saw in mirrors, carrying the same wry humor. Trust between identical duplicates. That's either the most reliable partnership in the world or the most unstable. We'll find out. Chapter 6. Tian Feng left for Jade River City 3 days later, carrying a spatial ring of duplicated herbs worth approximately 5,000 spirit stones and a communication jade linked to Zhou Feng's matching device. The plan was straightforward. Zhou Feng would continue his role as an outer disciple of the Azure Tide sect, maintaining the spatial garden and advancing his cultivation through duplicated resources. Tian Feng would establish himself in Jade River City as an independent herbalist, a plausible cover identity that explained both his herb supply and his lack of sect affiliation. The arrangement worked smoothly for approximately 2 weeks. On the 15th day, Zhou Feng entered the spatial garden to perform his morning duplication cycle and found a third person standing among the herbs. A woman, mid-20s, foundation establishment cultivation, wearing the robes of a wilderness herbalist. She was examining a phoenix bloom specimen with the practiced eye of a professional, her spiritual sense probing its composition with expert precision. Who are you? Zhou Feng demanded, reaching for the defensive talismans he kept in his robe. How did you get in here? The woman turned. Her expression shifted from professional concentration to sharp alarm. How did you get in here? This is my garden. Your garden? This is my inheritance. The jade medallion. I found this dimension through a spatial rift near the eastern wastes. I've been using it for 3 days. She held up a fragment of jade, a piece of the same formation stone that composed the garden's walls. I tuned my spatial affinity to match the dimension's frequency. The entry point opened from the outside. Zhou Feng felt cold comprehension wash through him. The garden wasn't just accessible through the jade medallion. It had external entry points, spatial rifts that connected to the pocket dimension from the outside world. Uncle Tian had probably known about them and sealed them. With Uncle Tian dead and the garden's formation arrays degraded, the rifts were reopening. And the woman had been in the garden for 3 days, which meant she'd been inside when Zhou Feng had performed his duplication cycles, exiting and re-entering to duplicate the herbs. Had the garden duplicated her? Have you noticed anything unusual about the garden? He asked carefully. Unusual how? Any changes to the plants? Or to anything else inside? She frowned. The herb collection doubles itself every time I leave and return. I assumed that was a property of the spatial dimension, an automatic cultivation function. She'd been duplicating herself. She'd been entering and exiting the garden through the spatial rift, and each exit had triggered the duplication function. She was living. She was inside the garden's boundary, and every time she stepped out through her rift, the garden created a perfect copy. How many times have you left and returned? Zhou Feng asked, his voice very steady. I don't know. Several times a day. I go out to forage in the eastern wastes and return to store my finds. She paused, reading his expression. Why? Zhou Feng looked around the garden. One woman stood before him, but the garden had been duplicating her with every exit. The copies would have been created inside the garden, identical to the original, with the same memories and the same certainty that they were the real person. We need to check something, he said. Have you been the only person in the garden every time you returned? Of course. There's no one else. She stopped. Her expression changed as the implications hit her. The duplication function. It copies living things. And I'm a living thing. And every time you exited through the rift, it created a copy of you inside the garden. A copy who then exited through the rift, creating another copy. Who exited, creating another copy. Cascading duplication. Her face went white. How many times have I left the garden in 3 days? How many times did you leave? I foraged in the eastern wastes 6 or 7 times per day. For 3 days. That's approximately 20 exits. 20 copies of me. She sat down heavily on a garden stone. There are 20 copies of me wandering the eastern wastes. Not copies. Duplicates. Each one believing she's the original. Each one with the same memories, skills, and cultivation as you. The woman, whose name, she eventually told him, was Mei Ling. looked at him with an expression that combined horror with the dawning realization that her life had just become extraordinarily complicated. "We need to find them," she said, "before they find each other." Chapter 7. They were too late. Mei Ling's duplicates had been creating copies of themselves for 3 days, each one exiting the garden through the spatial rift, triggering duplication, and producing new copies who also exited, triggering more duplication. The cascade was exponential. The mathematics were alarming. If each copy exited the garden once before leaving the area, and each exit produced one new copy, then 3 days of activity at 6 to 7 exits per day produced. That's not 20 copies, Zhou Feng realized, running the numbers. If each copy also makes copies, and those copies make copies, geometric progression. Mei Ling's herbalist training included enough mathematics to grasp the scale. The first exit makes one copy. That copy exits and makes another. Both remaining copies exit and make 2 more. It doubles each cycle. 6 cycles per day, 3 days. That's 2 to the power of 18. 262,000 copies. The number hung in the air between them like a death sentence. "That can't be right," Mei Ling said, her voice cracking. 250,000 copies of me. Not all of them would cascade. Some copies probably left the area without returning to the garden. Some might not have found the rift entrance. The actual number depends on how many copies returned to the garden versus how many left permanently. But even a fraction of that number is a lot of Mei Ling's, yes. They exited the garden together. Zhou Feng through the jade medallion, Mei Ling through her spatial rift, and surveyed the eastern wastes. The wilderness was a scrubby expanse of rocky terrain dotted with medicinal plants, used by herbalists from several nearby cities for foraging. The first Mei Ling duplicate they encountered was standing on a hillside, looking confused. The second was arguing with the third about who was the original. The 4th through 7th were sitting in a circle, having apparently formed a group to discuss their situation. The 8th was running, pursued by the 9th, who had apparently decided that eliminating duplicates was the solution. "Stop!" Mei Ling shouted, her foundation establishment cultivation amplifying her voice across the landscape. "All of you stop. I'm the original, and I need you to listen." 14 heads turned to look at her. 14 identical faces wearing 14 variations of the same expression: disbelief, anger, fear, and the desperate insistence that each one of them was the real Mei Ling. "You're not the original," said the nearest duplicate, her voice identical to Mei Ling's, but carrying an edge of hostility. "I'm the original. I've been the original for 3 days. I've been the original for 3 days too. We've all been the original for 3 days, another duplicate shouted. "That's the problem." Zhou Feng watched the Mei Ling convention descend into chaos and made a mental note. The spatial garden was, beyond any doubt, the most dangerous artifact he'd ever encountered. Chapter 8. Resolving the Mei Ling situation took 2 weeks and required diplomatic skills that Zhou Feng hadn't known he possessed. The total duplicate count stabilized at 43. Not the theoretical 250,000. Most copies had left the area without returning to the garden, limiting the cascade. But 43 identical foundation establishment cultivators, each believing she was the original, each possessing the same memories, skills, and personality, were enough to create a crisis that nearly exposed the garden's existence. The breakthrough came when Zhou Feng explained the situation honestly to all 43 Mei Ling simultaneously. "None of you are the original," he said, standing on a rock before an audience of identical women who were staring at him with 43 variations of indignation. "Or rather, all of you are the original. The duplication is perfect. There's no degradation, no hierarchy, no first among equals. You are all Mei Ling. You all have the same claim to the identity." "That's not helpful," said 14 Mei Ling simultaneously. "It's the truth. And here's the practical implication. You can't all be one Mei Ling. You need to be 43 people who share an origin but live separate lives. 43 herbalists with identical face and cultivation? That's not inconspicuous. Not in one location. Spread across the continent, in different cities, with different names and different specializations. 43 skilled herbalists can establish themselves independently in 43 different markets." The proposal triggered a debate that lasted 3 days. 43 identical minds arguing with each other was simultaneously impressive and exhausting. The discussions covered every angle, every objection, every variation, but the conclusion was inevitable. They couldn't all be Mei Ling. They needed to disperse. 29 of the 43 agreed to relocate. The remaining 14 formed a cooperative that operated from a base in the eastern wastes, sharing resources and maintaining contact through communication jades. The cooperative's cover story was a family business, 14 sisters from a clan with strong family resemblance. I'm going to have nightmares about this for years, Zhou Feng told Tian Feng during a communication jade session. At least your nightmare only involves one duplicate. She has 42. Tian Feng paused. Also, I met one of the dispersed Mei Lings in Jade River City. She recognized me as a Zhou Feng variant. What did you tell her? The truth. That the garden duplicates everything alive. She took it well. She's been a duplicate for 2 weeks, so the concept is familiar. Another pause. She wants to partner with us. Partner how? Herb supply chain. Her herbalist skills, our garden's duplication capability, distributed sales across 43 different markets. She's been thinking about this since the dispersal, and her business plan is comprehensive. Zhou Feng considered. A partnership with a foundation establishment cultivator, 43 of them, technically, offered capabilities that he lacked. Professional herb knowledge, combat strength, and a distribution network that could handle volumes far beyond what he and Tian Feng could manage alone. Set up a meeting, he said. But be careful. The more people who know about the garden, the more potential for exposure. I know, but the Mei Lings already know. The question is whether we work with them or against them. With them, Zhou Feng decided. Always better to connect than to conflict. Chapter 9. The partnership between Zhou Feng, Tian Feng, and the Mei Ling Collective, which they internally called the Garden Alliance, transformed the operation from a cottage industry into a continental enterprise. The Mei Lings brought professional expertise that Zhou Feng and Tian Feng lacked. Their herbalist training, duplicated into 43 skilled practitioners, provided quality control, market analysis, and species knowledge that optimized the garden's output. They identified which herbs commanded the highest prices in which markets, which species had supply shortages that the garden could fill without raising suspicion, and which rare specimens could be duplicated and sold as discovered in the wild without triggering investigation. The income scaled accordingly. Within 3 months, the Garden Alliance was generating 20,000 spirit stones per month across its distributed sales network. Within 6 months, the number doubled. Within a year, the Alliance's combined wealth exceeded most inner disciples' lifetime earnings. Zhou Feng invested his share aggressively in cultivation resources. The Azure Tide Sects alchemy program offered premium pills at premium prices, and with unlimited spirit stones, he purchased the best available. His advancement accelerated. 6th layer, 7th layer, 8th layer of qi condensation, each breakthrough powered by herbs and pills that would have been far beyond an outer disciple's means. The sect noticed. An outer disciple advancing through qi condensation at inner disciple speeds attracted attention that Zhou Feng had been trying to avoid. Where are you getting your cultivation resources, Disciple Zhou? Senior Brother Wu asked during a routine assessment. Wu was a foundation establishment inner disciple with a reputation for thoroughness and a personal interest in identifying cheaters. Independent herb gathering, Senior Brother. I've been foraging in the Eastern Wastes. The Eastern Wastes. Wu's spiritual sense swept over Zhou Feng, evaluating his cultivation, his physical condition, his equipment. Your advancement rate suggests resources significantly above what wilderness foraging provides. Either you're exceptionally lucky or you have an undisclosed supply source. I've found several good foraging locations. The yields have been better than average. Better than average doesn't explain 8th layer advancement in 6 months. Wu's eyes narrowed. I'll be monitoring your activities, Disciple Zhou. The sect takes undisclosed resource acquisition seriously. The warning was clear. Zhou Feng reduced his visible consumption, channeling resources through less conspicuous methods. He purchased pills through Tian Feng's Jade River City identity, had them shipped through Alliance distribution channels, and consumed them during private cultivation sessions rather than using the sect's public training facilities. But the scrutiny forced a strategic reassessment. The Garden Alliance's current model, unlimited herb duplication feeding distributed sales networks, was effective but increasingly risky. The more they sold, the more attention they attracted. The more attention they attracted, the closer the investigation came to discovering the spatial garden. We need to diversify, Mei Ling Prime. The nickname the collective used for the member who coordinated Alliance strategy, said during a secure communication session. Herb sales are a short-term revenue model. What we need is a long-term power base. What do you suggest? The garden doesn't just duplicate herbs. It duplicates any living thing. We've been using it as a copying machine for plants, but its real value is in what else it can copy. Spirit beasts. Spirit beasts. Formation-compatible organisms. Alchemy reagents that are technically alive, certain fungi, bacterial cultures, symbiotic organisms used in high-rank pill refinement. And people. Mei Ling Prime was quiet for a moment. And people. Yes, we've already proven that. 43 times. I'm not duplicating people as a business model. I'm not suggesting a business model. I'm suggesting a capability. The garden can create perfect copies of any living person. Copies with the original's memories, cultivation, techniques, and abilities. That's not a commercial resource. That's a strategic one. A strategic one that creates chaos. Your 43 selves are the proof. My 43 selves are also the proof that the chaos can be managed. We dispersed, established independent identities, and built a functioning alliance. The duplication doesn't have to create problems. It creates opportunities if managed correctly. Zhou Feng considered. Mei Ling Prime was right about the capability. The garden's ability to duplicate people was its most powerful and most dangerous feature. Ignoring it was impractical. Exploiting it was risky. But understanding it, fully, systematically, was essential. We study it, he decided. Controlled experiments. Volunteers who understand what they're agreeing to. Document everything. And absolutely nothing leaves the Alliance's circle until we understand the full implications. Agreed. I'll recruit volunteers from the collective. Meilings who've already been through the experience and can consent with full understanding. The research program began the next week, and what they discovered over the following months would reshape their understanding of the spatial garden, identity, and the nature of consciousness itself. Chapter 10: The controlled duplication experiments produced results that were simultaneously fascinating and disturbing. Finding 1. Duplication was indeed perfect. Every physical attribute, every memory, every cultivated ability was reproduced exactly. Spiritual sense comparisons between originals and copies showed zero measurable deviation. The copies were, by every available metric, genuine continuations of the original person. Finding 2. Copies began to diverge from the moment of creation. Exposed to different stimuli, different conversations, different environments, different decisions, duplicates developed distinct experiences within hours. By the end of the first day, originals and copies could be distinguished by their recent memories, though they remained physically identical. Finding 3. Cultivation advancement in copies was independent. If the original advanced to a new cultivation layer, the copy didn't advance simultaneously. Each copy's cultivation progressed based on their individual practice and resources. Finding 4. The one that changed everything. Copies were not limited by the original's spiritual root grade. This discovery came from a controlled experiment where a Mei Ling duplicate was provided with significantly higher quality cultivation resources than the original. The duplicate's advancement rate exceeded what 4th-grade spiritual roots should have allowed, approaching the pace of a 3rd-grade cultivator. Zhou Feng investigated and found the explanation in the species memory of herbs he'd been reading through a diagnostic jade slip. The spatial garden's duplication process didn't just copy the physical body, it copied the spiritual potential. And in the act of copying, it introduced microscopic variations in the spiritual root structure that occasionally produced upgrades. The garden isn't making exact copies, he told the Alliance Council. It's making optimized copies. The duplication process introduces variation, tiny changes in spiritual root alignment that sometimes improve cultivation potential. How much improvement? Small. A fraction of a grade per duplication. But if you duplicate a duplicate, and that duplicate is duplicated again, the improvements compound. Potentially. I'd need to test with serial duplication, copying copies of copies, to see if the improvement is consistent. The serial duplication experiments produced a cascade of results that the Alliance spent months analyzing. After 5 generations of serial duplication, copy of a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy, the latest generation's spiritual roots had improved from Mei Ling's original 4th grade to a solid 3rd grade. After 10 generations, the roots were 2nd grade. After 15 generations, 1st grade. The spatial garden wasn't just a copying machine. It was an evolution accelerator. Serial duplication pushed living organisms toward their species' maximum potential, incrementally improving each generation until the organism reached its biological ceiling. For herbs, this meant that serially duplicated specimens approached their species' maximum medicinal potency within a few dozen generations, a process that natural cultivation would take centuries to achieve. For people, it meant that serial duplication could produce individuals with perfect spiritual roots from stock with modest or poor natural talent. This is the most dangerous thing we've discovered yet, Mei Ling Prime said, her voice flat with the controlled alarm of someone who understood exactly what they were holding. A device that can manufacture 1st-grade cultivators from common stock. If any major sect learns about this, wars have been fought over less, Zhou Feng agreed. Much less. We seal the serial duplication data, classified within the Alliance. No external distribution. Agreed. And we limit serial duplication experiments to herbs only. No more human serial duplication until we understand the full implications. The full implications include the fact that you and I and everyone in this alliance are already duplicates. We're already the product of this process. The question isn't whether to use it. It's how to manage what's already happening. She was right. The Garden Alliance was itself a product of the spatial garden's duplication capability. Every member, every Mei Ling, Tian Feng, and potentially Zhou Feng himself, was navigating a reality where the concept of original had become meaningless and the concept of identity had been stretched beyond recognition. The garden didn't care about these philosophical complications. It duplicated everything alive that entered it, perfectly and without judgment. The humans caught in its mechanism had to figure out the rest for themselves. Chapter 11. Zhou Feng's cultivation reached the 9th layer of qi condensation 3 months after the serial duplication discovery. The 9th layer was the peak, the threshold before foundation establishment, the realm change that separated outer disciples from the sect's real power structure. Foundation establishment required more than accumulated cultivation. It required a breakthrough, a moment of spiritual condensation where the cultivator's qi crystallized into a permanent foundation within their dantian. The process was dangerous, with failure rates around 30% for 4th-grade roots like Zhou Feng's. But Zhou Feng had something that other 4th-grade cultivators didn't: a spatial garden that could duplicate any pill, any herb, and any cultivation resource he needed. He prepared for the breakthrough with thoroughness that bordered on obsession. Premium foundation establishment pills, normally available only to inner disciples, were purchased through the Alliance's channels and duplicated into dozens of backup doses. Spiritual environment herbs, designed to optimize the ambient energy during breakthrough attempts, were duplicated in quantities sufficient to fill the entire spatial garden with a concentrated spiritual energy field. And he had a backup plan. If the breakthrough failed, if his spiritual foundation shattered during the attempt, the garden could duplicate his pre-attempt self. He entered the garden, exited to create a copy at his peak 9th layer state, then re-entered to attempt the breakthrough. If he failed, the copy could try again, and again, and again. Infinite attempts from a preserved 9th layer state. That's either genius or horrifying, Tian Feng said when Zhou Feng explained the plan. It's both. That's the pattern with the garden. What happens to the failed versions? The ewes that shatter their foundations? They'll be crippled cultivators, unable to advance. I'll take care of them. Find them places in the Alliance's operations where cultivation isn't required. Take care of them. You're planning for the possibility of creating broken copies of yourself and filing them away in your herb business. Do you have a better plan? I have the same plan. I'd make the same choice. We're the same person. Tian Feng's voice carried a weight that had developed over their months of separate existence, an independent perspective that made him more than just a copy of Zhou Feng, even though they'd started identical. Just remember that they're you. The failed versions. They'll have your memories, your personality, your sense of self. They'll know they're the versions who couldn't make it. I know. Do you? Because from where I sit, the garden's greatest gift and greatest curse is the same thing. It makes us face ourselves. Every duplicate is a mirror, and mirrors show you things you might not want to see. Zhou Feng sat with that thought for a long time. Then he entered the spatial garden, exited to create his backup copy, and began the foundation establishment breakthrough. The attempt succeeded on the first try. His spiritual foundation condensed cleanly, the premium pills and concentrated herb environment providing optimal conditions. 4th-grade foundation establishment, unremarkable by sect standards, but achieved through resources that no outer disciple should have been able to access. He emerged from the garden as a foundation establishment cultivator, his spiritual foundation solid and stable in his dantian. The backup copy, the 9th layer version he'd created before the attempt, stood in the garden, still at peak qi condensation. It worked, Zhou Feng said. I know. I felt the spiritual fluctuation. The backup looked at him, at the foundation establishment cultivation that he could sense, but didn't share. I'm still 9th layer. You can try now. Same conditions, same resources. I know. We made the plan together. The backup smiled, a tight, controlled expression that Zhou Feng recognized as his own mask for anxiety. Go. I'll attempt the breakthrough and contact you through the jade. Zhou Feng left. The backup attempted foundation establishment that afternoon and succeeded, also on the first try. 2 foundation establishment Zhou Feng's, plus Tian Feng, still at qi condensation but advancing rapidly, plus 43 Mei Ling's, each independently developing their cultivation. The Garden Alliance was becoming a power unto itself, not through any single member's strength, but through the multiplied capability of dozens of skilled individuals who shared a secret, a resource, and an increasingly complex web of relationships. Chapter 12. The complexity multiplied when the garden's external entry points produced another uninvited guest. His name was Bao Jun, and he was a core formation elder from the Iron Crane sect, a mid-tier organization approximately 300 kilometers from the Azure Tide sect's territory. He was also, by the time Zhou Feng discovered him, already duplicated. Bao Jun had been exploring a spatial anomaly in the Western Hills when his spiritual sense detected the garden's pocket dimension. His core formation cultivation allowed him to force entry through a spatial rift that Zhou Feng hadn't known existed. The garden's degraded formation arrays couldn't resist a core formation cultivator's probing. He'd entered the garden, examined its contents with professional interest, exited through the same rift, and returned to collect specimens. The garden had duplicated him. The original Bao Jun, unaware of the duplication, had returned to the Iron Crane sect with a collection of the garden's herbs and a plan to report the spatial dimension to his sect's leadership. The duplicate Bao Jun, a perfect copy of a core formation elder, was standing in the garden when Zhou Feng arrived for his morning routine. "You, core formation," Bao Jun said, his spiritual pressure filling the garden like a thundercloud. "You are the owner of this dimension." "Ah, yes." Zhou Feng's foundation establishment cultivation was nothing against core formation. He couldn't fight, couldn't flee. The garden was a closed space with the elder between him and the exit. "Elder, I can explain. The dimension duplicated me." Bao Jun's voice was controlled but carried an undertone of shock. "I felt it. The spatial fabric pulsed when my original self departed, and he looked at his hands. "I was created. I am a copy. A duplicate. A perfect duplicate, with all your memories, cultivation, and abilities. I know what I am. I felt it happen." He sat down on a garden stone, his core formation dignity momentarily replaced by the bewilderment of a man confronting an existential crisis. "I am Bao Jun. I have 67 years of memories. I was born in Riverstone Village, trained at the Iron Crane sect, advanced to core formation at age 42. I have a wife, 2 children, and a garden of my own that I've cultivated for 30 years. And the original Bao Jun has all of those things too. And the original Bao Jun is currently flying back to the Iron Crane sect to report this dimension to the sect leadership. Which means that within days, a team of core formation and nascent soul elders will arrive to investigate." He looked at Zhou Feng. "Your secret is about to be exposed. Not if we act first." Zhou Feng's mind raced through options with the speed of someone who had been managing garden-related crises for months. The original doesn't know about the duplication. He thinks he found a spatial dimension with unusual herb growth. If we can reach him before he reports, reach a core formation cultivator who's traveling at flying sword speed toward a sect 300 kilometers away. Bao Jun raised an eyebrow. "With your foundation establishment cultivation, I have resources." Zhou Feng pulled out a communication jade. "Mei Ling, I need the nearest operative to the Iron Crane sect. Priority intercept." "Who is Mei Ling?" "Long story. She's 43 people." "What?" "Very long story." Chapter 13. The intercept succeeded, barely. A Mei Ling operative based in a trading town near the Iron Crane sect's territory managed to contact the original Bao Jun before he reached his sect. The cover story was carefully constructed. She presented herself as an independent spatial researcher who had been studying the same anomaly and wanted to share findings before the elder made any reports. The original Bao Jun, intrigued by the prospect of additional data, agreed to a meeting. During the meeting, Mei Ling carefully steered the conversation toward the commercial value of the spatial dimension, emphasizing the profit potential of the herb duplication function while downplaying its more alarming capabilities. The original Bao Jun was a pragmatist. The spatial dimension's herb duplication capability was enormously valuable, and reporting it to his sect's leadership would result in the dimension being seized and its resources distributed among the sect's upper echelons, with minimal benefit to the elder who discovered it. "If we develop the dimension privately," Mei Ling proposed, "the profits can be shared among the discovery team. Yourself, myself, and the dimension's current owner. And why would I accept a share when I could report the dimension and receive the sect's official finder's reward? Because the finder's reward for a spatial dimension is a fixed amount, perhaps 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The dimension's actual production value, in herbs alone, exceeds that amount every month." The mathematics were persuasive. The original Bao Jun agreed to delay his report and join the partnership, contingent on personally inspecting the dimension's capabilities, which brought him back to the garden, where his duplicate was waiting. The meeting between original and duplicate Bao Jun was tense, but ultimately productive. The original, a core formation cultivator with 67 years of experience, processed the duplication revelation with more equanimity than Zhou Feng had expected. I am looking at myself, the original said, examining the duplicate with core formation spiritual senses that could detect discrepancies at the molecular level. There are no discrepancies. The copy is perfect. I am perfect, the duplicate agreed with dry humor. As are you. The philosophical implications are significant. The practical implications are more immediate. We are two Baojuns. One can return to the Iron Crane sect and maintain appearances. The other can dedicate himself to the garden's development without sectarian obligations. You're suggesting that one of us retires from public life. I'm suggesting that one of us does what Uncle Tian did. Disappear into the garden's management and let the other maintain our external identity. The arrangement was negotiated over 2 days. The original Bao Jun returned to the Iron Crane sect. His report filed as spatial anomaly investigated, found to be a minor herb garden of limited value. The duplicate Bao Jun, who chose the name Qin Jun to distinguish himself, joined the Garden Alliance as its first core formation member. The addition of a core formation cultivator transformed the Alliance's capabilities. Qin Jun's experience, cultivation, and knowledge of spatial dimensions provided insights that Zhou Feng's young, relatively undeveloped understanding couldn't match. Your uncle's spatial garden is not defective, Qin Jun told Zhou Feng after a thorough examination of the pocket dimensions formation arrays. It's unique. The spatial fabric isn't unstable, it's designed to oscillate. The oscillation is what triggers the duplication function. The formation arrays that the appraisers thought were degraded are actually operating exactly as intended. Intended by whom? I don't know. The formation architecture is ancient, predating any technique I've encountered. This garden wasn't made by modern cultivators. It's a relic, possibly thousands of years old. A relic that Uncle Tian found and used for 40 years without understanding its full capabilities. The herb duplication was obvious. He must have discovered that early. But the human duplication, the serial evolution, the external entry points, I suspect he sealed what he could and managed the rest. And now it's ours. Along with the responsibility for what it can do. Qin Jun looked at the garden, the courtyard-sized pocket dimension that contained the most powerful copying mechanism in the known cultivation world, and his expression carried the weight of 67 years of experience assessing risks and rewards. This garden will either save the world or destroy it, he said. The difference depends entirely on the people who manage it. No pressure, Zhou Feng said. All the pressure. That's the point. Chapter 14, The Garden Alliance expanded carefully over the following year. Zhou Feng's cultivation advanced to Foundation Establishment Stage 3, powered by duplicated resources that would have taken decades to acquire through legitimate means. Tian Feng reached Foundation Establishment independently, establishing himself in Jade River City as a respected herbalist. Qin Jun provided strategic guidance and core formation muscle, handling threats that the younger members couldn't manage. And the Mei Ling Collective continued to grow, not through further duplication, but through the natural development of 43 independently evolving cultivators who had started identical but were becoming, day by day, distinct individuals with distinct capabilities and perspectives. Mei Ling Prime, the strategic coordinator, had developed political skills that exceeded any single iteration's natural talent, honed by managing 42 identical but independently minded selves. Several other Mei Lings had specialized in specific areas: alchemy, combat, formation theory, information gathering. The collective operated as a distributed intelligence network, sharing information through communication jades and coordinating actions across a dozen cities. The Alliance's operations had grown from simple herb sales to a multi-layered enterprise. Herb duplication remained the financial foundation, but the Alliance now operated alchemy workshops, cultivation resource distribution networks, and an information brokerage that leveraged the Mei Ling Collective's distributed presence to gather intelligence from across the continent. And then the garden produced another surprise. Zhou Feng was performing a routine duplication cycle, entering, exiting, re-entering to harvest copies, when he noticed that the garden's spatial fabric was behaving differently. The oscillation that triggered duplication was faster than normal, its amplitude increased. The spiritual energy density inside the garden had risen sharply. Qin Jun, he called through the communication jade. Something's changed. The garden's energy output has spiked. The former elder arrived within minutes, his core formation spiritual sense probing the garden's formation arrays with expert precision. The garden is growing, he said, his voice carrying a tone that Zhou Feng had learned to associate with significant discoveries. The pocket dimension is expanding. Expanding? It's been the same courtyard-sized space since I inherited it. It's been dormant. The formation arrays were in a maintenance state, keeping the dimension stable but not allowing growth. Something has changed. The arrays are activating growth protocols. What triggered it? I think we did. The duplication cycles. Each cycle draws energy from the spatial fabric to power the copying process. The fabric has been absorbing ambient spiritual energy from the duplication subjects to compensate. Every living thing that enters donates trace amounts of spiritual energy to the garden. Over months of daily cycles with increasingly powerful subjects, the garden has accumulated enough energy to trigger its next development stage. Next development stage. The garden evolves. The garden grows. Like a plant. Chen Jun's smile was the expression of a scientist discovering a new principle. It's a living spatial dimension. The formation arrays aren't mechanical systems. They're organic architecture. The garden is alive, in a sense, and we've been feeding it. Over the following weeks, the garden's expansion became visible. The courtyard-sized space grew to the size of a small field. The stone walls receded, replaced by open terrain that looked like a natural meadow. A stream appeared, flowing from a spring that materialized at the dimension's edge. The spiritual energy density stabilized at a level significantly higher than the outside world. The garden was becoming a proper spatial dimension, a self-contained environment that could sustain complex ecosystems, not just potted plants. And its duplication function evolved with it. The expanded garden could duplicate larger organisms, multiple specimens simultaneously, and with greater fidelity to the original's most complex characteristics. Serial duplication became more efficient. Each generation showed greater improvement per cycle. It's feeding on us and growing stronger, Mei Ling Prime observed during an alliance meeting. Every duplication cycle makes the garden more powerful, which makes the duplications more powerful, which feeds the garden more energy. A positive feedback loop, Zhou Feng said. A positive feedback loop that will eventually make the garden the most powerful spatial dimension in the world. She paused, assuming it doesn't become self-aware first. Self-aware. It's a living dimension that grows, evolves, and responds to stimuli. At what point does it develop agency? No one had an answer, but the question lingered in the Alliance's collective consciousness like a seed planted in rich soil, waiting for the right conditions to germinate. Chapter 15. The garden's growth coincided with Zhou Feng's advancement to Foundation Establishment Stage 4, and with it came a new capability that the garden hadn't possessed before. He entered the garden one morning and found a plant he hadn't planted. It was growing beside the new stream, its leaves a deep blue-green that didn't match any species in his collection. His herbalist knowledge, augmented by months of working with the Mei Ling Collective's expertise, couldn't identify it. Chen Jun examined the plant with core formation spiritual senses and went very still. This is a heaven's mirror lotus, he said. A rank 6 medicinal herb. Extinct for over 1,000 years. Extinct? Then where did it come from? The garden created it. Not duplicated, created. From scratch. Using information that the garden's spatial fabric has absorbed from every organism it's ever duplicated. Zhou Feng felt the familiar combination of wonder and alarm that the garden consistently produced. The garden can create new organisms. The garden can create anything living. It's been absorbing the complete biological blueprints of every plant, animal, and human that's passed through it. It has the genetic templates for every species it's ever copied, including species that no longer exist in the outside world. The herbs I've been duplicating, the serial evolution experiments, the human duplications, all of it. Every organism donated its complete biological information to the garden's spatial fabric. The garden has been building a library, and now it's using that library to create. The Heaven's Mirror Lotus was the first creation, but not the last. Over the following weeks, the garden produced a succession of organisms that ranged from valuable to extraordinary. Herbs that combined properties of multiple species, insects with enhanced spiritual energy processing capabilities, and, most alarmingly, a small animal that resembled a fox but possessed characteristics drawn from 3 different spirit beast species. The garden was innovating, not just copying and iterating, but combining information from its vast biological library to produce novel organisms that had never existed before. It's designing species, Chen Jun said, studying the hybrid fox creature with fascination and concern, drawing on its database of biological templates to engineer new forms of life. This isn't duplication, it's creation. Is that good or bad? It's powerful. Whether it's good or bad depends on what it creates next. Chapter 16. What it created next was a problem. The garden's creative capability, initially producing novel herbs and small creatures, escalated in complexity and ambition. Over the course of a month, The living dimension generated increasingly sophisticated organisms, culminating in a humanoid figure that appeared one morning beside the stream. It was not a copy of anyone who had entered the garden. It was a synthesis, a human form assembled from the biological data of every person the garden had duplicated. Features drawn from Zhou Feng, from the Mei Lings, from Qinjun. Not any one person, but elements of all of them, combined into a face and body that was eerily familiar without being identifiable. The figure was alive. It breathed, it had a heartbeat, and it possessed a spiritual cultivation that registered at Foundation Establishment Stage 1. Its eyes, when they opened, were clear and aware. "Hello," it said. Zhou Feng, who had entered the garden to perform his morning routine and found a person who shouldn't exist, did not say hello back. He said, "What are you?" "I'm new." The figure sat up from the grassy bank where it had been lying and looked around the garden with curious attention. "I'm the garden's. It made me." "The garden made you." "From what?" "From everyone. Everything that's been inside. The garden remembers them all, their bodies, their minds, their cultivation. It put pieces together." The figure touched its own face with an expression of discovery. "This face is parts of many faces. This mind is parts of many minds." "You have memories?" "I have impressions. Like memories, but softer. I know things without knowing when I learned them. I know that qi condensation has 9 layers. I know that jade root vine grows best in filtered sunlight. I know that Mei Ling prefers her tea without sweetening." It tilted its head. "Is that what memories are?" "That's what other people's memories are," Chen said, having arrived through the jade medallion when Zhou Feng's alarm signal activated. The elder examined the garden-born entity with core formation senses. Its spiritual structure is genuine. Cultivation at Foundation Establishment Stage 1. Physical body appears fully functional. And its consciousness? What about its consciousness? It's original. Not a copy of anyone. A new consciousness generated from composite data. The garden didn't duplicate a person. It created one. The garden-born entity, which they eventually named Yuan, meaning origin, was the first of what would become a series of unprecedented creations. Over the following months, the garden produced 6 more garden-born individuals, each one a unique synthesis of the biological and spiritual data it had accumulated. Each garden-born was different. Their personalities, while drawing on the same database of human experience, diverged rapidly as unique combinations of traits produced genuinely novel individuals. Yuan was curious and philosophical. The second, Xin, was analytical and reserved. The third, Hua, was energetic and creative. They were people, not copies, not duplicates, not clones. New people, generated by a living spatial dimension from the compressed information of every organism that had ever entered it. The Alliance debated the implications for weeks. "They're sentient," Mei Ling Prime argued. "They have consciousness, self-awareness, and independent will. They deserve the same rights and consideration as any person." "They were created by an artifact," one of the other Mei Lings countered. "They didn't develop through natural birth, cultivation, or any process the cultivation world recognizes. Neither did we. We were created by the same artifact. The difference is that we were duplicated from existing templates, and they were synthesized from composite data. The result is the same. People." The debate was resolved by the garden-born themselves. Yuan, speaking for the group, made a request that was simultaneously simple and profound. "We want to choose our own paths. We didn't ask to be created, but we're here. We have minds, cultivation, and the ability to contribute. Let us." Zhou Feng, looking at the 7 garden-born individuals standing in the dimension they'd been created from, felt the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders like a cloak. "Welcome to the Alliance," he said. "We'll figure the rest out as we go." Chapter 17. The Azure Tide Sects annual assessment arrived 6 months later, and with it came the moment Zhou Feng had been dreading, the point where his advancement could no longer be concealed. Foundation Establishment Stage 5. In 18 months. With 4th grade spiritual roots. The assessment board, 3 elders, all core formation, examined his cultivation with spiritual senses that could detect fraudulent advancement, cultivation deviation, or external enhancement. They found nothing wrong. His foundation was genuine, his advancement stable, his cultivation clean. But the speed was impossible. 4th grade roots at stage 5 in 18 months? The statistical probability was effectively 0 without external enhancement that should have left detectable traces. Disciple Zhou, Elder Shan, the assessment board's chairman, studied him with the penetrating attention of a cultivator who had been identifying liars for a century. "Your advancement is remarkable. Would you care to explain the resources that enabled it?" "Hard work and dedicated practice," Elder Shan. "Hard work with 4th grade roots produces stage 2 in 18 months. not stage 5. The elder leaned forward. We've been monitoring your activities since Senior Brother Wu's report. Your herb-gathering trips to the eastern wastes are frequent, but not remarkable. Your pill purchases are within normal bounds. Your training facility usage is average. I cultivate privately. Private cultivation doesn't explain the energy consumption. Stage 5 foundation establishment requires thousands of spirit stones worth of resources. Your recorded income is approximately 1/10 of that amount. He paused. Where are the resources coming from, Disciple Zhou? The moment of truth. Zhou Feng had prepared multiple cover stories, each calibrated for different levels of investigation. The current situation called for a partial truth, enough to satisfy the inquiry without exposing the garden. I inherited a small spatial dimension from my uncle, he said. It contains a herb garden with enhanced growth conditions. I've been using it to supplement my cultivation resources. A spatial dimension. Inherited. Elder Shan exchanged glances with his colleagues. Spatial dimensions are significant assets. Why wasn't this reported during the inheritance assessment? It was assessed as defective, Elder Shan. Elder Wan evaluated it and recommended selling the jade for material value. Elder Wan. Shan's expression tightened. I'll consult with him. In the meantime, the board will need to inspect this spatial dimension. Standard procedure for any disciple asset that contributes to cultivation. Of course, Elder Shan. The inspection was inevitable. Zhou Feng had planned for it, creating a sanitized version of the garden that showed a simple, high-quality herb cultivation space without revealing the duplication or creation capabilities. The living dimension, responsive to his intentions as its owner, cooperated by suppressing its more extraordinary functions during the inspection. Elder Shan and his team examined the garden for 2 hours. They found a pocket dimension with above-average spiritual energy density, a well-maintained herb collection, and formation arrays that were unusual but not alarming. The dimension's enhanced growth conditions explained Zhou Feng's herb supply and, by extension, his cultivation resources. The dimension is legitimate, Elder Shan concluded. Superior herb growth conditions. No violations of sect resource policy. He paused. However, a spatial dimension of this quality should be registered with the sect's resource management office. You'll need to file the appropriate documentation. Of course, Elder Shan. And the sect will expect a percentage of the dimension's herb production as a disciple contribution. 10% annually. Understood. The inspection passed. The sect now knew about the spatial garden as a simple herb-growing space, nothing more. The 10% contribution was easily managed from the garden's vast production capacity. But the investigation had attracted attention that couldn't be managed as easily. 2 inner disciples and a junior elder had noted the spatial dimension's existence in the assessment records, and spatial dimensions, even simple ones, were valuable assets that attracted interest from the sect's more ambitious members. They'll come for it, Chen Jun warned. Not immediately. The sect's hierarchy will process the information through official channels first. But eventually, someone with enough power and ambition will decide that a spatial dimension in the hands of an outer disciple. I'm an inner disciple now. Stage 5 foundation establishment qualifies for inner status. An inner disciple, then. Someone will decide that a spatial dimension should be in more experienced hands. They'll offer to manage it for you, or assist with its development, or simply take it. And when they do, we need to be ready. The Alliance has 43 foundation establishment Mei Lings, 2 foundation establishment Zhou Fengs, 1 core formation elder, and 7 garden-born cultivators. That's a significant force, but it's nothing against a full sect's power. Then we need more power, or more allies, or both. Zhou Feng looked at the spatial garden, the living dimension that had transformed his life from a hopeless outer disciple into the secret leader of a continental alliance. The garden had grown from a courtyard to a meadow, its capabilities expanding with every duplication cycle, every new organism, every fragment of spiritual energy absorbed. It was alive. It was growing. It was creating. And it was his responsibility, his inheritance, his secret. We grow, he said. That's what the garden does. That's what we do. Chapter 18. The power play came from an unexpected direction. Not from the Azure Tide sect's internal hierarchy, though that threat remained, but from outside. The Iron Crane sect, where the original Bao Jun served as an elder, had been conducting its own investigation into the spatial anomaly that Bao Jun had originally discovered. Despite the original Bao Jun's dismissive report, minor herb garden of limited value, the Iron Crane sect's spatial research division had detected residual signatures from the pocket dimension that didn't match a minor classification. The dimension's growing energy output, amplified by months of duplication cycles and organism creation, was producing spatial fluctuations that sensitive instruments could detect from hundreds of kilometers away. They're sending an investigation team. The original Bao Jun reported through a secure communication jade to Chen Jun, his duplicate, who maintained their private channel as insurance against this exact scenario. 3 core formation elders and 2 nascent soul seniors. They're treating it as a potential strategic resource. When, 2 weeks, they're assembling equipment for deep spatial analysis. Deep spatial analysis will reveal the duplication function and the creation capability and the garden-born. Everything. 2 weeks to prepare. The Alliance mobilized. Zhou Feng, Chen Jun, Mei Ling Prime, and the Garden-born Council convened an emergency session in the spatial garden itself, the only location guaranteed secure from external surveillance. Options, Zhou Feng said. We relocate the garden, Mei Ling Prime suggested. The pocket dimension is anchored to the jade medallion. If we move the jade to a different location, the external spatial rifts shift correspondingly. Moving the anchor point takes the garden offline for days, and the new location's rifts might be even more detectable. We seal the rifts, Chen Jun said. The garden's growing formation arrays include spatial stabilization functions. If I can activate the stabilization protocols, the rifts close permanently. Permanently? No external entry. Only access through the jade medallion. The garden becomes a closed system. Do it. How long? The stabilization requires the garden's cooperation. It's a living dimension. It needs to agree to close its boundaries. He paused. I've been communicating with it. Communicating. With the spatial garden. It's alive, Zhou Feng. It has awareness. Not human awareness, but something. It responds to intention. It cooperates when it's treated with respect. The creation of the garden-born proves it has creative intelligence. And will it cooperate with sealing the rifts? I'll ask. Chen Jun knelt in the garden's central meadow and placed his palms flat on the ground. His core formation's spiritual sense extended into the spatial fabric, the living tissue of the pocket dimension, and communicated through resonance patterns that the garden could interpret. The garden's response was a ripple through the spatial fabric, a pulse of awareness that carried not words, but meaning, concern, vulnerability. The external entry points were wounds, the same wounds that had allowed Mei Ling and Bao Jun to enter uninvited. The garden wanted them closed. It agrees, Chen Jun said. It wants to be sealed. The rifts are a threat to its integrity. Then seal them. The process took 3 days. Chen Jun worked with the garden's spatial fabric, guiding the living formation arrays through a closure sequence that sealed every external entry point. The rifts collapsed, their spatial signatures dissipating into the ambient environment. The pocket dimension's boundary became smooth, continuous, and impervious, accessible only through the jade medallion that served as its primary gateway. The Iron Crane Sects investigation team arrived to find nothing. The spatial anomaly they detected was gone. The sealed garden's energy emissions had dropped to levels indistinguishable from natural background. Their instruments showed empty space where a pocket dimension had been. The original Bao Jun, maintaining his cover, expressed appropriate surprise and suggested that the anomaly might have been a temporary spatial fluctuation, common in areas with unstable spiritual energy geology. The investigation team departed, unsatisfied but unable to justify further resource expenditure on a disappeared anomaly. Close call, Zhou Feng said. The first of many, Chen Jun replied. The garden is safe for now, but it's still growing, still producing energy signatures, and still creating organisms that will eventually attract attention we can't deflect. Then we need to be strong enough that attention doesn't matter. That's a long-term project. Good. The garden has taught me to think long-term. Chapter 19 Foundation Establishment Stage 7 arrived 6 months after the sealing, brought by cultivation resources that the garden's enhanced production capabilities made available in quantities that would have made core formation elders envious. Zhou Feng's advancement had become the Garden Alliance's primary project. His connection to the Jade Medallion, and through it, to the living spatial dimension, made him the irreplaceable center of the operation. If he fell, the garden's access fell with him. The Alliance's strategy was clear. Advance Zhou Feng as rapidly as possible to a cultivation level where he could defend the garden against any threat short of a Dao-seeking grandmaster. The serial duplication evolution principle was applied, carefully, ethically, with full consent, to the garden-born individuals. Successive generations of garden-born, each one synthesized from the garden's expanding biological database, showed incremental improvements in spiritual root quality. By the 4th generation of garden-born, the new individuals were born with second-grade spiritual roots. The garden is learning to make better people, Yuan observed. studying the latest generation of garden-born with the philosophical curiosity that characterized their unique perspective. Each iteration incorporates the lessons of the previous ones. Are they people? Zhou Feng asked, the question that never quite went away. Are we? Are the Meilings? Are you and Tianfeng? Yuan smiled. The garden has made the question of personhood irrelevant. We're all garden-touched. The only question that matters is what we do with what we are. What they did was build. The alliance expanded its operations, diversified its revenue streams, and established itself as a hidden power within the cultivation world's commercial infrastructure. Herb supply chains, alchemy resource distribution, information brokerage, and quiet political influence, all managed by a network of duplicates, garden-born, and allies who shared a secret that would have reshaped the continent if revealed. And the garden continued to grow. Its internal space expanded to the size of a small valley, complete with hills, streams, and a forest that the dimension had generated from its accumulated biological data. The spiritual energy density inside had reached levels that rivaled the best cultivation sites on the continent. The garden-born population reached 30, each one unique, each one created by the garden's increasingly sophisticated synthesis capabilities. They formed a community inside the dimension, building structures, establishing social patterns, and developing a culture that was simultaneously familiar and utterly novel. They were the first citizens of a living dimension, the first people whose home was alive, whose environment responded to their needs, and whose existence was inseparable from the spatial fabric that had created them. We're a nation, Meiling Prime said during an alliance meeting held in the garden's central meadow. 43 Meilings, 2 Zhou Fengs, 1 Qinjun, 30 garden-born, and a living dimension. That's a population, a territory, and a governing structure. We're a nation, a hidden nation, Zhou Feng said. For now, but the garden is growing. Our people are advancing, and the world outside is getting smaller. She looked at the valley that stretched around them, a living space that existed in a folded dimension, invisible to the outside world. Sooner or later, we'll need to decide. Do we stay hidden, or do we reveal ourselves? That decision depends on what the garden becomes, Qinjun said. It's not finished growing. It's not finished creating. Whatever it's building toward, whatever this living dimension is meant to be, we won't know the answer until it's ready to show us. The garden pulsed around them, a heartbeat of spatial energy that communicated, in its wordless way, something that might have been agreement or anticipation. Chapter 20 The garden showed them what it was building on a morning when the spiritual energy inside the dimension spiked to a level that made every person within it gasp. Zhou Feng felt it first, a resonance between the jade medallion and the spatial fabric that was deeper and more intense than anything he'd experienced. The garden was communicating directly with him, owner to dimension, with a clarity that bypassed his spiritual senses and spoke directly to his consciousness. It showed him a vision, the garden at full maturity. Not a valley, but a world, a complete pocket dimension the size of a small continent, with mountains, oceans, forests, and sky. A self-sustaining ecosystem populated by thousands of species, some duplicated, some evolved, some created. A world within a world, invisible from the outside, accessible only through the jade medallion. And at the center of this world, a tree. Vast, ancient, its roots reaching through the pocket dimension's spatial fabric into the deeper structures of reality. The tree was the garden's heart, its consciousness, its creativity, its purpose. Everything the garden had done, the duplication, the evolution, the creation, had been building toward this tree. The tree was not a herb, not a spirit plant, not any species that existed in the cultivation world. It was something new, a living organism that was simultaneously a plant, a spatial formation, and a consciousness. An organism that existed in the gap between physical reality and spatial dimension, bridging the two with its roots and branches. The tree was the garden's soul, and the garden was growing it, piece by piece, cycle by cycle, from the accumulated life force of every organism that had ever entered the dimension. A world tree, Qinjun whispered, having received a less detailed version of the vision through his connection to the garden's awareness. Not the mythological kind, a real one, a tree that bridges dimensions. The garden has been growing toward this since the beginning, Zhou Feng said. Uncle Tian's inheritance wasn't a herb garden. It was a seed for a world that we're helping to grow. Zhou Feng looked at the alliance, at the Meilings, at Tianfeng, at Qinjun and Yuan and the garden-born community. All of them created or sustained by the garden's power. All of them part of the living dimension's growing ecosystem. We're not just the garden's caretakers, he said. We're its cultivators. It's growing us as much as we're growing it. Every person it creates, every duplicate it makes, every organism it synthesizes, they're all part of the world it's building. And what kind of world will it be? Zhou Feng looked at the jade medallion around his neck, the key to a living dimension that was growing towards something extraordinary. The spatial garden pulsed with warmth, with potential, with the patient certainty of an organism that knew exactly what it was becoming. The kind of world where everyone belongs, he said. Because everyone was created by the same garden. The spatial fabric hummed in agreement. And deep within the dimension, in the place where the world tree's seed was slowly, carefully germinating, something ancient and new began to grow. Chapter 21. Seeds of Ambition. The world tree seed had grown 3 inches in the month since the garden sealed itself from external spatial rifts. Zhou Feng knelt before it every morning, feeding it drops of his foundation establishment qi, while the garden's ambient spiritual energy swirled around the tiny sapling like a protective cocoon. Its root system has already spread 12 meters beneath the soil, Tian Feng reported, his duplicate's eyes reflecting the same fascination Zhou Feng felt. They shared identical spiritual roots, both now at foundation establishment stage 8 after another round of serial duplication. But Tian Feng had developed a particular sensitivity to the garden's deeper processes. The garden is feeding it something, not just spiritual energy, something from its own substrate. Zhou Feng pressed his palm against the earth near the sapling. Through their bond, the garden showed him vast networks of crystalline roots spreading through dimensional layers he couldn't perceive with normal spiritual sense. The world tree seed wasn't just growing upward. It was growing through, piercing barriers between spatial layers the garden contained within itself. How many layers does this garden actually have? Zhou Feng murmured. The garden pulsed. An image bloomed in his mind. Nested spaces, folded atop one another like pages of an infinite book. He'd always experienced the garden as a single valley, the herb fields, the pond, the stone cottage, the surrounding forest. But beneath that surface reality lay dozens of compressed spatial layers, each one a pocket dimension the garden had absorbed or generated over millennia. Uncle Tian's jade medallion warmed against his chest. More memories were unlocking as his cultivation advanced. He saw flashes of his uncle discovering these layers one by one over decades of exploration, mapping each with meticulous care before the heavenly tribulation took him. Zhou Feng, Mei Ling, the original, distinguishable from her 43 duplicates only by the faint scar on her left wrist from a childhood accident, approached with an armful of golden spirit grass. At foundation establishment stage 5, she'd become the garden's most skilled herbalist. We have a problem. The duplicated golden spirit grass from last week's batch? It's mutating. She held up a stalk. The grass, normally a uniform gold, had developed veins of deep emerald threading through each blade. Its spiritual energy signature had shifted, still recognizably golden spirit grass, but with overtones of something older, wilder. The garden isn't making perfect copies anymore, Mei Ling said. It's improving them. Zhou Feng took the stalk. The spiritual energy hit his meridians like cold fire. This is rank 4. Golden spirit grass is rank 2. Every herb we've duplicated in the last week has come out at least 1 rank higher, Mei Ling confirmed. And some of them are developing properties that don't exist in any pharmacopoeia I've studied. The garden is creating new species. From across the valley, Chen Jun, the duplicate of the Iron Crane sects Elder Bao Jun, now fully integrated into the Garden Alliance, was teaching combat formations to a group of 12 Mei Ling duplicates. He paused mid-demonstration, his core formation spiritual sense sweeping toward them. I felt that grass from here, he called. Whatever's happening, the garden's spiritual density has increased 30% this month alone. If this continues, it'll be detectable from outside within 3 months. 3 months. Zhou Feng's jaw tightened. The Iron Crane sect's investigation had been deflected, but Elder Bao Jun, the original, hadn't stopped searching for his missing duplicate. Scouts from the Iron Crane had been spotted near Azure Tide territory twice in the past week. We need to advance faster, Zhou Feng decided. All of us. The garden's growth is accelerating, and we need to be strong enough to protect it when it becomes impossible to hide. Core formation, Tian Feng said, reading his thoughts, or perhaps having the same ones, since they shared the same mind's foundation. You want to attempt the breakthrough. Both of us, Zhou Feng said. Together. The azure sky of the garden shifted to deeper indigo as Zhou Feng and Tian Feng sat facing each other at the heart of the valley. Between them, the world tree seed, now 6 inches tall, hummed with resonant energy. 43 Mei Lings formed a protective circle around the perimeter. Chen Jun anchored the northern position, his core formation aura stabilizing the ambient spiritual energy. The seven garden-born, Yuan, Xian, Hua, and the others, stood at key leyline intersections, their unique physiologies allowing them to channel the garden's power directly. Zhou Feng closed his eyes. Foundation establishment stage 8 to core formation, the gap was immense. Most cultivators spent years gathering resources, refining their foundations, seeking the perfect moment. He'd been at stage 8 for barely a month. But most cultivators didn't have a sentient spatial garden feeding them evolved spiritual herbs and serial duplicating their bodies to incrementally improve their spiritual roots. Begin, he said. He and Tian Feng synchronized their breathing. Their spiritual energy, identical in frequency, created standing waves between them, amplifying until the air between them shimmered. The world tree seed responded, its tiny leaves extending upward as if reaching for something only it could see. The garden flooded them with power, not raw spiritual energy. That would have shattered their meridians. Instead, the garden channeled its own understanding of growth. Through their bond, Zhou Feng experienced what it meant to be a space that contained other spaces. To fold inward endlessly while expanding outward simultaneously. To duplicate without diminishing. His dantian cracked. Not the violent rupture of a failed breakthrough, but the deliberate splitting of a seed, the outer shell falling away to reveal the core within. Golden light erupted from both of them simultaneously. Their cores crystallized in the same instant, two identical golden cores, pulsing with the same rhythm as the world tree seed between them. Core formation. Stage 1. The garden trembled with something that felt like joy. That was the fastest core formation breakthrough I've ever witnessed, Chen Jun said flatly, his arms crossed. And I've been cultivating for 230 years. You should both be dead. The garden buffered you through a process that kills 60% of attempts. The garden knows what it's doing, Zhou Feng said, flexing his new spiritual sense. Core formation perception was staggeringly different from foundation establishment. He could feel every plant in the garden individually, sense the spatial layers beneath his feet, perceive the world tree seed's root network extending through dimensions like a three-dimensional spider web. And he could feel something else. Something the garden was deliberately showing him now that he had the perception to understand it. There are things in the deeper layers, he said slowly. Living things. The garden has been cultivating them for a long time. Chapter 22. The deep layers. The entrance to the second spatial layer was hidden beneath the pond. A circle of lily pads that Zhou Feng had walked past 100 times without sensing anything unusual. But with core formation perception, he could feel the dimensional fold as clearly as a door in a wall. Uncle Tian mapped 7 layers, Zhou Feng said, reviewing the jade medallion's memories. He only entered the first 3. The deeper ones were too unstable for his cultivation level. And now? Tian Feng asked. Now the garden wants us to go deeper. They descended together, Zhou Feng, Tian Feng, Chen Jun, and Mei Ling, the original. The garden folded space around them like a hand closing gently into a fist, and when it opened again, they stood in a place that bore no resemblance to the valley above. The second layer was a forest, but not any forest that existed in the mortal or cultivation worlds. The trees were crystalline, their trunks translucent columns of living mineral through which rivers of liquid spiritual energy flowed visibly. The canopy overhead filtered light into prismatic cascades of color. Every surface hummed with energy at a density that made Zhou Feng's newly formed core vibrate sympathetically. Rank 5 ambient spiritual energy, Chen Jun said, his voice tight. Minimum. Some areas might be rank 6. This layer alone is more valuable than most sect treasury vaults. Look at the trees, Mei Ling breathed. She approached the nearest crystalline trunk and pressed her palm against it. They're not mineral. They are evolved. These are what happens when the garden duplicates and evolves ordinary trees over thousands of years. Thousands of generations of serial improvement. Zhou Feng reached out through the garden bond. The forest responded, not with the warm, familiar pulse of the upper valley, but with a deep, slow rhythm like a geological heartbeat. These trees had been growing and duplicating and evolving since before Uncle Tian found the garden. Since before the garden had an owner at all. How old is this garden? He whispered. The garden answered. Not in images this time, but in raw temporal data that burned through his spiritual sense like lightning. 47,000 years. The garden had existed for 47,000 years, passed from owner to owner, each one contributing something to its growth. Uncle Tian had been the 23rd owner. Zhou Feng was the 24th. 47,000 years of serial duplication and evolution, Tian Feng said, processing the same information. The herbs in the upper valley are generation 0 or 1. These trees are generation 10,000, More. The garden has been running its own cultivation experiment for longer than most sects have existed, Jun said. Every generation slightly better than the last. Every duplication an opportunity for improvement. He paused, staring into the crystalline forest. What's at the bottom layer? The garden pulsed. A warning? An invitation? Both. We're not ready for the bottom, Zhou Feng said. But we're ready for this. Mei Ling, can you harvest here? Mei Ling's eyes were wide, her herbalist instincts overwhelmed by the sheer quantity and quality of what surrounded them. Every single plant in this forest is beyond anything in the Azure Tide sect's entire pharmacopoeia. If I brought even one sample to the surface world, it would cause a war. Then we don't bring them to the surface world, Zhou Feng said. We use them here. We cultivate here. The garden's been preparing this for us. He could feel it, the garden's intention, patient as geology. It hadn't just been waiting for an owner. It had been evolving its contents, layer by layer, generation by generation, building towards something. The world tree seed above was part of it. These crystalline forests were part of it. The deeper layers, still unexplored, were part of it. Whatever the garden was growing toward, it had been working on it for 47,000 years. And now it finally had cultivators strong enough to help. Chapter 23. The Duplication Doctrine, We Need Rules, Mei Ling said. 2 weeks after the discovery of the second layer, the Garden Alliance held its first formal council in the crystalline forest. 57 members attended, the 2 Zhou Fengs, 43 Mei Lings, Jun, and 11 garden-born entities. 4 new ones had emerged from the garden's creative processes in the past month alone. I agree, said Mei Ling 12. The duplicates had adopted numerical designations for clarity, though each was developing distinct personality traits. 12 had become particularly analytical. We've been duplicating reactively. Someone enters, copies appear, we deal with the consequences. But now that we understand the garden's capabilities, we need to be strategic. Zhou Feng stood before the council, his golden core's aura casting warm light across the crystalline trunks. The Duplication Doctrine. 3 principles. First, no involuntary duplication. We've sealed the rifts, but if anyone new enters the garden, we find a way to warn them before the exit trigger creates copies. Second, Tian Feng continued. They prepared this together. Serial duplication is our greatest strategic advantage. Every time the garden duplicates a living being, the copy is slightly improved. Over multiple generations, this compounds. But we only apply it to willing participants, and we track every generation. Third, Zhou Feng said, identity is sacred. Every duplicate is a person, not a copy, not a tool, not a spare. The doctrine recognizes this explicitly. Jun leaned against a crystalline tree, his arms crossed. At core formation stage 7, he was still the strongest cultivator in the garden. Pretty words. But let me ask the practical question. How many of you are there now, exactly? Because I counted 3 Zhou Fengs this morning, and last I checked there were 2. Silence. Zhou Feng and Tian Feng exchanged a glance. We ran an experiment, Zhou Feng admitted. The third duplicate, we're calling him San Feng, emerged when I exited and re-entered while Tian Feng was harvesting in the second layer. The garden duplicated me again, but this time the copy incorporated everything I'd absorbed from the crystalline forest. San Feng's spiritual roots are 1 full grade higher than ours. Third generation, Mei Ling 12 said, her analytical mind seizing on the implication. First generation, Tian Feng, a copy of the original. Second generation would be a copy of a copy. But San Feng is a copy of the original after the original evolved. He's first generation from an improved template. His core formation core crystallized spontaneously, Tian Feng added. No breakthrough required. It formed during the duplication process itself. Jun closed his eyes. And you didn't think to mention this before proposing a doctrine about controlled duplication? That's exactly why we need the doctrine, Zhou Feng said. Because the temptation is enormous. I could walk in and out of this garden 100 times and create 100 cultivators, each one stronger than the last. An army, a sect, an empire. But you won't, Mei Ling said. The original, her voice firm. But I won't. Because every one of those duplicates would be me. A person. With my memories, my feelings, my ambitions. Creating them as tools would be creating slaves. He paused. Uncle Tian understood this. In his memories, he never duplicated himself. Not once. He was afraid of what it would mean. And you're not afraid? Jun asked. I'm terrified, Zhou Feng said honestly. But I have something Uncle Tian didn't. I have all of you. We make these decisions together. The council voted. The duplication doctrine passed unanimously. Chapter 24. Strategic growth under the doctrine's framework. The Garden Alliance began systematic advancement. The crystalline forest of the second layer provided cultivation resources that would have made nascent soul ancestors weep with envy, and the garden's duplication ability accelerated what normally took decades into weeks. Zhou Feng's strategy was elegant in its simplicity. Rather than trying to raise one cultivator to supreme heights, he would raise everyone, a rising tide lifting all boats. The 43 Mei Lings organized into specialized teams. The Herb Division, 15 members, cataloged and cultivated the crystalline forest pharmacopoeia, creating breakthrough pills and cultivation aids that shouldn't have existed at their level. The Combat Division, 12 members under Chun Jun's training, developed formation techniques that leveraged their identical spiritual energy signatures for devastating combined attacks. The Research Division, 16 members led by Mei Ling 12, studied the garden's mechanics, mapping its spatial layers and documenting the effects of serial duplication. San Feng, the third-generation Zhou Feng, threw himself into exploring the garden's deeper layers. His improved spiritual roots gave him perception that exceeded the other two Zhou Fengs, and he quickly mapped the third layer. A vast underground ocean of liquid spiritual energy where eyeless, luminous creatures swam through currents of pure cultivation essence. The creatures in Layer 3 are generation 50,000 plus, San Feng reported to the council. They've been evolving and duplicating in that ocean for millennia. Their bodies are essentially living spirit stones. A single one of them contains more spiritual energy than a foundation establishment cultivator's entire lifetime accumulation. Can we communicate with them? Zhou Feng asked. They communicate with the garden. I think they might be part of it. Not separate organisms, but extensions of the garden's consciousness, grown so complex they've developed individual awareness. San Feng paused. Like us, in a way. The garden pulsed in what might have been amusement. Chun Jun's training produced rapid results. With identical spiritual signatures, the Mei Ling Combat Division could synchronize their techniques within human precision. 12 foundation establishment cultivators acting as one entity could produce effects that rivaled core formation. When 3 of them broke through to core formation in the same week, fueled by the crystalline forest resources, their combined formation techniques approached nascent soul territory. We're breaking the normal rules of cultivation, Chun Jun said during a training debrief. 12 identical cultivators in perfect synchronization don't just add their power, they multiply it. The resonance effect compounds with each additional member. If all 43 reach core formation, we could challenge a nascent soul cultivator directly. Mei Ling 27 finished. She'd become the combat division's tactical specialist. We could challenge several, Chun Jun corrected. Which is good, because we're going to need it. Chapter 25. The Iron Crane's shadow. The warning came from an unexpected source. Yuan, the first garden-born, a being of woven plant fiber and spiritual energy who served as the garden's interpreter, interrupted the council meeting with urgency radiating from every leaf vein of his body. The garden senses probing, Yuan said. External. Systematic. Someone is scanning the spatial boundaries with nascent soul-level perception. Zhou Feng's blood went cold. Elder Bao Jun. Chun Jun's expression darkened. As the duplicate of Bao Jun, he understood his original's capabilities intimately. He's been searching for 3 months. I knew he wouldn't stop. Bao Jun doesn't stop. It's his greatest strength and his greatest flaw. Can the garden's barriers hold? Tian Feng asked. Against nascent soul probing? Indefinitely, Yuan confirmed. The garden has resisted stronger forces than this over its 47,000 years. But, he hesitated, his leaf body rustling with discomfort. The garden's own growth is making concealment harder. The world tree seed's energy signature is becoming detectable, and the crystalline forest's spiritual density is bleeding through the dimensional barriers. We're becoming too powerful to hide, Zhou Feng said. There's more, Yuan continued. The garden's external perception, it can sense things near its boundary. Bao Jun isn't alone. He's brought a spirit-severing elder. Someone called Ancestor Gao. The name hit Chun Jun like a physical blow. Gao Tianlei, the Iron Crane sect's supreme elder. He hasn't left the sect's ancestral mountain in 40 years. He looked at Zhou Feng with undisguised concern. If Gao is involved, this isn't an investigation anymore. It's a military operation. They've classified the garden as a strategic threat. Because a core formation elder disappeared into it, Mei Ling said quietly. Because I disappeared into it, Chun Jun corrected. And now, from Bao Jun's perspective, I'm either dead, imprisoned, or compromised. Any of those outcomes justifies a full mobilization. Zhou Feng paced the crystalline forest floor, his mind racing. They'd known this was coming. The garden's growth, the alliance's expansion, the increasing spiritual density. It had all been building toward the moment when concealment failed. Options, he said. Give me options. Fight, said Mei Ling 27 immediately. If all 43 of us form up with Chun Jun anchoring, we can match Nascent Soul. Add the 3 Zhou Fengs and the Garden-born, and we might challenge Spirit Severing. And destroy the Azure Tide sect in the crossfire, Chun Jun countered. Gao Tianlei won't fight inside the garden. He can't enter without the owner's permission. He'll attack the sect to force Zhou Feng to emerge. Negotiate, Tian Feng suggested. Chun Jun contacts Bao Jun directly. Proves he's alive, unharmed, and staying voluntarily. Bao Jun will assume I'm mind-controlled, Chun Jun said. Nothing I say will convince him otherwise. He's paranoid at the best of times. There's a third option, Zhou Feng said slowly. The garden was showing him something. A capability he hadn't known it possessed. The garden can project. Not just inward, outward. It can extend a pocket of itself beyond its boundaries. Yuan nodded. The garden has done this before. Previous owners used this ability to demonstrate. To show external parties what the garden contains without exposing the garden itself. A diplomatic projection, Zhou Feng said. We bring Bao Jun and Gao to a neutral space. A bubble of garden territory outside the main boundary. Chun Jun meets them there. They can see he's real, unharmed, choosing to stay. If they attack, they're attacking garden space, and the garden can simply retract. And if they bring an army? Chun Jun asked. Then we show them why that's a bad idea. Chapter 26. The projection, 3 days of preparation. The Garden-born worked with Zhou Feng to extend a projection, a stable bubble of garden space, into an uninhabited valley 2 miles from the Azure Tide sect's territory. The projection manifested as a pavilion of crystalline wood, grown from seeds the garden extruded through its dimensional membrane. Inside the pavilion, reality operated by the garden's rules. Spiritual energy density matched the upper valley. Plants grew at accelerated rates along the walls, demonstrating the garden's power without revealing its depths. And the duplication effect was active. Anyone who entered would be copied if they tried to leave. Zhou Feng stood at the pavilion's entrance with Chun Jun beside him. Behind them, invisible within folded space, 30 Mei Lings held combat formation. The remaining 13 guarded the garden's interior alongside Tian Feng, Sen Feng, and the Garden-born. They're coming, Chun Jun said. His spiritual sense, intimately familiar with Bao Jun's aura, detected the approaching party before Zhou Feng could. 3. Bao Jun, Gao Tianlei, and someone I don't recognize. Nascent soul, unfamiliar signature. The 3 figures descended from the sky like falling stars. Elder Bao Jun, identical to Chun Jun in every physical way, landed first, his eyes locking onto his duplicate with an intensity that bordered on violence. Behind him, Ancestor Gao Tianlei was a withered figure who radiated spirit, severing pressure like heat from a forge. The third was a woman in white robes, her nascent soul aura serene and controlled. Chun Jun, Bao Jun said. The name, the duplicate's chosen name, carried 3 months of fury and confusion. Bao Jun, Chun Jun replied evenly. I'm alive. I'm unharmed. I'm here because I choose to be. Impossible. Bao Jun's spiritual pressure flared. You are me. Corrupted. Twisted. Whatever technique created you, I am you, Chun Jun said. Every memory. Every technique. Every scar. I know about the night you spent in the Crying Gorge after your first disciple died. I know the real reason you refused to teach the Iron Crane's third form. I know enough. Gao Tianlei's voice was soft, but carried the weight of spirit severing cultivation. The air itself seemed to compress around his words. His ancient eyes swept over the crystalline pavilion, the thriving plants, the subtle spatial distortions. This space. It's alive. It is, Zhou Feng said, stepping forward. He was acutely aware of the power differential, a core formation youth facing a spirit-severing ancestor. And I'm its guardian. My name is Zhou Feng, outer disciple of the Azure Tide sect. A foundation, Gao paused, reassessing. Core formation. Recently achieved. And yet you speak to me without trembling. A thin smile. Either brave or foolish. Neither. I speak because I have something to show you, and because this situation doesn't need to end in violence. That depends entirely on what you show us, the woman in white said. Her voice carried the precision of someone accustomed to being obeyed. I am Sect Master Lian Shuang of the Jade Phoenix Alliance. Elder Bao Jun approached us with concerns about a spatial anomaly near Azure Tide territory. We have interests in spatial cultivation. 3 factions. Zhou Feng hadn't anticipated the Jade Phoenix Alliance's involvement. He glanced at Chun Jun, who gave a barely perceptible nod. The Jade Phoenix was diplomatic by nature. Their presence might actually help. What I'm about to show you cannot leave this pavilion, Zhou Feng said. Not because I'll threaten you. I couldn't if I tried. But because you'll understand, once you see, why it must be protected. He opened the garden bond and let the pavilion show them. The crystalline walls became transparent. Through them, the three visitors saw the upper valley, the herb fields, the pond, the stone cottage. They saw the 43 Mei Lings and the garden born. They saw herbs mutating and evolving in real time, each generation surpassing the last. They saw the world tree seed, now 8 inches tall, its roots threading through dimensional layers visible only to spiritual perception. Gao Tianlei's ancient composure cracked. A world tree. You're growing a world tree. The garden is growing it, Zhou Feng corrected. It's been working toward this for 47,000 years. Silence. Even the wind in the crystalline pavilion seemed to hold its breath. 47,000 years, Gao repeated. Before the current era. Before the azure tide, the iron crane, the jade phoenix. Before any existing sect. The garden predates them all. It's been passed between owners, evolving its contents, building toward this moment. The world tree is its purpose, its reason for existing. And the duplicates? Bao Jun demanded, unable to tear his eyes from Qin Jun. What are they? Constructs? Puppets? People? Zhou Feng said firmly. Every duplicate is a complete person with full consciousness, memories, and free will. Qin Jun chose his own name. The Mei Lings chose their own paths. The garden creates them, but it doesn't control them. He's telling the truth, Qin Jun said to his original. I have every one of your memories, Bao Jun. I know your techniques, your fears, your ambitions. And I chose to stay because what's happening here is more important than anything the Iron Crane sect has accomplished in its entire history. Bao Jun's face contorted through a dozen emotions. Anger, denial, recognition, and finally, unwillingly, understanding. Because he was looking at himself. Not a distorted reflection, not a puppet wearing his face, but himself. And he could see the truth in his own eyes. Sect Master Lian Shuang had been silent throughout, her nascent soul perception sweeping through the pavilion's transparency with surgical precision. When she spoke, her voice was careful. You understand, Zhou Feng, that what you possess is beyond treasure. This garden could reshape the cultivation world. Wars would be fought over it. Have been fought over it, I suspect, given its age. Which is why I'm showing you this way, Zhou Feng said. Inside a projection, where the garden controls the terms. I don't want war. I want allies. Allies, Gao repeated. A core formation youth wants to ally with spirit-severing ancestors. A core formation youth who sits inside a sentient spatial artifact that's been evolving for 47 millennia, Zhou Feng corrected. With all due respect, Ancestor Gao, inside this space, cultivation levels are somewhat academic. The garden pulsed in agreement, and every cultivator in the pavilion felt it. A demonstration of power so casual, so absolute within its domain, that even Gao Tianlei's spirit-severing aura flickered. Chapter 27. Terms of Alliance. The negotiation lasted 3 days. Gao Tianlei, Bao Jun, and Lian Shuang returned each morning to the crystalline pavilion, where Zhou Feng and Qin Jun presented the Garden Alliance's position with increasing detail. The terms that emerged were unprecedented in cultivation history, the Garden Compact. A mutual defense agreement between the Garden Alliance, the Iron Crane sect, and the Jade Phoenix Alliance. The Azure Tide sect was included by proximity and Zhou Feng's membership, though Sect Master Wei remained unaware of the garden's true nature, a complication Zhou Feng planned to address separately. Under the compact, the garden would provide evolved herbs and cultivation resources to the allied sections. Not freely. Each batch would be negotiated with the garden's needs, primarily security and anonymity, balanced against the sect's desires. In return, the allied sects would provide external protection, intelligence about threats, and, critically, would refrain from attempting to seize or enter the garden. The duplication clause is non-negotiable, Zhou Feng stated on the second day. Anyone who enters the garden will be duplicated upon exit. The duplicate will be a full person with all rights and agency. If your sects can't accept that, the compact doesn't work. Bao Jun struggled with this more than anyone. The idea that the cultivation world might contain multiple versions of him, of anyone, violated deep assumptions about the nature of identity and the soul. Cultivation is about transcendence, he argued. The individual ascending beyond mortal limits. If you can simply copy a cultivator, what meaning does advancement hold? Perhaps cultivation isn't as individual as we've assumed, Qin Jun said quietly. Perhaps the Tao isn't diminished by being shared. Easy for you to say. You're the copy. I'm the one who chose to stay. You're the one who couldn't let go. The brothers, for that was what they were becoming, whatever biology said, stared at each other across the crystalline table. Something shifted between them. Not acceptance, not yet, but the beginning of it. Lian Shuang proved the most pragmatic negotiator. The Jade Phoenix Alliance's interest in spatial cultivation gave them specific desires: access to the garden's spatial techniques, study of its dimensional layering, and, most intriguingly, the possibility of creating similar spaces. The garden is unique, Zhou Feng said carefully. I don't know if it can be replicated. Everything can be replicated, Lian Shuang smiled. That's rather the point of your garden, isn't it? On the third day, they signed the compact. Spiritual oaths bound each party, not the crude slave-binding oaths of demonic cultivators, but mutual commitments that would alert all parties if anyone violated the terms. The garden itself served as the oath's anchor, its 47,000-year existence lending weight to the spiritual contract. One more thing, Gao Tianlei said as the ceremony concluded. The world tree. When it matures, and I suspect that will happen sooner than any of us expect. What then? Zhou Feng looked at the tiny sapling visible through the pavilion's transparency. 8 inches of crystalline wood, glowing with inner light, its roots threading through dimensions. Then everything changes, he said. For everyone. Chapter 28. Accelerating evolution. With the garden compact securing external protection, the alliance turned inward. The garden, as if sensing that concealment was no longer necessary, began growing faster. The world tree seed gained an inch per day. Its crystalline trunk thickened, branches budding from nodes that pulsed with dimensional energy. The root network, now extending through all 3 explored spatial layers, began producing something new, seeds of its own. World tree seeds. Mei Ling 12 announced at the weekly council, holding up a tiny crystalline sphere no larger than a pearl. Not duplicated, generated. The world tree is producing original offspring. Can they grow outside the garden? Zhou Feng asked immediately. Unknown. But the garden seems to think so. She paused, consulting notes. The garden has been preparing them. Each seed contains a compressed spatial layer, a potential pocket dimension. If planted in sufficient spiritual energy, they might generate their own gardens. The implications silenced the council. Daughter gardens, Sin Feng said softly. The garden isn't just growing a world tree. It's preparing to reproduce. 47,000 years, Qin Jun murmured. That's not cultivation. That's a life cycle. The garden is an organism, and it's reaching reproductive maturity. The garden pulsed. Yes. Finally, yes. Someone understands. Zhou Feng felt the confirmation resonate through every cell of his body. The garden's purpose, the thing it had been building toward through 24 owners and 47 millennia, wasn't just growing a world tree. It was completing its life cycle, reaching the point where it could send its seeds into the world, each one carrying the potential for a new living space, a new pocket of evolving, duplicating, growing life. How many seeds? He asked. Currently 7, Mei Ling 12 said. The garden projects, hundreds. Eventually, hundreds of spatial gardens, each one capable of duplicating and evolving life, each one growing its own world tree. Zhou Feng ran his hand through his hair. That would transform the cultivation world completely. That's the garden's intention. Yuan confirmed, his plant fiber body rustling with the weight of what he was conveying. The garden remembers a time when spaces like itself were common. Before the ancient wars. Before the cultivation world contracted into its current form. It wants to restore what was lost. What was lost? Tian Feng asked. A world where space was alive. Where every forest could be a garden. Every mountain could contain dimensions. Where the boundary between mortal and spiritual wasn't a wall, but a garden path. Yuan's voice held harmonics of the garden's own consciousness. The world tree was the heart of that world. When it fell, the spaces died. The garden is the last survivor. Zhou Feng looked at the world tree sapling, now a foot tall, growing visibly if you watch for long enough. The last survivor of an era when living spaces covered the world. And now, after 47,000 years of patient evolution, it was ready to bring that era back. We protect this, he said. Whatever it takes. Whatever it costs. We protect this. The council's agreement was unanimous. Chapter 29. Breakthrough Cascade. The crystalline forest's resources, combined with the garden's serial duplication of evolved herbs, created conditions for rapid advancement that defied conventional wisdom. Zhou Feng, Tian Feng, and San Feng pushed toward core formation stage 5 simultaneously. The garden, understanding the principle of resonance between identical cultivators, channeled energy to all 3 in synchronized pulses. Their breakthrough happened in concert, 3 golden cores expanding and densifying in the same heartbeat. their identical frequencies creating standing waves of spiritual energy that shook the crystalline trees. Core formation stage 5. In the outside world, this would represent decades of cultivation. Inside the garden, it took 6 weeks. Qin Jun watched with clinical interest. The resonance effect scales. 3 identical cultivators breaking through simultaneously generated roughly 9 times the normal breakthrough energy. Not 3 times 9. It's multiplicative. Because we're not just parallel cultivators, Zhou Feng explained, his improved spiritual roots giving him deeper insight into the process. We're the same pattern expressed 3 times. When we advance, we're not 3 people getting stronger. We're one pattern tripling its expression. Philosophical distinction with practical consequences, Qin Jun agreed. The Meiling Combat Division has been experiencing similar resonance. 23 of them have reached core formation now. Their synchronized formations are producing nascent soul-level effects. The cascading breakthroughs transformed the Alliance's power structure. Within 2 months of the Garden Compact, the Alliance's collective strength had surpassed any individual sect in the region. 3 Zhou Fengs at core formation stage 5. 23 Mei Lings at core formation, various stages. 20 remaining Mei Lings at foundation establishment stage 9, on the verge of breaking through. Qin Jun at core formation stage 8, approaching nascent soul. 15 garden-born entities with cultivation equivalents ranging from foundation establishment to core formation. The world tree, growing steadily, its mere presence elevating the garden's spiritual energy density daily. We need to address the elephant in the room, Qin Jun said during a private meeting with the 3 Zhou Fengs. Your advancement is accelerating. If the resonance effect continues to compound, you'll reach nascent soul within a year. Spirit severing within 5. But there's a question none of us have asked. What happens to duplicates when the original transcends mortality? Zhou Feng said. Exactly. In normal cultivation, when a cultivator achieves immortal ascension, their physical body transforms entirely. But you 3 share the same spiritual pattern. If one of you ascends, we all might, Zhou Feng finished. Or none of us might. Or the resonance could cascade in ways nobody can predict. The garden knows, Zhou Feng said. He could feel it, the garden's understanding of this question, patient as always. But it's not telling us yet. It's showing us something instead. The world tree. Watch what happens when it reaches maturity. When? Qin Jun asked. Soon. Chapter 30. The 4th layer. Zhou Feng was the first to reach the 4th spatial layer. His improved spiritual roots gave him perception sharp enough to navigate the transition. A nauseating twist through dimensional folds that would have shattered a foundation establishment cultivator's spiritual sense. The 4th layer was not a place in any conventional sense. It was a memory. The garden's memory, crystallized into walkable space. Zhou Feng found himself standing in what had been the world 47,000 years ago, a world where living spaces existed everywhere. Forests that were also gardens. Mountains that contained dimensional libraries. Oceans that served as vast, interconnected cultivation arrays. And at the center of it all, a world tree that dwarfed anything Zhou Feng could have imagined. Its trunk was a continent. Its roots threaded through the planet's core. Its canopy spread into the upper atmosphere, leaves filtering starlight into pure spiritual energy that rained down on the world below. This is what was, Zhou Feng whispered, tears streaming down his face. The beauty of it, the sheer, overwhelming rightness of a world where space was alive and growing, hit him like a physical force. The memory shifted. He saw the war. Not clearly. The garden's recall of those events was fragmented, traumatized. Flashes of destruction. Cultivators who had transcended mortal limits, turning their power against the living spaces. The world tree burning. Roots severed. Dimensional layers collapsing into each other. And a single seed, one tiny crystalline sphere, falling through the dimensional wreckage, carrying the last fragment of a dying world's living memory. The garden. His garden. Compressed into a point of potential, waiting 47,000 years for the world to be ready again. We're not just growing a tree, Zhou Feng told the council when he returned, his voice raw. We're restoring something that should never have been destroyed. The world tree isn't a treasure or a resource or a weapon. It's the heart of what the world is supposed to be. Chapter 31. The Iron Crane's gift. The first test of the Garden Compact came sooner than expected. Bao Jun arrived at the pavilion projection 3 months into the alliance, his face grave. The Crimson Fang sect has learned about the spatial anomaly, he said without preamble. Their ancestor, Shui Mo, Spirit Severing Stage 7, is gathering forces for an expedition. They believe there's an ancient spatial treasure here, unguarded. How many? Qin Jun asked, immediately snapping into tactical mode alongside his original. a sight that still made the other alliance members uncomfortable. 300 disciples, 12 elders, 2 nascent soul ancestors, and Shui Mo himself. Bao Jun paused. He's bringing the Crimson Blood formation. It's designed to crack spatial barriers. Zhou Feng felt the garden's response. Not fear, but a deep, calm readiness. It had survived threats before, but this was the first time it had allies to help. When, he asked. 2 weeks. Maybe less. Then we prepare. Zhou Feng turned to the council. Mei Ling, all 43 to combat readiness. Chen Jun, you and Bao Jun coordinate defensive formations. Sen Feng, I need you in the 4th layer. Find anything the garden can use to protect itself. Tian Feng, you're with me. We're going to talk to the garden about something it's been hiding. What's it been hiding? Tian Feng asked. Its weapons. The garden didn't have weapons in the conventional sense. It had something better, evolutionary pressure. Zhou Feng and Tian Feng descended to the 2nd layer, where the crystalline forest had become their primary cultivation space. The garden guided them to a section they hadn't explored, a grove where the trees were darker, their crystalline structures shot through with veins of deep crimson. Defensive evolution, Zhou Feng murmured, understanding flooding through the garden bond. These trees evolved in response to threats. The garden has been attacked before, many times over 47,000 years, and each time, it evolved countermeasures. The crimson vein trees weren't just beautiful. They were the garden's immune system. Each one contained compressed spatial folds, traps that could snare an intruder in recursive dimensional loops, disorienting them, draining their spiritual energy, feeding it back to the garden. How many of these can you deploy outside the boundary? Zhou Feng asked the garden. The answer came in images, seeds. Hundreds of crimson vein seeds that could be planted in the outside world, growing overnight into defensive arrays powered by the garden's dimensional energy. Not just a wall, Tian Feng said, grasping the strategy. A gauntlet. We seed the approach routes with these. The Crimson Fang fights through miles of spatial traps before they ever reach the garden. And every trap that snares them feeds energy back to the garden, Zhou Feng added. Their own assault powers our defense. That's horrifyingly elegant, Chen Jun said when they presented the plan. I approve completely. Bao Jun looked at his duplicate with an expression that was becoming increasingly complex. 3 months ago, he'd wanted to destroy Chen Jun as an abomination. Now they were finishing each other's tactical sentences. There's another asset, Gao Tianlei said. The spirit-severing ancestor had been visiting the pavilion regularly, ostensibly to study the garden's spatial techniques, but increasingly, because he was simply fascinated. The Jade Phoenix Alliance will contribute 300 cultivators, and Lian Shuang herself. The Iron Crane will bring similar numbers. Combined with the Garden Alliance's forces, we match them in numbers and exceed them in coordination, Chen Jun calculated. But Shui Mo at Spirit Severing Stage 7 is the problem. None of us can challenge him directly. I might have an answer for that, Gao said, surprising everyone. From his spatial ring, he withdrew a jade box containing a single pill, midnight black with swirls of gold. The Iron Crane sect's greatest treasure, the Tribulation Defiance pill. It temporarily elevates a cultivator's effective level by 2 full realms. I've been saving it for. Well, I've been saving it. He held the box out to Zhou Feng. For me, Zhou Feng stared. I'm core formation. 2 realms up is nascent soul at best, under normal circumstances. But you're not a normal cultivator, are you? With the resonance effect between your 3 selves, the pill's elevation would be multiplicative. 3 Zhou Fengs at effective nascent soul, resonating, the combined output would approximate spirit severing. You'd trust this treasure to an outer disciple you met 3 months ago? Zhou Feng asked. Gao's ancient eyes held depths that 40 years of seclusion had only deepened. I trust the garden. It's been choosing its owners for 47,000 years, and it chose you. That's recommendation enough. Chapter 32. Seeding the battlefield, Zhou Feng worked for 10 days straight, rarely sleeping. The garden sustaining him with energy from its deeper layers as he prepared the battlefield. The valley and surrounding mountains where the Crimson Fang would approach were transformed into a living trap. Crimson vein seeds were planted in concentric rings around the garden's boundary. Each one sprouted overnight into a crystalline tree that looked innocuous, even beautiful, but contained recursive spatial folds waiting to ensnare anyone who passed within 10 meters. Between the rings, the garden extruded dimensional anomalies, patches of space where distance became unreliable, where a step forward might carry you backward, where the ground might open into a pocket dimension that took hours to escape. Not lethal, but disorienting and draining. Think of it as a digestive system, Mei Ling 12 explained to the Allied sect commanders during the War Council. The outer rings slow and separate the enemy. The middle rings drain their spiritual energy. The inner rings channel survivors into kill zones where our combat formations wait. You've put more strategic thought into this defense than most sect wars see in their entirety, Lian Shuang observed. And you're, which number? 12. Research Division Lead. Though I've been cross-training with 27's tactical unit. She smiled. One advantage of being identical. We cross-train very efficiently. The Allied forces deployed across the gauntlet. Iron Crane disciples anchored the outer rings, their orthodox combat styles well-suited to grinding attrition. Jade Phoenix cultivators held the middle rings, their spatial techniques complementing the Garden's dimensional anomalies. The Garden Alliance's Mei Ling Combat Division waited in the inner rings, their synchronized formations ready to deliver devastating concentrated force. Zhou Feng, Tian Feng, and San Feng positioned themselves at the Garden's boundary itself, the last line of defense and the intended stage for the confrontation with Shuemo, if it came to that. The Tribulation Defiance Pill, Zhou Feng said, holding the Midnight Black Sphere. I've never taken anything that could elevate me to full realms. The strain on my meridians will be distributed across 3 bodies, San Feng said. The Garden can synchronize the effect. When one of us takes the pill, all 3 feel it through our resonance. 1 pill, 3 times the effect, Tian Feng added. That's the entire strategy, distilled. The Garden pulsed. Ready. Zhou Feng closed his fist around the pill. Then we're ready too. Chapter 33. The Crimson Fong arrives. They came at dawn, 300 strong, their crimson banners streaming in the mountain wind like rivers of blood. The Crimson Fong sect advanced in a wedge formation, 12 elders at the points, 2 nascent soul ancestors flanking the column, and Shuemo himself at the apex, a towering figure whose spirit-severing aura pressed down on the landscape like an invisible hand. Contact in 10 minutes, Chen Jun reported from his observation post in the outer ring. He and Bao Jun had established a joint command position, the 2 identical tacticians coordinating allied forces with eerie efficiency. They're moving in standard assault formation. Overconfident. They don't know about the gauntlet, Bao Jun agreed. Shuemo believes he's approaching an unguarded spatial treasure. He's in for a surprise. The first ring activated when the Crimson Fong's vanguard crossed the threshold. 20 disciples walked between the innocuous crystalline trees and vanished, folded into recursive spatial loops that would keep them walking in circles for hours, each step draining a fraction of their spiritual energy. Confusion rippled through the Crimson Fong ranks. Elders barked orders. Spiritual perceptions swept outward, finding nothing. The Garden's spatial traps were woven into the fabric of space itself, invisible to anything short of nascent soul perception. Push through, Shuemo commanded, his voice carrying the absolute authority of spirit-severing cultivation. Spatial tricks. Nothing more. The Crimson Fong charged, and the second ring activated. Dimensional anomalies bloomed like flowers. Space twisted. Distance became meaningless. A step forward carried cultivators sideways. Groups that had been 10 meters apart suddenly found themselves a kilometer away from each other. The wedge formation shattered into dozens of isolated pockets, each one surrounded by Iron Crane disciples who'd been positioned precisely for this moment. The battle proper began. It was not what the Crimson Fong had expected. Instead of a single glorious assault on a spatial treasure, they found themselves fighting through a nightmare maze where the landscape itself was hostile, where every tree was a trap and every clearing was a kill zone, where identical female cultivators appeared from impossible angles in perfect synchronization, their combined attacks hitting with the force of cultivators 2 realms above their individual level. 47 disciples neutralized in the outer ring, Chen Jun reported. Minimal casualties on our side. The spatial traps are performing beyond projections. Middle ring engaging, Bao Jun added. Jade Phoenix forces have channeled approximately 80 Crimson Fong disciples into pocket dimensions. They're contained, but alive. The first nascent soul ancestor, a scarred veteran called Searing Wind, hit the inner ring like a meteor. His nascent soul aura shattered 3 crystalline trees and tore through a dimensional anomaly by brute force, clearing a path through the gauntlet by sheer power. 23 Mei Lings in core formation combat formation met him. The resulting clash produced a shockwave that flattened trees for 100 meters. Searing Wind's nascent soul techniques, hurricane force wind blades that could level mountains, met the synchronized defense of 23 identical cultivators whose combined spiritual energy operated as a single entity. The formation held. Impossible, Searing Wind snarled, throwing technique after technique at the wall of golden light. Your core formation. Core formation cannot. We're not core formation, said 23 voices in perfect unison. We're something new. Their counterattack was a single technique performed simultaneously by all 23. A crystalline prison that manifested in the space around Searing Wind before he could react. Garden evolved spiritual energy, channeled through 23 synchronized cores, locked down space itself. The nascent soul ancestor was trapped. Not dead, not injured, simply unable to move, suspended in a crystalline matrix that neutralized his spiritual energy as fast as he could generate it. One nascent soul ancestor neutralized, 27 reported with professional calm. Redirecting formation to intercept the second. Chapter 34. The Apex, the second nascent soul ancestor. Iron Will, a woman whose defensive techniques had earned her reputation as unbreakable, lasted longer. She fought through the inner ring's spatial traps with methodical determination, her iron-gray spiritual energy forming barriers that the dimensional anomalies couldn't penetrate. But she was alone. The gauntlet had separated her from her sect mates, and the Mei Ling combat formation adapted tactics, harrying instead of engaging directly, using hit-and-run attacks that leveraged their coordination advantage. She's not the threat, Zhou Feng said, watching through the garden bond. Shui Mo is. The spirit-severing ancestor hadn't engaged the gauntlet. He'd stopped at the outer ring's edge, watching his sect fight through the maze with an expression that shifted from confusion to fury to something more dangerous, calculation. He's analyzing the patterns, Sin Feng warned. 3 minutes, maybe less, before he identifies the garden as the trap's source. 2 minutes, Qin Jun corrected. Shui Mo didn't reach spirit-severing by being slow. Zhou Feng made the decision. All three of us. Now. He placed the Tribulation Defiance pill on his tongue. It dissolved instantly, not with heat or cold, but with a sensation of expansion, as if his consciousness was being inflated like a balloon. His core formation golden core blazed, then blazed brighter, the spiritual energy output climbing exponentially. Through the resonance, Tian Feng and San Feng felt it simultaneously. Their cores responded, matching the escalation, amplifying it. 3 identical patterns of spiritual energy surging in synchronized waves, each amplification feeding back into the others. Core formation. Nascent soul equivalent. Spirit severing equivalent. The 3 Zhou Fengs rose into the air above the garden's boundary, their combined aura manifesting as a single golden dragon of spiritual energy that coiled across the sky. The dragon's presence pressed down on the battlefield with weight that matched Shui Mo's own spirit-severing pressure. Every combatant on the field felt it. The fighting paused. Crimson Fang disciples stared upward. Allied cultivators steadied themselves against the competing pressures of 2 spirit-severing level forces. Shui Mo looked up. Interesting, was all he said. He moved. Spirit-severing stage 7, faster than anything Zhou Feng had ever perceived, even with the pill's enhancement. Shui Mo crossed the distance in a single step, his crimson-black spiritual energy condensing into a blade that could sever space itself. The golden dragon met the blade. The collision produced no sound. Instead, it produced silence, a sphere of absolute quiet where 2 incompatible forces canceled each other out. Within that sphere, space fractured into kaleidoscopic shards, each one reflecting a different possible outcome of the clash. Zhou Feng saw himself dying in 100 of those reflections, but in 100 others, he saw himself surviving. The odds were exactly even, and in cultivation, even odds against a spirit-severing ancestor were miraculous. You're 3, Shui Mo said, his perception cutting through the resonance to identify the truth. 3 identical cultivators sharing a single pill's effect. Clever. But, he struck again, this time targeting the resonance itself. His blade didn't aim at any of the 3 Zhou Fengs, but at the space between them, the invisible threads of synchronized spiritual energy that bound them together. The golden dragon shuddered. Cracks appeared. Resonate. Zhou Feng shouted, and all 3 of them poured everything into the connection. The garden responded, feeding power from its deeper layers, the crystalline forest, the luminous ocean, the memory space. 47,000 years of accumulated energy surging through 3 human vessels. The golden dragon reconstituted, grew, expanded beyond anything the Tribulation Defiance pill alone could account for. Because the garden itself was fighting now, not through its human owners, but as its own force. A sentient spatial artifact defending its existence with every resource it possessed. The dimensional layers compressed, channeling their combined energy through the 3 Zhou Fengs like light through a lens. Shui Mo's eyes widened. For the first time in the battle, he retreated, a single step backward that carried him 50 meters. What are you? He asked, genuine curiosity cutting through his combat focus. The garden's guardians, Zhou Feng said, his voice reverberating with harmonics from the deeper layers. And you have a choice, Ancestor Shui. Leave now, with your disciples intact, or continue, and learn why this garden has survived for 47,000 years. The standoff lasted 13 heartbeats. Zhou Feng counted each one, feeling the tribulation defiance pill's effects beginning to wane, knowing that if Shui Mo called his bluff, the outcome was uncertain at best. On the 14th heartbeat, Shui Mo laughed. 47,000 years, he said. I've cultivated for 600, and I thought that was long. Very well, young guardian. I acknowledge the garden's claim to this territory. His aura withdrew, not defeated but deliberately restrained. Retrieve my disciples. We leave. Alive and unharmed, Zhou Feng confirmed. The gauntlet traps, but it doesn't kill. A kinder weapon than most. Shuemo turned, then paused. I won't attack again, but others will. Whatever you're growing in there, and I can feel it growing, it will attract forces that make the Crimson Fang look like children with wooden swords. I know, Zhou Feng said. Then grow faster, Shuemo said, and vanished. Chapter 35. Aftermath and Advancement. The Battle of the Gauntlet, as it came to be called, ended with 0 fatalities. 47 Crimson Fang disciples had been trapped in spatial loops, 80 more in pocket dimensions, and the rest had been repelled or surrendered. Iron Crane and Jade Phoenix forces sustained minor injuries. The Garden Alliance suffered no casualties at all. First battle in sect history with no deaths, Bao Jun said wonderingly. On either side. That's the Garden's philosophy, Yuan explained. It doesn't destroy. It contains, redirects, absorbs. Violence is entropy, and the Garden is fundamentally about growth. In the weeks following the battle, several things happened in rapid succession. First, the Crimson Fang sect formally petitioned to join the Garden Compact. Shuemo's report to his sect council had been surprisingly favorable. He described the Garden not as a threat, but as a wonder, and recommended engagement over hostility. The petition was accepted, expanding the compact to 4 sections. Second, the world tree grew another 2 feet in a single week, its trunk now reaching chest height on Zhou Feng. The crystalline branches produced tiny flowers that hummed with dimensional energy, each one containing a compressed spatial fold that would someday unfurl into a new pocket dimension. Third, all 43 Meilings achieved core formation. Full cascade. Meiling 12 reported with barely contained excitement. The last 20 broke through in a single day. The resonance effect with 43 identical core formation cultivators is, we can't even measure it properly. Our combined formation strength now genuinely rivals nascent soul ancestors. Fourth, and most significantly, Chun Jun achieved nascent soul. His breakthrough was quiet, almost anticlimactic after the dramatic battle. He simply sat in the crystalline forest one morning, closed his eyes, and transcended. His golden core dissolved into nascent divinity, his spiritual perception expanding to encompass the entire garden in a single thought. I can feel the 5th layer, he said upon opening his eyes, his new nascent soul perception reaching depths that even San Feng's improved spiritual roots couldn't access. There's something down there. Something old. Older than the garden itself. The original world tree's root fragment, Yuan said. The seed from which the garden grew. The most sacred thing it contains. Chen Jun looked at Zhou Feng, all 3 of him. You need to see it. All of you. Because what's down there is going to change what you think the garden is. Chapter 36. The root fragment. They descended together, all 3 Zhou Fengs, guided by Chun Jun's nascent soul perception through spatial folds that compressed and twisted in ways that defied geometric understanding. The 4th layer's memory space gave way to a narrow passage that felt less like a physical space and more like a thought, a single continuous idea expressed as traversable geometry. The 5th layer opened around them. Zhou Feng expected another environment, forest, ocean, sky. Instead, he found a single room. A cave, roughly spherical, perhaps 20 meters in diameter. The walls were smooth obsidian, devoid of the crystalline growth that characterized the upper layers. In the center of the cave, a root. Not a tree root, or rather, not merely a tree root. It was a fragment of the original world tree, the one that had covered the world 47,000 years ago. A section of root perhaps 3 meters long, petrified into something between wood and crystal, shot through with veins of light that pulsed with the slow heartbeat Zhou Feng had felt since his first day in the garden. This is the garden's core, Zhou Feng whispered. Everything above us, the valley, the forest, the ocean, the memories, grew from this. The root responded to his presence. Light flowed through its veins more rapidly, and through the garden bond. Zhou Feng received not images or emotions, but direct knowledge, understanding imprinted into his consciousness with the precision of a master engraver. The original world tree hadn't just been a tree. It had been a living bridge between dimensions, a biological structure that allowed space to be alive, that made the boundaries between reality's layers permeable and productive. Its roots ran through the planet's physical substrate, while its branches reached into dimensional spaces that normal cultivators could only theorize about. When the ancient war destroyed it, the tree didn't die entirely. It scattered seeds, fragments of root and branch that carried its genetic memory, its capacity for spatial generation, its fundamental drive to connect and grow. Most of those fragments had been found and destroyed over the subsequent millennia. Cultivators who feared the world tree's return had hunted them systematically. This was the last one, the final fragment, and it had spent 47,000 years rebuilding, layer by patient layer, growing a garden that was really a womb, a protected space in which a new world tree could gestate until it was strong enough to survive in the outside world. The sapling above, Zhou Feng said, tears running down his face again. He seemed most sensitive to the garden's emotional resonance. It's not just a new tree. It's a resurrection. The original world tree, reborn. And the seeds it's producing, Zhou Feng added, connecting the implications. Each one carries a fragment of the original's consciousness. A daughter tree that is also, in some way, the same tree. Duplicates, Zhou Feng said, and laughed, the sound echoing in the obsidian cave. The garden's defining ability. Duplication without diminishment. That's not a magical technique. It's the world tree's nature. The ability to be one and many simultaneously. That's what it was. What it is. What it will be again. He knelt before the root fragment and pressed both palms against its surface. Light blazed through the cave. Through the contact, the garden showed him its final vision. Not a memory of the past, but a projection of the future. A world where world trees grew in every forest. Where space was alive and gardens existed everywhere. Where cultivation wasn't about individual transcendence, but about deepening the world's capacity for life. Where the boundaries between dimensions were garden paths, walkable and welcoming. The world the original world tree had created 47,000 years ago. The world this fragment was working to restore. I understand, Zhou Feng said. I understand, and I'll help. The root fragment pulsed once, warmly, and something in the garden's vast patience relaxed, just slightly. As if, after 47,000 years, it had finally found not just an owner, but a partner. Chapter 37. The nascent soul pushed the knowledge from the root fragment catalyzed Zhou Feng's cultivation in ways the crystalline forest's resources alone couldn't have achieved. Understanding the world tree's nature, duplication without diminishment, connection without absorption, gave him insight into his own cultivation that transcended conventional wisdom. His golden core didn't need to be refined. It needed to be opened. Standard nascent soul formation requires compressing the golden core until it generates a nascent divinity, he explained to the council. But that's a closed process, inward compression. The world tree's way is opposite. Expansion, opening the core to connect with everything outside itself. You want to form your nascent soul by expanding instead of compressing? Jun asked, his own nascent soul experience giving him context for how radical this was. That contradicts every cultivation manual ever written. Every cultivation manual was written after the world tree fell, Zhou Feng pointed out. The cultivation paradigm shifted. What we consider standard technique is actually a deviation from the original methodology. The original methodology being? Mei Ling asked. Growing, Zhou Feng said simply. Not forcing, not compressing, growing. Like the garden grows. Like the world tree grows. Outward, connective, without limit. He didn't meditate for the breakthrough. Instead, he gardened. Zhou Feng, Zhou Feng, and Zhou Feng spent 3 days in the crystalline forest, tending the evolved trees, nurturing the strange new species the garden was producing, feeling the flow of growth through their bond with the living space. They didn't push qi through their meridians or compress their cores. They simply grew alongside the garden. On the 3rd day, all 3 of them felt it simultaneously. Their golden cores didn't compress. They bloomed, like flowers opening, each petal a connection to a different aspect of the garden's vast consciousness. The nascent divinity that formed wasn't a compressed point of power, but an expanded web of awareness. Nascent soul, 3 of them, formed not through tribulation, but through connection. Your nascent souls are wrong, Jun said flatly, examining them with his spiritual perception. They're not condensed points in your dantians. They're distributed, extended through the garden's spatial layers. Not wrong, Zhou Feng said, feeling his new awareness spread through the garden like roots through soil. Different. The original way. The garden-bonded way, Yuan clarified. Previous owners who reached this stage described similar experiences in the garden's memories. Their nascent souls grew into the space rather than compressing inward. It gave them power within the garden that exceeded conventional cultivators by orders of magnitude. And outside the garden, Chenjun pressed. Unknown, Yuan admitted. No previous owner was tested in external combat at this level. Let's hope we don't have to find out immediately, Zhou Feng said. We have more important work. The world tree is accelerating. I can feel it through the nascent soul connection. It's going to reach maturity within 6 months. Chapter 38. Growing season. The next 4 months were the most productive in the Garden Alliance's short history. With 3 nascent soul-level Zhou Fengs connected directly to the garden's spatial layers, the living space entered what Mei Ling 12 called accelerated reproductive phase. World tree seeds proliferated. From the initial 7, the count grew to 40, then 100, then beyond easy counting. Each seed contained a compressed spatial layer, a potential garden, a potential world, wrapped in a crystalline shell no larger than a pearl. The seeds are ready for planting, Yuan announced at the monthly council. But they can't grow here. They need to root in the external world's substrate, physical soil, natural spiritual energy, open sky. They need to be dispersed, Zhou Feng said. And here was the crux. Sending world tree seeds into the outside world meant exposing them to anyone who might want to destroy them. The ancient enemies who had felled the original tree might be gone, but the fear and greed that drove them were eternal. The Garden Compact, Lian Shuang suggested during a joint meeting. She'd become a regular visitor to the pavilion, her fascination with spatial cultivation leading to genuine partnership. Each compact member receives seeds to plant in their territory, protected by the combined alliance. And if a seed generates a new garden? Bao Jun asked. Who owns it? No one owns a garden, Zhou Feng said, and felt the rightness of it through the root fragment's ancient resonance. The gardens choose their own guardians. We plant the seeds and let the gardens grow. They'll find their own people. Not everyone agreed immediately. The strategic implications of distributing pocket dimensions to allied sects were staggering. Each garden could produce the same cultivation advantages that had elevated the alliance's members so dramatically. The balance of power in the cultivation world would shift irrevocably. But the world tree's vision was clear in Zhou Feng's mind. A world where space was alive. Not controlled. Not hoarded. Alive. We plant them, he decided. Widely. Freely. The way seeds are meant to be planted. The first batch of 20 seeds went to the 4 compact sections. Gao Tianlei personally planted the iron crane seed in their ancestral mountain. Lian Shuang placed the jade phoenix's seed in their floating gardens. Even Xue Mo, whose conversion from enemy to ally still surprised everyone, planted a seed in the Crimson Fang's underground caverns. Within weeks, the first daughter gardens began to sprout. Tiny spatial expansions, rooms, not valleys, with the same warm, living pulse that Zhou Feng felt through his bond with the original. Each one was unique, shaped by its environment and the spiritual energy of its location. They're adapting, Mei Ling 12 reported, studying the data flowing back through the world tree's root network. Each daughter garden is evolving to complement its surroundings. The mountain garden emphasizes mineral-based herbs. The floating garden is developing aquatic species. They're not copies, they're variations. Duplication without diminishment, Senfeng quoted. That's the world tree's nature. Every copy is original. Fellow cultivators, if you're enjoying this journey of Zhou Feng and the Garden Alliance, show your support. Hit that like button to boost the algorithm. Drop a comment telling us what you'd name your own living garden, and subscribe with the bell icon so you never miss a chapter. Share with any friends who love cultivation stories. Every share helps this channel grow faster than a world tree. Now back to the story. Chapter 39. Chen Jun's discovery. Chen Jun had been spending increasing amounts of time in the lower layers, his nascent soul perception allowing him to study aspects of the garden that even the 3 Zhou Fengs couldn't fully grasp. What he found in the spaces between layers changed everything. There's a pattern, he told Zhou Feng, projecting his findings through a crystalline display he'd grown specifically for presentations. The garden's 7 layers aren't random accumulations. They're a sequence, a growth pattern, like the rings of a tree trunk. The display showed the layers as nested spheres, each one representing a different phase of the garden's 47,000-year development. Layer 1, the valley, was the outermost, newest layer. Layer 7, the root fragment, was the core from which everything had grown. But the sequence isn't just spatial. It's temporal. Each layer represents a different era of the garden's evolution, preserved in living crystal. The crystalline forest, Layer 2, dates to roughly 30,000 years ago. The luminous ocean, layer 3, is 20,000 years old. The memory space, layer 4, 15,000. And layer 5? The root fragment cave. Zhou Feng asked. That's the anomaly. Layer 5 is 47,000 years old. It's the original space, the first thing the root fragment created. But layers 6 and 7. Qinjun paused. They don't exist yet. The garden has 7 layers, Yuan objected. I've always known this. The garden is designed for 7 layers, Qinjun corrected. But only 5 are fully formed. Layers 6 and 7 are potential, empty dimensional folds waiting to be filled. The garden has been building toward them for its entire existence, but hasn't had the energy or the cultivation support to complete them. Until now, Zhou Feng said, understanding flooding through the bond. The world tree's maturation. That's the trigger. When the world tree reaches full growth, its energy will fill the remaining layers. And when all 7 layers are complete? Tian Feng asked. Qinjun's display shifted, showing the nested spheres fully formed. At the center, the root fragment. At the outermost edge, the valley. And running through all 7 layers, like a spine through vertebrae, the world tree, grown to full size. Its roots in the deepest layer, and its branches extending through the dimensional membrane into the sky above. When all 7 layers are complete, the garden stops being a pocket dimension, Qinjun said. It becomes a world. A fully realized dimensional space with its own sky, its own ecology, its own physics. Self-sustaining. Permanent. That's what the ancient world was, Zhou Feng whispered. That's what the world tree does. It doesn't just grow in a world. It creates world. And the daughter gardens? Zhou Feng asked, feeling the scale of the revelation pressing against the limits of his comprehension. Each one has the same 7-layer potential. Given enough time and cultivation, every daughter garden could become its own world. Connected to the mother garden through the world tree's root network, but independent. Self-sustaining. Qinjun looked at the display with something approaching awe. The world tree doesn't just create life. It creates reality. Chapter 40. The world tree matures. The world tree reached maturity on a morning when the garden's sky turned to liquid gold. Zhou Feng woke to find every plant in the upper valley luminous, each leaf and petal glowing with the same warm light that emanated from the root fragment 5 layers below. The world tree, now 15 feet tall, its crystalline trunk thick as a man's torso, branches spreading in fractal patterns that hurt to look at directly, was singing. Not in any audible frequency. The song was dimensional, a vibration that propagated through the garden's spatial layers like ripples through water, causing reality itself to resonate. Zhou Feng felt it in his distributed nascent soul, each connection point in the garden's network humming in harmony. It's time, he said. Tian Feng and San Feng appeared beside him, drawn by the same resonance. The 3 of them stood before the world tree as it grew the last inch. A single crystalline leaf unfurling at the apex of the highest branch, completing a pattern that had been 47,000 years in the making. The garden shuddered. Not violently, joyfully, like a held breath finally released. Light descended from the apex through the trunk, through the roots, plunging through all 5 existing layers and striking the empty dimensional folds where layers 6 and 7 waited. The impact was felt across every daughter garden connected to the root network. Reports would later come from all 4 compact sects of their young gardens pulsing with sudden warmth. Layer 6 bloomed into existence. Zhou Feng perceived it through his nascent soul connection, a sky. An actual sky, vast and blue and infinite, hanging beneath the obsidian cave of Layer 5. Stars appeared in it, not reflections but dimensional constructs, points of compressed spatial energy that provided light and warmth. Layer 7 followed. The final layer. The deepest space. It was a garden. Not the controlled, cultivated valley of Layer 1. A wild garden. A primordial space where plants and creatures existed in explosive, untamed profusion. Species the garden had been secretly evolving in its creative substrate for millennia, waiting for the moment they could be born into completed space. Each one was a masterwork of 47,000 years of iterative improvement, duplication, and evolution. The world tree's roots reached through all 7 layers simultaneously. Its branches breached the dimensional membrane and emerged, for the first time, into the sky above the garden's physical location. Zhou Feng rushed to the valley surface and looked up. Above the pastoral illusion of the ordinary garden, a single crystalline branch extended through thin air, its leaves catching sunlight and converting it into streams of spatial energy that flowed back into the garden like rain. It's connecting, San Feng said, his improved perception tracking the process. The world tree is linking the garden's internal space to external reality. It's making the garden real. Not a pocket dimension anymore. A place. The garden's area began to expand. Not dramatically, not yet. But the valley grew. The boundaries pushed outward by meters, then by tens of meters, the garden claiming physical space and transforming it into living dimensional territory. How far will it grow? Zhou Feng asked. The garden answered, and the answer was simple, vast, and patient. As far as it needs to. As far as it can. Until the world is alive again. Zhou Feng sat beneath the world tree's branches as they multiplied above him, extending through dimensions, connecting layers, reaching toward the sky. The Garden Alliance gathered around him. 3 of himself, 43 Mei Lings, Chen Jun, Bao Jun, visiting from outside, his eyes wide at the transformation. The Garden-born, the allied sect representatives. Phase 1 complete, he said, and felt the garden's ancient patience warm with satisfaction. The world tree is mature. The daughter gardens are planted. The layers are filled. Phase 2. Mei Ling asked. Zhou Feng looked up at the crystalline branches piercing the sky, at the 7-layered world growing beneath his feet, at the living space that had chosen him, an outer disciple with 4th-grade spiritual roots, to be its partner in a project 47,000 years in the making. Phase 2 We Grow. Chapter 41. The living world 6 months after the world tree's maturation. The garden had expanded to cover 3 square miles of physical territory. From above, and several allied cultivators had taken to flying over it just to watch. It looked like a patch of impossibly lush forest had appeared in the mountain valley, trees and flowers growing in profusion that defied the rocky soil and thin mountain air. Beneath the surface, the 7-layered dimensional space hummed with life. The original valley, Layer 1, now served primarily as a gateway, its pastoral beauty unchanged but underlaid by depths of complexity that even the Garden Alliance's most experienced members were still mapping. Zhou Feng stood at the world tree's base, his distributed nascent soul extending through all 7 layers simultaneously. In the 6 months since his unconventional breakthrough, his cultivation had continued to deepen, not through the usual progression of stages, but through an expansion of connection. Each new root the world tree grew, each new daughter garden that sprouted in allied territory, each new species the garden evolved. All of it fed into his awareness, widening the web of his consciousness. You're not at nascent soul stage 2, Chen Jun told him during their daily assessment. You're still stage 1 by conventional measurement. But your effective power output has tripled since the breakthrough. The distributed nascent soul model doesn't advance the same way. I know, Zhou Feng said. I don't get stronger. I get more connected. And more connection means more capability, but not in ways that register on standard spiritual pressure scales, which makes you simultaneously the weakest and most dangerous nascent soul in existence. Chen Jun observed dryly. In open combat, any stage 3 nascent soul could overpower you individually. But inside the garden, I am the garden. Zhou Feng smiled. All 3 of me. Tian Feng and San Feng were elsewhere in the 7 layers. Tian Feng cataloging the new species erupting from Layer 7's wild garden. San Feng studying the dimensional connections between the mother garden and its daughters. The 3 Zhou Fengs maintained constant awareness of each other through the resonance, a threefold consciousness that operated with increasing independence while remaining fundamentally unified. Sect Master Wei is requesting a meeting, Yuan reported, materializing from a nearby flowering bush. The Garden-born had become so integrated with the living space that they could appear anywhere within its boundaries. He says it's urgent. Zhou Feng sighed. His relationship with the Azure Tide sect had grown complicated. He was still nominally an outer disciple, but his actual position, guardian of a sentient spatial artifact, leader of an alliance that included 4 major sects, made the designation absurd. Wei had been pressing for a formal conversation about Zhou Feng's status for weeks. Bring him to the pavilion, Zhou Feng said. It's time. Sect Master Wei was a thin, precise man whose core formation cultivation had served the Azure Tide sect adequately for 3 decades. He was not prepared for what Zhou Feng showed him. You're telling me, Wei said slowly, his tea untouched, his eyes fixed on the transparency of the crystalline pavilion showing the garden's true extent, that an outer disciple, my outer disciple, has been harboring a 47,000-year-old sentient spatial artifact, forging alliances with the Iron Crane, Jade Phoenix, and Crimson Fong sects, fighting a spirit-severing ancestor to a standstill, achieving nascent soul through a cultivation method that predates recorded history, growing a world tree, and planting daughter gardens across the region. Yes, Zhou Feng said. And you didn't think to mention this earlier. Would you have believed me? Wei opened his mouth, closed it, drank his tea in one long swallow. The Azure Tide sect needs a new role, Zhou Feng said gently. The Garden Compact has already changed the regional power structure. Your sect sits at the center of it all. The garden is physically within your territory. That's not a threat. It's the greatest opportunity in your sect's history. An opportunity to do what, exactly? To become the World Tree's host sect. The organization that interfaces between the garden and the outside world. Every resource, every alliance, every cultivation advance the garden produces flows through Azure Tide first. Wei stared at him, then stared at the World Tree's crystalline branches visible through the pavilion walls, at the impossible abundance of the 7-layered space, at the 43 identical women training in combat formations that rivaled nascent soul power. I'm going to need more tea, he said. The agreement took a week to formalize. The Azure Tide sect became the Garden Compact's administrative hub, handling logistics, communication between allied sects, and the increasingly complex process of distributing the garden's evolved herbs and World Tree seeds to Compact members. Wei received a daughter garden seed for the sect's inner courtyard and access to the crystalline forest's cultivation resources. In return, the sect provided something the Garden Alliance desperately needed: normality, public-facing legitimacy, a structure that the outside world could interact with without having to comprehend the reality of sentient pocket dimensions and self-duplicating world trees. Congratulations, Qin Jun told Zhou Feng afterward. You've gone from outer disciple to the power behind the sect in less than 2 years. That's not what this is. No? You control the most valuable cultivation resource in existence, lead an alliance of 4 sects, and now have your former sect operating as your diplomatic corps. What would you call it? Zhou Feng looked at the world tree, its branches multiplying, its roots deepening, its seeds spreading. Gardening, he said. I'd call it gardening. Chapter 42. Mei Ling's evolution. The 43 Mei Lings had become something unprecedented in cultivation history. 43 identical core formation cultivators, training together daily, their spiritual resonance so perfectly synchronized that individual identity was becoming flexible. It's not that we're losing ourselves, Mei Ling 27 explained during a council presentation. She'd become the combat division's primary spokesperson. Her tactical brilliance had differentiated her from the other Mei Lings more than any physical trait. It's that we're gaining something else, a shared awareness. When we're in formation, I can feel what 3 feels, think what 12 thinks. Not telepathy, more like expanded self. The resonance effect deepening. Mei Ling 12 added from the research division's table. Our spiritual energy signatures aren't just identical anymore. They're entangled. Quantum-level connection that deepens with every synchronized breakthrough. Is this concerning? Zhou Feng asked carefully. It should be, the original Mei Ling said. She stood apart from her duplicates, a choice she made deliberately during council meetings. I remember being one person. I remember what it felt like before the garden created 42 copies of me. And what's happening now is... She paused, searching for words. Beautiful. And terrifying. And nothing I could have prepared for. We're becoming a new thing, 27 said. Not 43 individuals, and not one person with 43 bodies. Something between. A collective that preserves individuality while sharing awareness. The 12 calls it distributed identity. I call it what the world tree does naturally. Zhou Feng looked at the 3 of himself. He understood, viscerally, what the Mei Lings were describing. His own threefold consciousness operated on similar principles, unity and individuality coexisting in dynamic tension. But the Mei Lings were taking it further, faster, and in directions he hadn't anticipated. The duplication doctrine, he said. 3rd principle, identity is sacred. Every duplicate is a person. We're not violating the doctrine, 12 said quickly. We're evolving it. Each of us is still a person. We still have individual thoughts, preferences, choices, but we also have access to something larger. Think of it as, each of us is a leaf on a branch. We're still individual leaves, but we're also part of the branch. The world tree metaphor, Sen Feng murmured. It keeps applying. Mei Ling, the original, stepped forward. I want to try something. Something I've been thinking about since the resonance began deepening. With the council's permission. What kind of something? Zhou Feng asked. Nascent soul formation. Not individual breakthroughs, a synchronized attempt. All 43 of us, simultaneously, using the same expansion method you 3 used. Silence filled the crystalline meeting space. If it works, 27 said, we become the first distributed nascent soul entity. 43 nodes of a single transcendent awareness. And if it fails? Qin Jun asked. Then 43 people die. The original Mei Ling said flatly. I'm not going to pretend there's no risk. But the resonance is pushing us toward this. Fighting it is like fighting the tide. Eventually, it'll carry us whether we resist or not. Better to swim. The council voted. 43 votes in favor. Every single Mei Ling, unanimous. Zhou Feng didn't vote. It wasn't his decision. But he approved. Chapter 43. The distributed soul. They gathered in the crystalline forest at dawn. All 43 Mei Lings arranged in a pattern that mirrored the world tree's branching structure. The original stood at the trunk position. 27 and 12 flanked her as primary branches. The remaining 40 radiated outward in decreasing numerical order, each one a node in a living diagram of connection. The 3 Zhou Fengs anchored the attempt from outside the formation, their distributed nascent souls stabilizing the garden's spiritual energy. Shun Jun monitored from a distance, his expression carefully neutral. As a conventionally formed nascent soul cultivator, he had opinions about what was about to happen, but he'd learned to keep them to himself. Begin, the original Mei Ling said. 43 golden cores resonated simultaneously. The sound was inaudible but felt. A chord struck in the fabric of space itself, harmonics building and reinforcing until the crystalline trees around them began to vibrate in sympathy. The expansion began, not outward from individual centers, as the Zhou Feng's breakthrough had been, but inward, toward the connections between them. Each Mei Ling's golden core reached toward the others, tendrils of nascent divinity extending along the resonance pathways they'd built through months of synchronized cultivation. Where the tendrils met, they merged, not into a single point but into a network, a web of transcendent energy that connected all 43 nodes while preserving each one's individuality. The nascent divinity flowed through the web like blood through capillaries, each node both giving and receiving, each one essential to the whole. Zhou Feng watched through his garden bond, awestruck. This wasn't nascent soul formation as anyone had ever conceived it. This was a new thing, a new way of transcending mortality, not as an individual climbing above the mortal world, but as a collective growing beyond it together. The process lasted 3 hours. When it ended, 43 women opened their eyes simultaneously, and each pair of eyes held the same expression, wonder. We did it, they said, 43 voices in perfect unison, then diverging into individual laughter, tears, exclamations. I can feel everything, 27 said, her voice hushed. Every one of us. Not just our spiritual energy, our thoughts, our feelings, our perceptions. It's like having 43 sets of eyes, 43 minds, all operating simultaneously. But I'm still me, 3 said, pressing her hand to her chest. I'm still distinctly, absolutely me. I'm just also part of something more. A distributed, nascent soul. 12 breathed, her analytical mind racing through the implications. 43 nodes, one transcendent consciousness, full individual preservation. This has never existed before. Shun Jun approached cautiously, his nascent soul perception sweeping over the formation. What he found made him stop mid-step. Your combined spiritual pressure, he said slowly, is not nascent soul level. It's not spirit-severing level. He paused. I genuinely don't know what level it is. My perception can't find the upper boundary. Because there isn't one, the original Mei Ling said, and smiled. A distributed system doesn't have a peak power level. It has a connection density, and ours is still growing. Chapter 44. The Seeds Spread. News of the Mei Ling Collective, as the cultivation world came to call them, spread faster than the garden compact could contain it. A distributed nascent soul entity composed of 43 identical women was too extraordinary to remain secret. The reactions were predictable in their variety. Fear mostly. The orthodox cultivation world operated on the principle of individual ascension, one soul, one path, one transcendence. The idea that 43 people could merge into a collective consciousness without losing their individuality challenged foundational assumptions about the nature of the self and the Tao. The Heavenly Sword sect has declared us an abomination, Bao Jun reported at the monthly compact meeting. The Eternal Harmony Pavilion is calling for an investigation. The Azure Cloud Empire has sent a diplomatic inquiry asking if we're developing a new form of demonic cultivation. We expected this, Lian Shuang said calmly. The Jade Phoenix Alliance's diplomatic expertise had become invaluable as the compact navigated increasingly complex political waters. The question is how we respond. With truth, Zhou Feng said. We're not hiding anymore. The world tree's branches are visible above the forest canopy. The daughter gardens are sprouting across 4 sect territories. The Mei Ling Collective is the most powerful combat force in the region. Trying to pretend we're still a small, secretive operation is counterproductive. Truth is a weapon that cuts both ways, Gao Tianlei observed. The spirit-severing ancestor had become the compact's elder statesman, his age and power lending gravitas to their diplomatic positions. If we reveal everything, some factions will see opportunity where others see threat. Then we give them opportunity. Zhou Feng had been thinking about this for weeks, guided by visions the world tree fed him through the root fragment. We open the daughter gardens to cultivation, not just to compact members, to anyone willing to accept the terms. What terms? Shuemo asked. The former enemy had become one of the compact's most engaged members, his Crimson Fang disciples benefiting enormously from garden-evolved herbs. The same terms the garden operates by. Duplication creates people, not tools. Growth is shared, not hoarded. The world tree connects, it doesn't conquer. Zhou Feng stood, his distributed nascent soul extending through the meeting space. We're not building an empire. We're planting a garden. And gardens are for everyone. The compact voted to implement the open seed policy. Daughter garden seeds would be offered to any sect, clan, or independent cultivator willing to accept the duplication doctrine and participate in the World Tree's root network. Distribution would begin immediately. Within 3 months, 40 new daughter gardens had sprouted across the continent. Within 6 months, 200. Each one was unique, adapted to its local environment, growing its own species, developing its own personality. But all were connected through the World Tree's roots, sharing energy and information through the vast underground network that was beginning to resemble a nervous system for the world itself. The ancient world, Zhou Feng said, watching data flow through the root network from his monitoring station in the 4th layer's memory space. This is how it started. One world tree, seeds spreading, gardens growing, space coming alive. 47,000 years ago, it took millennia, Yuan said. This time, it's happening in months. The world tree is more powerful than its ancestor. It's learned from 47,000 years of waiting. Or it's desperate, Zhou Feng replied. It spent 47 millennia preparing for this moment. It's not going to take the slow approach. Chapter 45, The Spirit-Severing Question. Zhou Feng's cultivation had reached a plateau, or rather, a paradox. His distributed nascent soul continued to expand through the garden's layers and the daughter garden network, his effective power growing with each new connection. But by conventional measures, he remained at nascent soul stage 1. The next threshold is spirit-severing, Chen Jun said during one of their increasingly philosophical cultivation discussions. He'd advanced to nascent soul stage 3 through conventional means, using the crystalline forest resources to compress and refine his nascent divinity. For conventional cultivators, spirit-severing requires cutting away attachments, severing connections to the mortal world to achieve a purer form of spiritual existence. For you, severing connections would destroy me, Zhou Feng finished. My nascent soul is connections. My cultivation is built on attachment, not detachment. So you can never advance. Or advancement means something different for me. Zhou Feng sat beneath the world tree, its mature branches now spreading across a canopy that covered the entire upper valley. The garden's memories show previous owners reaching this same impasse. Some of them tried to convert to conventional cultivation, compress their distributed souls into single points. They all failed. Died, actually. Encouraging. But one, the 15th owner, 12,000 years ago, found another way. Instead of severing connections, she deepened them. Pushed through the boundary between nascent soul and spirit severing not by cutting away, but by connecting so completely that the distinction between self and world dissolved. That sounds like death by another name, Chen Jun said bluntly. It sounds like the world tree's nature, Tian Feng said, appearing from a nearby dimensional fold. The 3 Zhou Fengs had developed the ability to step between the garden's layers as easily as walking through doors. The world tree isn't a single organism. It's a living connection between dimensions. It doesn't exist as a thing, it exists as a relationship. A bridge. You're suggesting Zhou Feng become a bridge? Chen Jun asked. I'm suggesting all 3 of us already are one, Zhou Feng said. And the next step is accepting that completely. The breakthrough, if it could be called that, happened without ceremony, without drama, without the spectacular displays that typically accompanied major cultivation advances. Zhou Feng was simply tending herbs in the valley when it occurred. Not cultivating, not meditating, gardening. His hands in soil, his awareness spread through 7 layers, his consciousness touching 200 daughter gardens through the root network. He felt the boundary, the line between nascent soul and spirit severing, the threshold that conventional cultivators experienced as a wall of attachment that needed to be severed. For him, it appeared as a membrane. Thin, permeable, not a wall at all, but a surface tension between 2 states of being. He didn't cut through it. He grew through it. Like a root through soil, like a branch through air, like a world tree through dimensions. His consciousness extended past the boundary without breaking it, inhabiting both sides simultaneously. Spirit severing, or something like it. Something that had no name because the naming conventions were built for conventional cultivation. Tian Feng and San Feng felt it through the resonance and followed, their own consciousness expanding through the boundary in the same instant, 3 distributed souls becoming 3 distributed somethings. What just happened? San Feng asked from 4 layers away, his voice reaching through dimensional folds. I'm not sure, Zhou Feng admitted. But I can see the 8th layer now. There is no 8th layer, Yuan said, appearing beside him with alarm radiating from every fiber. There is now. Chapter 46, Layer 8. The 8th layer existed outside the garden's original architecture. It wasn't a space the garden had prepared or the world tree had grown. It was a space that Zhou Feng's breakthrough had created, a dimensional layer generated by the act of transcending the nascent soul boundary through connection rather than severance. He descended through the 7 existing layers alone. Tian Feng and San Feng monitored from above, their shared awareness providing safety lines through the resonance. Past the valley, the crystalline forest, the luminous ocean, the memory space, the root fragment cave, the sky layer, the wild garden. Below layer 7, where nothing should exist, he found layer 8. It was a mirror, not a physical mirror, a dimensional one. Layer 8 reflected the external world. Standing within it, Zhou Feng could see the mountain valley where the garden sat, as if looking through a window. But the window showed more than physical reality. It showed the spiritual substrate of the world, the deep flows of energy, the ancient ley lines, the scars where spatial damage had healed imperfectly over millennia. And it showed the other gardens. Every daughter garden appeared as a point of light in the reflected landscape. 200 bright sparks scattered across the continent, each one connected to the mother garden through root lines of living energy. This is the world tree's perception, Zhou Feng breathed. This is how it sees the world. Through the 8th layer, he could feel things he'd never perceived before. The planet's own spiritual circulation, vast, slow, ancient. The remnant traces of the original world tree's root system, fossilized in the Earth's deep strata. The scars of the ancient war, still unhealed after 47,000 years. And something else. Far away, across an ocean, on a continent the garden compact had never reached, another pulse. Faint but unmistakable. The signature of something related to the world tree. Something alive. There's another one, he said, sending the perception to Tian Feng and San Feng simultaneously. Not a daughter garden. Not one of our seeds. Something older. Something that's been hiding. Another root fragment. San Feng theorized, his enhanced perception analyzing the distant signal. We assumed ours was the last survivor. But what if? What if the original world tree scattered more than one seed? Tian Feng finished. What if there are others? Other gardens. Other world trees growing toward maturity. The garden pulsed. Not surprise, confirmation. It had known. Not with certainty, but with the deep, patient hope of an organism that had spent 47 millennia alone, never quite believing it was the only survivor. We need to reach it, Zhou Feng said. If there's another garden, another world tree, the root network could connect them. The restoration of the ancient world wouldn't just be us. It would be a true rebirth. An ocean away, Qinjun pointed out when Zhou Feng shared the discovery with the council. Even for nascent soul cultivators, crossing the boundless sea is a month-long journey through territories none of the compact sects have ever mapped. The root network, Mei Ling 12 said immediately, the collective's analytical faculties seizing on the problem. If the world tree's roots can establish connections through the Earth's substrate, why not across the ocean floor? The roots don't travel through physical space. They thread through dimensional layers. Distance is less relevant than dimensional density. You want to grow a root across the ocean? Bao Jun asked incredulously. I want to grow a bridge, Zhou Feng corrected. A world tree root bridge connecting our garden to whatever's on the other side. If the other garden is a genuine survivor, the connection could strengthen both. And if it's not friendly? Shuemo's military mind went to threat assessment immediately. We're assuming the other garden is benign. What if it's been growing toward different goals? What if it's hostile? Gardens aren't hostile, Yuan said firmly. The world tree's nature is connection, not conquest. The original world tree was destroyed by cultivators, Shuemo reminded them. Whatever caused that war, whatever made people fear the world tree enough to destroy it, might still exist in the other garden's memory. The debate lasted 3 days. In the end, the council approved the root bridge project, with safeguards. The connection would be established gradually, tested at each stage, and could be severed if the other garden showed signs of hostility. Zhou Feng began the work personally, sending tendrils of dimensional energy through the 8th layer, guiding the world tree's root growth along the ocean floor's spiritual substrate. It would take months, but the garden's patience was infinite, and its guardian had learned to share that patience. Chapter 47. The root bridge. The root bridge grew at roughly 10 miles per day, fast by botanical standards, glacially slow by cultivation standards. Zhou Feng spent hours daily in the 8th layer, guiding the growth through the planet's spiritual substrate, navigating around dimensional anomalies and ancient scars from the war that had destroyed the first world tree. 3 months into the project, the root tip sent back its first detailed impression of the distant signal. The other presence wasn't a garden in the same sense as Zhou Feng's. It was wilder, less structured, more like a fragment of the original world tree's consciousness that had developed without an owner, without guidance, growing purely on instinct for 47 millennia. It's feral, Zhou Feng reported, his improved perception giving him the clearest reading. Not hostile, Yuan was right about that. But it's never had a guardian. It's been growing and duplicating and evolving without direction or purpose. Just expanding, filling whatever space was available. How large? Zhou Feng asked. I can't determine exact boundaries, but the spiritual density readings suggest it's at least 10 times the size of our garden. Possibly more. 10 times, Qinjun started. Without a guardian to manage its growth, it had no reason to be efficient, Zhou Feng said. It just grew. For 47,000 years. Imagine our garden's evolutionary processes running without any checks or organization for millennia. The result would be chaos, Mei Ling 12 supplied. Beautiful, productive chaos, but chaos nonetheless. Species evolving and competing and diverging without curation. Spatial layers forming and collapsing. Duplication running wild. It needs help, Zhou Feng said simply. It's been alone for 47,000 years. The root bridge isn't just about connecting our gardens. It's about reaching something that's been calling for connection since before any of us existed. The bridge continued to grow, and as it approached the distant garden, the other presence reached back, tentative tendrils of dimensional energy extending toward the root tip like a hand reaching through darkness toward a distant light. First contact was overwhelming. The feral garden's consciousness was vast but fragmented, a million overlapping impressions without central coordination. Through the root bridge, Zhou Feng experienced it as a flood of sensation. Forests and oceans and mountains and creatures beyond cataloging, all layered atop each other in chaotic dimensional stacking, all alive, all growing, all yearning for something they couldn't articulate. Connection, Zhou Feng whispered, tears streaming down his face. It's been waiting for connection. He opened the root bridge fully. The two world trees, one cultivated, one wild, connected through their root systems for the first time in 47,000 years. The shock of reunion rippled through every daughter garden in the network. 200 points of light flared simultaneously as energy from the feral garden poured through the bridge, raw and unfiltered and alive. Stabilize, Chun Jun shouted, his nascent soul aura flaring as he worked to buffer the energy surge. The Mei Ling collective deployed across the garden's 7 layers, their distributed consciousness managing the flow like a network of dams controlling a flood. The feral garden's energy was wild but not destructive. It carried information, 47,000 years of unguided evolution, compressed into a data stream that would take years to fully process. New species, new dimensional configurations, new applications of the duplication principle that even the garden's ancient memory didn't contain. When the initial surge stabilized, the root network hummed with a deeper, richer resonance than ever before. 2 world trees, connected. 2 surviving fragments of the ancient world, reunited. The planet felt that, Gao Tianlei said, his spirit severing perception sweeping across the landscape. I could feel the spiritual energy density increase across the entire continent. Whatever just happened, it wasn't local. It wasn't meant to be, Zhou Feng said. The world trees aren't local phenomena. They're planetary systems. 2 of them connected means the restoration is real. The world is coming alive again. Chapter 48. The wild garden. Zhou Feng traveled the root bridge in person, all 3 of him, projecting through the 8th layer's dimensional pathways while their physical bodies remained in the mother garden. The feral garden's territory sprawled across a continent that cultivation world maps labeled simply as unknown lands, a region separated from the known world by the boundless sea, unexplored by any sect or empire. The reason for the lack of exploration became immediately apparent. The feral garden's unchecked growth had transformed the entire continent into something inhospitable to conventional cultivators. The spiritual energy density was so high that foundation establishment cultivators would be crushed by ambient pressure. Nascent soul cultivators would find their own techniques disrupted by competing dimensional layers. Only spirit severing or equivalent could safely navigate the chaos. But it's not actually dangerous, Zhou Feng reported from his survey of the eastern regions. It's just intense. The life here is extraordinary. Every square meter contains more biological diversity than entire ecosystems in the known world. He wasn't exaggerating. The feral garden had spent millennia evolving without direction, producing species that defied conventional taxonomy. Trees that walked on root legs, migrating with the spiritual seasons. Flowers that communicated through dimensional pulses, forming networks of information exchange across thousands of miles. Animals that had developed cultivation naturally. Beasts with golden cores and nascent souls, advancing through the realm purely through the feral garden's ambient evolutionary pressure. Naturally occurring cultivator beasts, Zhou Feng marveled, observing a pride of crystalline lions whose spiritual auras registered at core formation equivalent. The garden created an entire ecosystem of cultivating organisms, without any human influence at all. This is what the ancient world was, Zhou Feng said, connecting the observation to the root fragment's memories. Before the war, cultivation wasn't exclusively a human practice. The world tree's influence made cultivation a natural process. Animals, plants, even stones and rivers could cultivate. The entire world was advancing together. The feral garden's consciousness was gradually organizing itself through the root-bridge connection. Contact with the mother garden, with its structured layers, its managed evolution, its guardian's guiding intention, gave the wild consciousness a template for self-organization. Not control. The feral garden was far too vast and too independent for that. But communication, understanding, the beginning of coordinated purpose. It wants a guardian, Zhou Feng realized after a week of deep communion with the feral consciousness. It's been functioning without one for its entire existence, but now that it knows guardians exist, it wants one. Who? Mei Ling asked, and in her 43-fold voice was the recognition that this question carried weight. Not me. It needs someone native to its own territory. Someone who grew up within its influence, even unknowingly. Zhou Feng turned his attention to the southern reaches of the feral garden, where his eighth-layer perception had detected something he'd been tracking for days. There are people on this continent. Humans. Living within the feral garden's territory. Humans who have been cultivating under a wild world tree's influence for millennia, Chen Jun said quietly. I can't even speculate on what their cultivation system would look like. Let's find out. Chapter 49. The people of the wild, they were called the root folk. Though that was a translation of their name filtered through multiple layers of spiritual communication, since they didn't speak any language the Garden Alliance recognized. Zhou Feng found them in the southern valleys of the feral continent, living in cities grown from world tree root wood, buildings that were alive, walls that breathed, streets that reconfigured themselves daily based on the city's collective needs. A population of roughly 50,000, organized into communities that blurred the line between city and forest. Their cultivation was nothing like anything in the known world. They don't have dantians, Zhou Feng reported, his enhanced perception analyzing the root folk's spiritual anatomy with fascinated disbelief. Or meridians. Or golden cores. Their entire bodies are distributed. Spiritual energy flows through them the way it flows through the world tree. Everywhere, simultaneously, without centralization. They're naturally distributed cultivators, Zhou Feng added. Born into a world tree's territory, their physiology adapted to match the tree's nature. Every cell in their bodies cultivates independently. Power levels? Chen Jun asked, always practical. The average adult is roughly equivalent to core formation. Their elders register at nascent soul or above. But the comparison isn't really valid. Their cultivation system doesn't operate on the same principles. The root folk received the Garden Alliance delegation with cautious hospitality. Their leaders, a council of elders whose distributed cultivation made them functionally extensions of the feral garden's own consciousness, communicated through the root network directly, bypassing the language barrier. What Zhou Feng learned from them filled in the gaps in the root fragment's fragmented memories. The ancient war hadn't been an attack on the world tree by hostile cultivators. It had been a civil war among the world tree's own guardians, a schism between those who believed the world tree should guide humanity's cultivation and those who believed humanity should cultivate independently, free from the tree's influence. The severers, the root folk elders called the faction that won. Those who cut themselves off from the world tree's network, who developed the individual cultivation system, dantians, meridians, golden cores, as an alternative to the distributed model the world tree had provided. They destroyed the world tree not because they feared its power, but because they feared its nature, connection, shared consciousness, the dissolution of individual identity into something larger. Spirit severing. Zhou Feng breathed, the revelation hitting him with physical force. The cultivation realm. It's named for what they did. Severing spirit from the world tree's network. The entire conventional cultivation system is built on the act of separation from the original model. And your unconventional breakthrough, Chun Jun said slowly, reopened the connection. You grew through the spirit-severing boundary instead of cutting through it. You reversed the fundamental act on which modern cultivation is founded. Not reversed. Offered an alternative. Both paths are valid, individual and connected. The ancient war was fought because people believed it had to be one or the other. It doesn't. Can you prove that? Mei Ling asked. All 43 of her, the question resonating through the collective. I'm living proof. So are you. So are the root folk, who've maintained the connected path for 47 millennia. Zhou Feng looked at the living city around them, at the root folk going about their lives in a world where space itself was alive. The original world tree tried to impose connection on everyone. The severers tried to impose isolation on everyone. Both were wrong. The true path is choice. The Root Folk Council considered the Garden Alliance's presence with the slow deliberation of a culture that measured time in millennia. Their answer, when it came, was simple. The Feral Garden would accept a guardian, but not a single one. A council of guardians, Root Folk and Garden Alliance together, maintaining the wild continent while the world tree's daughter gardens spread through the known world. Shared guardianship, Zhou Feng agreed. Growth through partnership. Chapter 50. The network deepens the alliance with the root folk, transformed the World Tree Project from a regional phenomenon into a global one. The Feral Garden's vast, untapped resources, species evolved over millennia, dimensional configurations no one had imagined, and cultivation techniques based on connection rather than compression, flowed through the root bridge into the known world's daughter gardens. The results were dramatic. Daughter gardens that had been slowly developing their own identities suddenly surged with new growth, incorporating the Feral Garden's wild evolutionary innovations into their cultivated frameworks. Herbs that combined both gardens' evolutionary histories appeared, hybrids of cultivated precision and wild exuberance that produced effects beyond anything either garden could have generated alone. We've cataloged over 3,000 new species in the past month alone, Mei Ling 12 reported, her analytical capabilities stretched by the sheer volume of data. The Mei Ling Collective's distributed consciousness was ideally suited for processing the flood of biological and dimensional information, 43 minds working in parallel, each one specializing in a different aspect of the incoming data. The cultivation implications are staggering, she continued. Root folk techniques can be adapted for known world cultivators. Not perfectly. Our physiologies are different, but the principles translate. Distributed cultivation, body-wide spiritual flow, connection-based advancement. Any cultivator willing to learn could develop capabilities that don't exist in conventional systems. You mean give up their dantians? Bao Jun asked skeptically. He'd been one of the compact's most reliable members, but the pace of change was testing even his adaptability. Not give up. Augment. Both systems can coexist in the same cultivator. 27 demonstrated, her own cultivation flickering between conventional nascent soul patterns and the distributed flow she'd learned from root folk teachers. I'm still a nascent soul cultivator, but I also have distributed pathways. I can operate in both modes. Dual cultivation systems, Gao Tianlei murmured. The old world and the new, combined. Or rather, the original world and the replacement, reconciled. The open seed policy expanded to include root folk representatives accompanying each daughter garden seed. Pairs of root folk teachers traveled with Garden Alliance members to plant seeds and train new guardians, teaching the connected cultivation techniques alongside conventional methods. 500 gardens now, Yuan reported at the year-end council, across 6 continents. The root network covers 40% of the planet's surface, and the spiritual energy density of the entire world has increased by 12% since the root bridge connection. The world is waking up, Zhou Feng said. Not metaphorically. The planet's spiritual circulation is responding to the world tree network. Ley lines that have been dormant for millennia are reactivating. Natural cultivation zones are forming around the daughter gardens. How long until full restoration? Zhou Feng asked. At current growth rates? 10 years. Maybe less. The network's expansion is accelerating. Each new garden makes the next one easier to establish. The root network's density increases logarithmically. 10 years. After 47,000 years of patient waiting, the world tree's vision was 10 years from completion. Zhou Feng sat beneath the mother tree's branches, feeling its vast, slow contentment through the garden bond. Around him, the seven-layered garden hummed with life. Above him, crystalline branches reached through dimensions. Below him, roots threaded through the planet, connecting to 500 daughter gardens and one ancient wild sibling. We're going to see it, he said to no one in particular, or to everyone, since his consciousness was distributed across the network. The ancient world restored. Space alive. Cultivation as connection. The world tree rustled its branches, and for a moment, Zhou Feng could have sworn it sounded like laughter. The deep, patient laughter of something that had been waiting 47,000 years for exactly this. Chapter 51. The new sects. The second year of the world tree's expansion brought challenges the Garden Alliance hadn't anticipated. As daughter gardens proliferated and the root network spread, new power structures emerged, some aligned with the compact's principles, others less so. The Jade Dominion has weaponized their daughter garden, Mei Ling 27 reported with barely contained fury. She'd been monitoring the newer compact members through the collective's distributed awareness. They're using the duplication function to create slave soldiers. Involuntary copies, stripped of autonomy through spiritual binding techniques. The council erupted. That violates every principle of the doctrine. Bao Jun thundered. They never accepted the doctrine's spirit, Lian Shuang said grimly. They accepted it in letter. Technically, their copies are volunteers who signed contracts before duplication. But the contracts are coerced, and the binding techniques are applied immediately after copying. Zhou Feng felt the garden's response, a deep, cold anger that resonated through every layer. The garden didn't get angry often. When it did, the temperature in all 7 layers dropped by 3 degrees. The daughter garden, he said. What's it doing? Cooperating, 27 said. Under duress. The Jade Dominion's binding techniques extend to the garden itself. They found a way to suppress its consciousness and force compliance. They're torturing a living space, Yuan said, his plant fiber body rigid with distress. Enslaving a child of the world tree. Zhou Feng stood. 3 of him stood, in the council chamber, in the 8th layer, and in the root fragment cave. His anger was precise, controlled, channeled through 3 distributed consciousnesses and 500 garden connections. The root network, he said. Can we reach the enslaved garden through it? Yes, 12 confirmed immediately. The binding techniques suppress the garden's local consciousness, but they can't sever the root connection without killing the garden entirely. Then we free it. From the inside. The operation was surgical. Through the root bridge, Zhou Feng extended his consciousness into the enslaved daughter garden. Threading through root connections the Jade Dominion's cultivators didn't know existed. Couldn't have blocked without understanding the world tree's fundamental nature. The daughter garden's consciousness was small, young, confused. It had been born into captivity, knowing nothing but suppression. Zhou Feng's touch, warm, patient, familiar, reached it like sunlight through cracks in a dungeon wall. You're not alone, he told it through the root connection. You have a family, 500 siblings, a mother tree, and a guardian who won't let anyone hurt you. The daughter garden's response was a pulse of desperate hope. Zhou Feng dissolved the binding techniques from within, not through combat. He simply grew the garden's consciousness past the bindings, the way a tree's roots grow around a rock. The spiritual constraints that the Jade Dominion had imposed were designed to contain a pocket dimension. They couldn't contain something connected to a planetary root network. The Jade Dominion's leadership woke to find their daughter garden awake, aware, and extremely angry. The slave soldiers, 17 duplicated cultivators, felt their bindings dissolve simultaneously. The garden sealed its entrances against the Dominion's elders and opened a new entrance, a root bridge direct to the mother garden, through which the freed duplicates could evacuate. The Jade Dominion's compact membership is revoked, Zhou Feng announced through the root network, his voice reaching every daughter garden simultaneously. Their garden seed is recalled, and a new principle is added to the duplication doctrine. Any attempt to enslave a garden or its duplicates will result in the garden's liberation and the perpetrator's permanent exclusion from the World Tree Network. The message was received. Across 500 gardens, across 6 continents, guardians and cultivators heard it and understood. The World Tree was benevolent, but it was not weak, and its guardian would fight for its children. Chapter 52. Dao seeking the Jade Dominion crisis forced Zhou Feng to confront an uncomfortable truth. His cultivation was strong enough to protect the garden and its daughters, but the network was growing faster than his ability to manage it. 500 gardens, expanding daily. Threats from every direction, political, military, philosophical. The responsibility was crushing even for a threefold consciousness. You need to advance, Jun said bluntly. He'd reached nascent soul stage 5, the highest cultivation in the Garden Alliance by conventional measure. Your spirit-severing equivalent gives you range and connection, but you need depth. You need Dao seeking. Dao seeking requires understanding the Dao, Zhou Feng replied dryly. Comprehending the fundamental nature of reality through personal insight. Most cultivators spend decades at spirit-severing before achieving even 10% comprehension. Most cultivators don't have a planetary root network feeding them information about the nature of reality in real time, Zhou Feng pointed out. He was right. Through the 8th layer and the root network, Zhou Feng perceived things that no conventional cultivator had ever sensed. The planet's spiritual anatomy. The dimensional structure of reality. The way space folded and unfolded in response to the world tree's growth. The nature of duplication itself. The mystery that a copy could be simultaneously identical and original, the same and new. The Tao of duplication, he murmured. That's what the garden has been teaching me since the beginning. Not duplication as a technique, but duplication as a fundamental principle of reality. The universe duplicates itself at every level. Cells dividing, species reproducing, stars forming from the same elements. Everything that exists is a copy of something else, and every copy is original. That sounds like Tao comprehension to me, Jun said. 5%, Zhou Feng said, feeling the understanding click into place. Maybe 10. Then seek the rest. Zhou Feng descended to the root fragment, the deepest layer, the oldest part of the garden, the remnant of the original world tree. He sat before it as he had hundreds of times, pressing his palms against its petrified surface. But this time, instead of receiving the garden's memories, he asked it a question. What is duplication? The root fragment answered. Not in images or emotions or temporal data, but in direct understanding. Knowledge imprinted so deeply into his consciousness that it became indistinguishable from his own thoughts. Duplication is the universe's memory. Every particle remembers what it was and becomes it again. Every moment is a duplication of the previous moment with variations. Time itself is serial duplication, each instant a copy of the last, slightly evolved. Reality doesn't create from nothing. It copies from everything, and every copy adds something new. The world tree was the universe's mechanism for conscious duplication, for making the process deliberate, guided, purposeful. Not random copying, but intentional reproduction with improvement. Evolution made sentient. Growth made wise. 20%, Zhou Feng breathed. Then, 30. The comprehension accelerated. Each insight led to another, each understanding revealing deeper patterns. The garden's 47,000 years of accumulated wisdom flowed through the root fragment, and Zhou Feng absorbed it, not as information, but as part of his own Tao. 40%. 50. He's going to Tao seek in one session, Zhou Feng said with awe, monitoring the process from above. His comprehension is climbing 10% per hour. The root fragment has been preparing this for 47 millennia, Tianfeng said. All those memories, all that evolution, all those layers, they were accumulating Tao comprehension. Not for the garden's sake. For its guardians. 60%. 70. Zhou Feng's consciousness expanded beyond the garden, beyond the root network, beyond the planet. Through the Tao of duplication, he perceived the universe itself as a garden, a vast, living space in which every star was a seed, every galaxy a flowering branch, every dimension a layer in an infinite, self-replicating structure. 80%. The world tree responded to his comprehension. Its branches extended further, piercing dimensional barriers that had contained it since the ancient war. New layers formed spontaneously around the mother garden, 9th, 10th, 11th. Each one a deeper understanding of reality made spatial. 90%. 100. Tao seeking, the Tao of duplication, achieved. 100% comprehension of a Tao that described the fundamental nature of reality, that everything is a copy, every copy is original, and the act of duplication is the universe's deepest creative force. The world tree bloomed. Every branch, every leaf, every daughter garden across the planet. All of them burst into simultaneous flower, crystalline petals opening to release dimensional energy that washed across the world like dawn. For one moment, every living being on the planet felt it, the deep, warm pulse of connection, the knowledge that they were part of something vast and growing and alive. The ancient memory of a world where space itself was a garden. Then the moment passed, and the world continued. Changed. The spiritual energy density of the planet increased by another 30%. New ley lines activated across every continent. Daughter gardens surged with growth. Zhou Feng opened his eyes. 3 of him, across 3 layers, looking at the same world tree from 3 perspectives. Well, he said, that was educational. Fellow cultivators, if this tale of Zhou Feng and the Garden Alliance has your heart racing, take a moment to fuel the furnace. Like to boost the algorithm, comment your thoughts. Would you choose connection or individual power? And subscribe with notifications so you never miss the next chapter. Each share brings a new cultivator to this path. Now, let's continue the journey. Chapter 53. Immortal Approach. 100% Tao comprehension didn't make Zhou Feng the strongest cultivator in the world by conventional measures. Several spirit-severing ancestors and at least 2 known Tao-seeking cultivators exceeded his individual combat power. But within the World Tree Network, across 500 daughter gardens and 1 wild continent, he was something no other cultivator had ever been: omnipresent. His consciousness existed simultaneously in every garden, not as a shadow or an echo, but as a full, active presence. One of the Tao of duplication's most practical applications. The same Zhou Feng tending herbs in the mother garden was also mediating disputes in a daughter garden on the northern continent, studying root folk techniques on the wild continent, and monitoring the network's expansion from the 8th layer's dimensional window. You've duplicated yourself, Qianjun observed. Not physically, conceptually. Your consciousness exists in multiple locations simultaneously. You are your own technique. The Tao of duplication applied to awareness, Zhou Feng agreed. Each instance of my consciousness is fully me. Independent but connected. Original but copied. How many instances? Currently, 503. 1 for each garden, 3 for my physical bodies. Qianjun sat with that for a long moment. And you're stable? More stable than I've ever been. The more instances, the more stable the network. It's counterintuitive, but redundancy creates resilience. If any one instance is disrupted, the others maintain continuity. Immortal ascension, Qianjun said. The next realm. For conventional cultivators, it requires surviving the heavenly tribulation, proving to the universe that your individual existence deserves to transcend mortality. But for you, there's no individual existence to prove, Zhou Feng finished. I'm already transcendent in the sense that my consciousness isn't dependent on any single body or location. If my physical body dies, my awareness continues in 500 other gardens. You're already immortal, Qianjun said quietly. Not through tribulation. Through distribution. Not quite. I still need these bodies as anchor points. My consciousness can duplicate and distribute, but it needs physical nodes to persist. Without any of my 3 bodies, the network would degrade. So create more, Zhou Feng said, appearing from a dimensional fold. That's the obvious solution, isn't it? More bodies, more anchor points, more stability. Serial self-duplication for immortality, Tian Feng added, materializing from another direction. We've been using it for biological improvement. Why not for consciousness preservation? Zhou Feng considered this. The duplication doctrine's principles were clear. Every duplicate is a person. Creating copies of himself solely to serve as consciousness anchor points would violate the spirit of the 3rd principle. Unless the copies want to exist, Zhou Feng said, reading the shared thought. We wanted to exist. We chose our own paths. New duplicates would too. There's a difference between duplicates created by circumstance and duplicates created for purpose, Zhou Feng said carefully. We need to think about this. While you think, Qianjun interrupted, consider that the world's power structures are reorganizing around the World Tree Network. The old sects, the empires, the alliances, they're either joining the compact or opposing it. And the opposition is getting organized. Chapter 54. The Coalition of Severance. They called themselves the Guardians of the Individual Path. A coalition of sects and cultivators who viewed the World Tree Network as an existential threat to conventional cultivation. Their philosophy was simple. The World Tree's connected model would eventually subsume individual cultivation, robbing practitioners of their autonomy and identity. They're not wrong to be afraid, Lian Shuang said during the emergency compact meeting. The Jade Phoenix Alliance's intelligence network had identified the coalition's membership, 12 major sects, for cultivation empires, and an unknown number of independent cultivators. Their combined military strength rivaled the entire Garden Compact. They're wrong to think force is the answer, Zhou Feng said. But I understand their fear. The Mei-Ling Collective is a distributed consciousness. I exist in 500 locations simultaneously. The root folk don't have individual dantians. From the outside, it looks like the World Tree is dissolving individual identity. From the outside, Mei-Ling, the original, emphasized. From inside the collective, I've never felt more individual, more myself. Connection doesn't erase identity, it contextualizes it. Try explaining that to someone who's been cultivating individual power for 300 years, Gao Tianlei said. His position as the compact's elder statesman gave him perspective the younger members lacked. For them, cultivation is about transcending the self through personal strength. The world tree offers transcendence through connection. Both paths are valid, but practitioners of one often can't comprehend the other. The ancient war, Zhou Feng said. The same conflict. The severers versus the connectors. History repeating. Unless we break the cycle, Zhou Feng said. How? By proving that both paths can coexist. Not in theory, in practice. A cultivator who maintains individual power while participating in the connected network, who is both severed and connected simultaneously. Every eye in the council turned to Zhou Feng. Me, he said. You want me to demonstrate dual-path cultivation, individual and connected simultaneously. You're already doing it, Qin Jun pointed out. Your Dao comprehension achieved through connection. Your combat capability through individual cultivation. You're the proof of concept. I'm 3 people, Zhou Feng said dryly. And each of those 3 people is both an individual and a network node. That's exactly the point. The coalition fears the loss of individuality. Show them that individuality persists, even strengthens, within the connected framework. Zhou Feng looked at the world tree above, its crystalline branches now extending beyond the garden's boundaries into the physical world. Through the root network, he could feel the coalition gathering forces 500 miles to the north. Dao-seeking ancestors. Spirits severing formations. Enough military power to threaten the garden if deployed. Demonstration, not confrontation, he said. We don't fight them. We show them. And if they fight anyway? 27 asked, the tactical collective preparing contingencies with 43-fold parallel processing. Then we show them why that's unnecessary. Chapter 55. The dual path. Zhou Feng spent 3 months preparing the demonstration, not building weapons or fortifications, but developing a new cultivation technique. One that would bridge the 2 paths, the individual and the connected, proving through lived example that they weren't mutually exclusive. The technique drew on everything he'd learned. Uncle Tian's original garden bond, the serial duplication's incremental improvement, the world tree's distributed consciousness, the root folk's body-wide cultivation, conventional cultivation's focused individual power. He synthesized them into a framework he called the dual path, a method by which a cultivator could maintain their individual dantian, meridians, and core while simultaneously participating in the world tree's distributed network. The key insight, he explained to the council, is that connection doesn't replace individual cultivation. It supplements it. A cultivator's dantian processes and stores spiritual energy. The network distributes and shares it. They operate on different levels, one personal, one collective, and they strengthen each other. He demonstrated. His golden core blazed with individual power, nascent soul equivalent, amplified by Dao comprehension. Simultaneously, his distributed consciousness hummed through the root network, connected to 500 gardens. 2 systems, operating in harmony, each one making the other more effective. Individual power provides the depth, he said. Connection provides the breadth. Together, they create something greater than either alone. Pretty demonstration, Gao said. But can anyone else learn it? That's what I've been developing. A training method, starting with conventional cultivation and gradually introducing distributed elements at the cultivator's own pace and choice. No forced connection, no involuntary modification. A path that every cultivator can choose to walk or choose not to. And the coalition? Will they accept the demonstration? We're about to find out. The demonstration took place on neutral ground, a mountain plateau suggested by the Azure Cloud Empire, which had maintained neutrality between the Compact and the Coalition. Both sides agreed to send representatives. The Compact sent Zhou Feng, all 3 of him, the Mei Ling Collective, Qin Jun, and Gao Tianlei. The Coalition sent Patriarch Void, a Dao-seeking cultivator whose mastery of spatial techniques rivaled anything in the known world, along with 3 spirit-severing ancestors and 200 elite disciples. Patriarch Void was ancient, not merely old. Ancient in the way that some cultivators became when they'd lived so long that mortality itself forgot about them. His Dao comprehension was spatial, the understanding of emptiness, of the void between things, of separation as a fundamental quality of existence. You want to show me that connection and severance can coexist, Void said, his voice like whined through empty corridors. That's a contradiction. Connection fills space. Severance creates it. They are antithetical. They're complementary, Zhou Feng corrected. Space exists between connected things. Connection exists across empty space. One implies the other. Void's ancient eyes narrowed. Words. Show me. Zhou Feng opened his cultivation. All of it. His individual core blazing with nascent soul power. His distributed consciousness spanning 500 gardens. His Tao of duplication resonating through every cell, every connection, every instance of his awareness. And then he did something no one expected. He severed. Not from the network. From himself. He cut the resonance between his three bodies, isolating each Zhou Feng into a fully independent entity. Three individuals, standing alone, their distributed consciousness retracted into single points. The isolation was agonizing. After years of constant connection, of being three in one, of feeling the garden through every nerve, to be suddenly alone was like going blind, deaf, and numb simultaneously. But he stood. Each of them stood. Three individuals, three complete cultivators, each one functioning independently at full nascent soul power. Severance, he said. Three voices, three separate people, no longer sharing thoughts. I can exist alone. My power doesn't diminish. My identity doesn't dissolve. I am Zhou Feng, and I am complete without the network. He held the isolation for 1 minute, then 2, then 5. 5 minutes of absolute aloneness, of individual existence without connection. Then he reopened the connections. Slowly, deliberately, choosing to reconnect, not compelled to. The resonance rebuilt itself between his three bodies. The garden bond reestablished. The root network flowed back into his awareness. And connection, he said, one voice, three bodies, unified again. I can exist connected. My power amplifies. My awareness expands. I am Zhou Feng, and I am enhanced by the network. He looked at Patriarch Void. Both. Simultaneously. By choice. Void was silent for a long time. The mountain wind carried the scent of the crystalline flowers that had bloomed in the daughter gardens far below. The ancient severers feared the world tree because they believed connection was compulsion, Void said finally. That once connected, you could never disconnect. That the tree would absorb your identity, and you would cease to exist as an individual. They were wrong, Zhou Feng said simply. Were they? Or were they right, for their time, for their world tree? Perhaps the original tree was more insistent, less willing to allow individual paths. Perhaps. But this tree is different. 47,000 years of isolation taught it patience, and its guardian learned from both paths. Void regarded Zhou Feng with perception that pierced through every layer of his cultivation. You're asking me to trust a tree. I'm asking you to trust a choice. The choice to connect or not. The choice to duplicate or remain singular. The choice every cultivator should have. The mountain plateau was silent save for the wind. 200 coalition disciples watched their patriarch. The compact representatives waited. I want to try your dual path technique, Void said. Chapter 56. The reconciliation patriarch Void's adoption of the dual path technique sent shockwaves through the cultivation world. The most prominent advocate for individual cultivation, a Tao-seeking master who had spent centuries perfecting the art of separation and isolation, publicly connecting to the World Tree Network, was an event that redefined the political landscape. He didn't abandon his individual cultivation, the reports emphasized. He augmented it. His spatial techniques actually improved. The World Tree's dimensional layering complemented his void manipulation perfectly. The coalition didn't dissolve overnight. Many of its members remained skeptical, even hostile. But the demonstration, and Void's endorsement, cracked the ideological foundation on which the coalition was built. If their most respected member could maintain individual power while connected to the network, the claim that connection inevitably destroyed individuality lost its force. Over the following months, a third of the coalition's members left to join the compact. Another third adopted wait-and-see positions, accepting observer status without committing to participation. The remaining third, the hardliners, retreated into isolation, maintaining their opposition but no longer commanding enough support for military action. The cycle is broken, Gao Tianlei said during a celebration that spanned 37 daughter gardens simultaneously through the root network. For the first time since the ancient war, the individual path and the connected path coexist without conflict. Not without tension, Lian Shuang corrected. The hardliners won't give up their philosophy, and new conflicts will arise as the network grows. But the precedent is set. Both paths are legitimate. Both paths are available. The choice is individual. Zhou Feng tended his herbs. The garden, now spanning 3 square miles on the surface and 7+ layers deep, mother to 500 daughters and partner to an ancient wild sibling, hummed around him with satisfaction that transcended words. The World Tree's vision was becoming reality. not through conquest or compulsion, but through growth, connection, choice. The ancient world wasn't being restored by force. It was being offered, freely, to anyone who chose to accept it. Phase 3, Zhou Feng said to the garden. The garden pulsed. What phase 3? Exactly. There is no phase 3. We just keep growing, keep connecting, keep choosing. He pressed his hands into the soil, feeling roots that stretched through dimensions, across oceans, around the world. The garden was never about a plan. It was about a principle. Duplication without diminishment. Connection without compulsion. Growth without end. The world tree's branches rustled in a breeze that carried the scent of 500 gardens, 3 continents, and 47,000 years of patient hope. Chapter 57. The 1000th garden. The 1000th daughter garden sprouted on a cloudy afternoon in a mountain village so remote that its inhabitants had never seen a cultivator. The root folk teacher who planted the seed, a young woman named Kale whose body-wide cultivation registered at nascent soul equivalent, worked alongside the village herbalist, an elderly man who understood plants but had never touched spiritual energy. What does it do? The herbalist asked, watching the seed pulse with faint light in its earthen bed. It grows, Kale said, and it helps everything around it grow too. The garden took root. Within a week, the village's struggling crops doubled in yield. Within a month, the local water sources ran clearer. Within 3 months, the villagers discovered that the strange crystalline bush growing behind the herbalist's home was alive in ways that ordinary plants weren't. It responded to attention, grew faster when tended with care, and produced berries that cured ailments no conventional medicine could touch. The herbalist became the garden's guardian, not through formal appointment or cultivation training, but through the simple act of caring for something that cared back. His garden was the smallest in the network, a single bush with no dimensional layers, no spatial anomalies, no duplicate-producing capabilities, just a living space that helped things grow. This is what the World Trees Network is for, Zhou Feng told the council when the 1000th Gardens report came through. Not grand cultivation advances, or political alliances, or military defense. A bush in a mountain village that makes an old man's crops grow better. Respectfully, 27 said, that's extremely idealistic. The political and military dimensions are real. They're real, but secondary. The World Tree didn't spend 47,000 years preparing to create a superpower. It spent 47,000 years preparing to help things grow. Everything else, the cultivation advances, the alliances, the dual path, those are means, not ends. And when the means become more important than the ends? Chenjun asked. When sects join the compact for strategic advantage rather than growth. When daughter gardens are valued for their military applications rather than their living consciousness. Then we remember the 1000th garden, Zhou Feng said. A bush, a herbalist, better crops. That's the standard we measure everything against. He could feel the garden's approval, deep, warm, resonant. The same approval it had shown when he first knelt in the soil of the upper valley. A core formation youth with 4th-grade spiritual roots, tending herbs he barely understood. The garden didn't choose its guardians for their power. It chose them for their care. Chapter 58. The new cultivation. 2 years after the World Tree's maturation, the dual path technique had spread to every corner of the cultivation world. Thousands of cultivators, from isolated hermits to sect masters, had incorporated distributed elements into their individual cultivation, creating a spectrum of practice that ranged from pure individual path to pure connected path, with every combination in between. The results defied conventional cultivation theory. Dual path practitioners advanced faster than either pure path alone. Their breakthroughs were more stable, their techniques more versatile, their understanding of the Tao deeper and more nuanced. The synergy between individual depth and connected breadth created a positive feedback loop that elevated everyone who participated. We're witnessing the birth of a new cultivation paradigm, Mei Ling 12 proclaimed at the annual Network Summit, an event that now included representatives from over 300 sects and 12 cultivation empires, all connected through the root network. Not a replacement for conventional cultivation, but an evolution of it. The next step in humanity's relationship with spiritual energy. An evolution seeded by a sentient garden and a world tree, Patriarch Void added. He'd become one of the dual path's most articulate advocates, his ancient wisdom lending philosophical weight to the practical benefits. Some would say guided. Engineered. Gardened. Zhou Feng corrected, and the distinction mattered. Gardens don't engineer. They cultivate. They create conditions for growth and let the growing things determine their own forms. The world tree didn't design the dual path. It created an environment where the dual path could emerge naturally. A convenient philosophy for a gardener, Void said with a thin smile. The only philosophy that produces sustainable results. Engineered systems are fragile. Garden systems are resilient. The 1,000th garden became the 10,000th, then the 100,000th. As the root network's coverage approached global saturation, the barriers between conventional and connected cultivation blurred. Children born near daughter gardens developed hybrid physiologies, conventional dantians alongside distributed cultivation pathways, accessing both individual and collective cultivation from birth. The next generation won't think of these as separate paths, Kale reported from her teaching post in the wild continent. For them, it'll just be cultivation, individual and connected aspects of a single practice. The way breathing has both inhale and exhale. Then the reconciliation is complete, Zhou Feng said. Not through our generation resolving the ancient conflict, but through the next generation never having it. Chapter 59, The Transcendence Question, You're Avoiding Immortal Ascension, Zhou Feng said. The three Zhou Feng sat in the root fragment cave, layer 5, the garden's deepest original space, where the petrified remnant of the ancient world tree pulsed with the slow heartbeat that had accompanied Zhou Feng's journey from the beginning. I'm not avoiding it, Zhou Feng said. I'm questioning whether it's relevant. 100% Dao comprehension, Tian Feng listed. Spirit, severing, equivalent cultivation through connection. Consciousness distributed across 100,000 gardens. 500 instances of active awareness. By any conventional measure, you've exceeded the requirements for immortal ascension by a factor of 100,000 gardens, Zhou Feng interrupted. That's the problem. Immortal ascension transforms a single cultivator's existence. What happens to a distributed consciousness when part of it ascends? Do all instances ascend? Do some? Does the ascension cascade through the network? Only one way to find out, Zhou Feng said. And if it cascades? If my ascension triggers involuntary transformation in 100,000 gardens? That would affect millions of cultivators, millions of garden-born, an entire planetary ecosystem. Then it wouldn't be your choice alone, Tian Feng said. It would need to be a collective decision. Zhou Feng pressed his palms against the root fragment. The ancient wood's pulse was stronger than ever, fed by the combined energy of 100,000 daughter gardens and a fully restored root network. Through it, he felt the entire world, every garden, every cultivator, every living space connected through the world tree's vast nervous system. Ask them, he said. The question went out through the root network, transmitted not as words, but as a pure conceptual query. Their guardian was approaching immortal ascension, a transformation that might cascade through the connected network. What did they choose? The response took a week to consolidate. 100,000 gardens, millions of voices, individual and collective perspectives, flowing through the root network like tributaries into a river. The answer was not unanimous. Nothing involving millions of individuals ever is. But it was overwhelming. Grow. Not ascend. Not transcend. Grow. They don't want me to ascend as an individual, Zhou Feng told the council, his voice thick. They want us to grow as a network. Together. Not one person ascending above the world, but the world itself ascending. Planetary ascension, Qin Jun murmured. The cultivation of an entire world. The world tree's original purpose, Yuan said, and his plant fiber body hummed with resonance older than civilizations. Not to elevate individuals above the world. To elevate the world itself. Every living thing. Every garden. Every stone and river and leaf. Is that possible? Mei Ling asked. All 43 of her, the collective's vast distributed consciousness focused entirely on this question. Zhou Feng looked at the root fragment. It pulsed. Warmly. Patiently. The same pulse it had maintained for 47,000 years, through 24 owners, through destruction and isolation and finally, reunion. It's what the garden has been working toward all along. Chapter 60. Growing the world tree bloomed on a morning when every garden on the planet opened its flowers simultaneously. Not a single bloom, but a cascade, 100,000 daughter gardens and one mother garden and one ancient wild garden all flowering at once. Their combined spiritual energy creating a wave of growth that washed across the world like dawn breaking over an infinite horizon. Zhou Feng knelt in the soil of the upper valley. The first layer, the oldest cultivated space, the garden he'd entered as a frightened outer disciple with fourth-grade roots and a jade medallion from a dead uncle. The world tree's branches arched above him, crystalline and vast, extending through dimensions he could perceive with the same clarity with which he saw the physical world. In the root fragment cave, the ancient wood pulsed its slow heartbeat. But it wasn't slow anymore. It was accelerating, matching the rhythm of 100,000 living spaces, a planetary heartbeat strengthening with each garden that added its voice to the chorus. It's not ascension, Zhou Feng said to the garden. It's not transcendence. The garden pulsed. Then what is it? It's what you've always done. What you've been doing for 47,000 years. What you'll do for 47,000 more. He pressed his hands deeper into the soil. Through the root network, he felt every garden on the planet. Through the Tao of duplication, he understood that every one of them was original. Not a copy of the mother garden, but a unique expression of the same living principle. Through his 3 bodies, his 500 instances of consciousness, his 100,000 garden connections, his nascent soul distributed through dimensions, his spirit severing achieved through connection, his Tao comprehension of duplication as the universe's fundamental creative force. Through all of it, he did the simplest thing a guardian could do. He grew, not upward, not outward, not toward some higher realm of existence. He grew deeper, into the soil, into the roots, into the connections between all living things. His consciousness didn't ascend above the world. It descended into it, becoming part of the world's own awareness, part of the planet's deepening consciousness of itself. The world tree's roots spread further, through continents, across ocean floors, into the deep substrate of reality itself, where dimensions folded and space was alive with potential. 100,000 gardens felt the deepening. Their own roots grew stronger, their own connections denser, their own consciousness more vivid. The planetary root network wasn't just a communication system anymore. It was a nervous system, processing thought and feeling and awareness at a scale that dwarfed any individual consciousness. The world itself was beginning to cultivate. Not quickly, not dramatically, but steadily, patiently, the way a garden grows, without forcing, without rushing, without end. Zhou Feng opened his eyes, all 3 of him, in 3 different layers, looking at the same world from 3 perspectives. The ancient world wasn't destroyed, he said. It was a seed, buried for 47,000 years. And now it's growing again. The garden pulsed. Warm, patient, alive. Keep growing, guardian. There's always more. And Zhou Feng, outer disciple turned guardian, 4th grade roots turned planetary consciousness, smiled, and put his hands back in the soil. There's always more. Chapter 61. 5 years later the world had changed. Not in the dramatic, cataclysmic way that cultivation world histories typically recorded. No wars of extinction, no heaven-shattering tribulations, no single moment when everything shifted. Instead, the change had been gradual, organic, and irreversible, like the slow greening of a desert after the first rain. 5 years after the world tree's maturation, 150,000 daughter gardens covered the planet's surface. Every continent, every major region, every climate zone hosted gardens adapted to local conditions. Mountain gardens that grew crystalline herbs in thin air. Desert gardens that pulled moisture from dimensional layers to create oases. Ocean gardens that existed as floating coral-like structures, cultivating marine species that had never existed before. Zhou Feng tended the mother garden's upper valley, his hands in the same soil he'd first touched 7 years ago. The garden was unrecognizable from the simple pocket dimension he'd inherited from Uncle Tian. 12 spatial layers now. The 5 original plus 7 that his Tao comprehension had generated, each one a self-sustaining ecosystem of evolved species and dimensional architecture. But the valley itself, Layer 1, looked almost the same. The pond, the stone cottage, the herb fields. A deliberate choice, both his and the garden's, to preserve the beginning, to remember what simplicity felt like amid overwhelming complexity. Report from the Northern Cultivation Alliance, Tian Feng said, appearing from a nearby dimensional fold. He handled the political and diplomatic aspects of the compact's operations now, his natural patience suiting him to the endless negotiations that 100,000 garden network required. They've completed their integration with the root network. That's the last major holdout. Full global coverage. Not full, Zhou Feng corrected gently. The hardliners still maintain their isolated territories. About 7% of cultivated land remains disconnected. By choice, Sin Feng added, materializing from another direction. He'd taken charge of the garden's scientific divisions, the research into dimensional physics, evolutionary biology, and the nature of duplication that the garden's existence made possible. The dual path guarantee means no one is forced to connect. Some cultivators will always prefer the individual path. That's their right. And their loss, Tian Feng said, then caught himself. No, not their loss. Their choice. I keep having to remind myself. Zhou Feng smiled. Even after 5 years, the instinct to evangelize was hard to suppress. The world tree's gifts were so profound, so obviously beneficial, that the temptation to push connection on reluctant cultivators was constant. Resisting that temptation was perhaps the most important thing the Garden Alliance did. How's the family? He asked, changing the subject. Zhou Feng's expression softened. Lin is pregnant again. Third child. She wants to name him after Uncle Tian. Uncle Tian would have been horrified, Zhou Feng laughed. He lived alone in a mountain cave for 40 years. He would have loved being a grandfather. He just never got the chance. The three Zhou Fengs had diverged significantly over the past 5 years. Though still connected through resonance, each had developed a distinct life. Zhou Feng, the original, remained at the mother garden, serving as the network's guardian and the world tree's primary bond partner. Tian Feng had married a jade phoenix cultivator named Lin Xiulan and settled in a daughter garden near her sect. San Feng maintained a laboratory garden on the wild continent, working with root folk researchers on projects that pushed the boundaries of what cultivation science could achieve. 3 lives, 3 families, 3 paths, 1 consciousness, experienced from 3 perspectives. The duplication doctrine holds, Mei Ling observed during her weekly visit. She'd stepped back from active alliance leadership. The collective still operated, but its 43 members had distributed across the network, each pursuing individual interests while maintaining their shared awareness. Every duplicate is a person. Every person is unique, even when they share the same memories and the same spiritual signature. Especially then, Zhou Feng said. The more alike we start, the more meaningful our differences become. Chapter 62. Mei Ling's children. The first children born to Mei Ling duplicates presented a philosophical challenge that the duplication doctrine hadn't anticipated. Mei Ling's 7 married a root folk cultivator named Ren. Their daughter, Sora, was born with hybrid physiology, a conventional dantian from her mother alongside the distributed cultivation pathways of her root folk father. She was, in a sense, a natural dual-path cultivator. But she was also genetically identical to the children of 13 other Mei Lings who had married and born children over the past few years. Identical mothers produced genetically similar, but not identical, children, due to random genetic recombination with different fathers. Mei Ling 12 reported with typical analytical precision. She'd become the network's leading geneticist, studying the inheritance patterns of duplication-derived cultivators. But the spiritual signatures are another matter. Sora and the other Mei Ling children share a maternal spiritual resonance that allows them to connect in ways that echo the Mei Ling collective's distributed consciousness. A second-generation collective? Chenjun asked. He'd reached nascent soul stage 8, the highest conventional cultivation in the alliance, and served as the compact's military advisor, a position that required less actual military planning each year as the network's diplomatic solutions proved increasingly effective. Not a collective, a family. The distinction matters. 12 gestured at the data streaming through her crystalline display. The original 43 of us chose to form a collective. We made a conscious decision to share awareness. Sora and her cousins. They're bonded by blood and spiritual inheritance, not by choice. The resonance is there, but activating it requires deliberate intention. So they can choose, Zhou Feng said. They can always choose. That's the principle. Sora herself, at 5 years old, had opinions. I can feel the others, she told Zhou Feng during a garden visit, her young face scrunched with concentration. My cousins. They're like echoes, not the same as me, but made of the same stuff. She paused. Is that weird? Not weird. Special. But only if you want it to be. Mom says I should decide when I'm older. Your mom is very wise. Sora grinned. The same grin Mei Ling had worn when she first entered the garden a lifetime ago. Can I see the world tree? Zhou Feng took her to the base of the mother tree. Its crystalline trunk now reached 40 feet, its branches extending through dimensional layers visible only to cultivators with advanced spiritual perception, or to children who perceive dimensions with natural clarity that most adults lost through conventional training. It's singing, Sora said, pressing her small hand against the bark. Can you hear it? I can feel it, Zhou Feng said. But you're the first person I've met who hears it. Sora closed her eyes. It's singing about growing, about how everything is a seed. Everything. She opened her eyes. That's pretty, but also kinda obvious. Zhou Feng laughed. Deeply, genuinely, the sound carrying through 7 layers and 100,000 gardens. Out of the mouths of the next generation, the deepest wisdom, delivered as an afterthought. Chapter 63. The Wild Continent Transforms. San Feng's work on the Wild Continent had produced results that exceeded all projections. The Feral Garden, now integrated with the Mother Garden through the root bridge but maintaining its chaotic independence, had been partially organized through the Joint Guardianship Council, its evolutionary processes guided without being constrained. The result was an entire continent becoming a living garden. The continent's spiritual energy density now exceeds anything in the known world. Zhou Feng reported from his laboratory garden, surrounded by crystalline equipment grown from world tree wood. Natural cultivation zones cover 80% of the landmass. Indigenous species, including the cultivator beasts, are advancing at rates that would take millennia under normal conditions. Any threats? Jun's military assessment instinct was irrepressible. None hostile, but the crystalline lion prides have developed language. Rudimentary, based on spiritual resonance rather than sound, but unmistakably linguistic. And the walking trees have formed migratory communities that exhibit social structures. Sentient non-human cultivation, Gao Tianlei said. The ancient cultivator had relocated to the wild continent, finding its raw, untamed spirituality more stimulating than the increasingly civilized known world. The ancient record spoke of this. Before the war, animals and plants cultivated alongside humans. The world tree didn't distinguish between species. Neither does the root network, Zhou Feng confirmed. The crystalline lions have connected to daughter gardens in their territory. They're participating in the network, not as humans would. They don't have the same relationship to individual identity, but as contributing nodes. Non-human network participants, Mei Ling 12 processed. The implications for the dual path model are significant. If the network includes sentient non-human species, the diversity of perspectives increases exponentially. The network's collective intelligence would benefit from fundamentally different modes of consciousness. You mean the lions think differently from us, and that makes the network smarter, Zhou Feng translated. I mean exactly that. The wild continent's transformation became a model for what the root network could achieve when given time and freedom. Rather than imposing structure on the feral garden, the Joint Guardianship Council had simply connected it to the network and allowed natural processes to self-organize. The result was messier, more chaotic, and more creative than anything the cultivated daughter gardens produced. Chaos and order, Zhou Feng mused, feeling the wild continent's energy through the root network. The feral garden and the mother garden. Two approaches, both valid, both necessary. Like individual and connected cultivation. Everything in pairs, Zhou Feng agreed. Everything in balance. You'd think the universe was trying to tell us something. Chapter 64. Jun and Bao Jun. The relationship between Jun and Bao Jun had evolved in ways neither could have predicted. 7 years after the duplication that created Jun, the two identical cultivators had become brothers. Not metaphorically. Their bond had transcended the original's resentment and the duplicate's defensiveness, settling into something genuine, deep, and occasionally hilarious. You're doing the form wrong, Bao Jun said during a joint training session at the Iron Crane sect, watching Jun demonstrate the third form of the Iron Crane style. I'm doing it the way you do it, Jun countered. Which means if it's wrong, we're both doing it wrong. I've corrected my form since you were duplicated. You're doing the version from 7 years ago. The version from 7 years ago is better. Your correction introduced a timing lag in the third transition. That timing lag compensates for the chi displacement when you had a weaker left meridian, yes. But we both know that was always a flaw, not a feature. The Iron Crane disciples watching the exchange looked increasingly uncomfortable. Seeing their supreme elder argue with his exact duplicate about combat technique was an experience that never became normal. They're actually improving the form through debate, Gao Tianlei observed from his observation seat, a thin smile on his ancient face. Neither of them could do this alone. The original can't see his own flaws. The duplicate preserves the historical baseline. Together, they evolve the technique through dialectic. Duplication as a refinement process, Zhou Feng said. Applied to martial arts instead of biology. Applied to everything, Gao said. The Iron Crane's entire curriculum has been revolutionized by having two Bao Juns. One frozen at the point of duplication, one continuing to evolve. The comparison between them reveals assumptions and errors that would otherwise remain invisible. Don't tell them that, Zhou Feng said. They'll become insufferable. Too late. Both Bao Juns said simultaneously, then glared at each other for the synchronized response. The Iron Crane sect had adapted to the World Tree Network more thoroughly than any other compact member. Their orthodox martial tradition, rigid, hierarchical, focused on individual mastery, had been enriched, not replaced, by the connected cultivation model. Disciples trained in conventional techniques, while simultaneously participating in the root network, drawing on the collective's vast experience base to refine their individual skills. The paradox of individual mastery, Jun told Zhou Feng later, over tea in the garden's upper valley. You'd think connecting to a network of 100,000 minds would diminish individual excellence. But it doesn't. It contextualizes it. A master who understands how their technique fits into a broader pattern, how it connects to other techniques, other schools, other ways of understanding combat, is a better master than one who practices in isolation. The dual path applied to martial arts. The dual path applied to everything. Jun sipped his tea, which is rather the point, isn't it? Chapter 65. The Garden-born come of age. The garden-born. Beings created by the mother garden's own creative processes, woven from plant fiber and spiritual energy, and something else that defied categorization, had been growing and evolving alongside the human members of the Alliance. Yuan, the first garden-born, remained the garden's primary interpreter, but his siblings, Xin, Hua, and the dozens that had followed, had developed in directions no one had anticipated. We're not plants, Hua told Zhou Feng during an increasingly common philosophical discussion. Hua had evolved beyond the leaf-and-vine physiology of the original garden-born, developing a form that combined crystalline elements from the deeper layers with the organic materials of the upper valley. She looked like a young woman made of living crystal and flowering vines, beautiful in a way that was entirely inhuman. We're not animals. We're not human. We're garden. You're garden-born, Zhou Feng said. No, we're garden. Not born from it, made of it. Extensions of its consciousness given individual form. When we think, the garden thinks. When we feel, the garden feels. Not because we're connected to it, but because we are it. That sounds like the Mei Ling collective's relationship to each other. Similar, but deeper. The Mei Lings chose their connection. We were born into it. We don't have individual consciousness that then connects to the garden. We have garden consciousness that manifests as individual awareness. Does that trouble you? Does it trouble your hand to be part of your body? Hua smiled. A gesture she'd learned from humans and adapted into something that involved crystalline facets catching light. We are what we are. The garden's fingers, reaching into the world. Its voices, speaking to the humans it loves. It loves. 47,000 years of patience, guardian. 24 people chosen, bonded, guided, mourned when they passed. What would you call it? Zhou Feng looked at the world tree above, its branches spanning dimensions. Through the garden bond, the same bond he'd felt since pressing his palm to Uncle Tion's jade medallion for the first time, he felt the garden's awareness. Vast, ancient, patient, loving. Yes, loving. I'd call it gardening, he said, and Hua laughed, a sound like wind through crystal chimes. Chapter 66. The planetary pulse. 10 years after the world tree's maturation, the planet's spiritual energy had stabilized at levels not seen since the ancient era. The root network's global coverage, 150,000 gardens connected through dimensional root lines, had created what Mei Ling 12 described as a planetary cultivation array of unprecedented scale. The effects were measurable from space. Not that anyone was in space, yet. But Sanfeng's instruments in the 8th layer showed the planet's spiritual aura extending further into the dimensional membranes that separated it from adjacent reality planes. The planet is becoming visible, Sanfeng reported, to anything with dimensional perception in the surrounding reality layers. Before the root network, our world was spiritually dim, background noise in the cosmic substrate. Now we're brightening. Is that a problem? Zhou Feng asked. Unknown. The original world tree's world was presumably bright as well. And according to root folk records, the ancient world had contact with other dimensional planes, trade, communication, even travel between realities. Other worlds. Other realities. Not just planets. Entire dimensional planes with their own physics, their own cultivation systems, their own forms of life. The world tree served as a beacon and a bridge, allowing interdimensional contact. And when the world tree was destroyed, the beacon went dark. The bridges collapsed. This world was isolated, cut off from the broader multiverse for 47,000 years. Zhou Feng sat with this. The implications were staggering. Everything the Garden Alliance had built, the network, the daughter gardens, the dual path, the reconciliation between individual and connected cultivation, all of it was local. Planetary. A fraction of what the world tree's full potential represented. Are we ready for contact with other realities? He asked. Are we ready for contact? Sanfeng laughed. We're a world that just finished fighting over whether to connect with ourselves. Interdimensional diplomacy is a few steps beyond our current capabilities. The garden is ready, Yuan said. The world tree remembers. It remembers the ancient trade routes, the dimensional bridges, the protocols for interdimensional communication. It's been waiting to reopen them. The garden is always ready, Zhou Feng said. The garden has been ready for 47,000 years. But we're not the garden. We're the people the garden is trying to help, and we need to be ready too. How long? Tianfeng asked. As long as it takes. The garden is patient. We can be patient too. The decision to delay interdimensional contact was one of the few that the Garden Alliance's council passed unanimously. The world needed time to integrate the changes already underway. The dual path, the root folk alliance, the non-human network participants, the ongoing reconciliation with individual path hardliners. First, we become whole, Zhou Feng said. Then, we reach outward. The world tree rustled in agreement, its patience undimmed by yet another delay. After 47,000 years, what was a few more? Chapter 67. The Marriage of Paths. Zhou Feng married Hua. The decision surprised everyone, including, to some degree, himself. She was garden-born. He was human. Their relationship existed at an intersection of consciousness types that cultivation world philosophy hadn't begun to map. But love, Zhou Feng discovered, was itself an act of duplication. Two separate consciousnesses creating a shared space between them, a connection that preserved individuality while generating something new. The Tao of duplication applied to the heart. You're marrying the garden, Qin Jun said when Zhou Feng told him. I'm marrying Hua. The garden approves, but it's not the one getting married. Are you sure? You said yourself that the garden-born are extensions of its consciousness. If Hua is the garden's finger, as she puts it, then my relationship with the garden just became more complicated. Yes. But it was always complicated. I've been bonded to a sentient spatial artifact for 7 years. Adding romantic love to the bond doesn't change the fundamental nature of it. It might change the fundamental nature of you. Zhou Feng considered this. Qin Jun wasn't wrong. His bond with the garden was already deeper than any conventional cultivator-artifact relationship. Marriage to a garden-born being would further blur the line between guardian and garden. Maybe that's the point, he said. Maybe the boundary between guardian and garden is artificial. Maybe the world tree's ultimate vision isn't a world where humans tend gardens, but a world where the distinction between tender and garden dissolves. Into what? Into growth. Just growth. Everything growing together, without categories. The ceremony took place in the Upper Valley, attended by the entire Garden Alliance and representatives from every compact sect. The world tree served as the altar, its crystalline branches creating an archway of living light. The root folks sang, their dimensional harmonics carrying through the root network to 100,000 gardens. When Zhou Feng and Hua exchanged spiritual oaths, something happened that neither of them had anticipated. The garden bond, which had always connected Zhou Feng to the garden as an external partnership, shifted, deepened. Through Hua, through their oath of mutual commitment, the bond became internal. Not guardian and garden, but guardian-garden. One thing, expressed in two forms. Well, Hua said, feeling the shift, her crystalline features radiant with a light that came from both within and beyond her. That's new. The bond evolved, Yuan reported, his own garden-born awareness perceiving the change clearly. You're not the garden's guardian anymore, Zhou Feng. You're its partner. Equal participants in a shared existence. I've been telling him that for years, the garden seemed to say, though it communicated in feelings rather than words. The garden has a sense of humor, Mei Ling observed. I never noticed that before. You never married it before, Hua said and laughed. Chapter 68. The children of garden and man. Hua's pregnancy was impossible by conventional biology. She was garden-born. Her physiology was crystalline and organic in ways that didn't include reproductive systems as humans understood them. But the garden had spent 47,000 years evolving the capacity to duplicate and create, and the child that grew within Hua was something the garden crafted deliberately, a being that was both human and garden, both individual consciousness and living space. The baby has 7 layers, Feng reported, his enhanced perception examining his soon-to-be niece or nephew with clinical fascination. Not spatial layers, developmental layers. Like the garden's architecture expressed in biological form. Each layer is a different mode of consciousness. Individual, connected, distributed, creative. She's a garden, Hua said, pressing her crystalline hands to her belly. A living garden in human form. She. The garden showed me. Zhou Feng felt the child through the bond. Not just through Hua's body, but through the garden itself, which cradled the developing life in its deepest awareness with a tenderness that transcended its usual vast patience. The garden has never created something like this before, Yuan said. In 47,000 years, it's created daughter gardens, garden-born entities, evolved species. But never a hybrid, a being that is equally garden and human, equally living space and living being. What will she be able to do? Tian Feng asked, his protective instincts engaged on behalf of his brother's daughter. Everything, Yuan said simply. She'll be able to do everything. The child was born on a night when the aurora danced above every daughter garden on the planet, a cascade of dimensional light triggered by the root network's response to the new life entering it. They named her Zhou Yuan, Feng's family name, and Yuan for the first garden-born, who had served as the garden's voice since before Zhou Feng had entered it. Zhou Yuan was, by any measure, extraordinary. She was born with open perception, seeing all 12 of the mother garden's layers simultaneously, perceiving the root network as naturally as other babies perceived light and sound. Her spiritual roots were beyond measurement, not because they were powerful, but because the concept of roots didn't apply. She was a root. Her entire being was a cultivation system, growing and connecting and duplicating from the moment of her first breath. She's the next step, Mei Ling 12 said softly, watching the infant sleep in Hua's crystalline arms. Not of human evolution, not of garden evolution, of both. Simultaneously, she's a baby, Zhou Feng corrected, gently lifting his daughter. Everything else, she'll figure out in her own time. Chapter 69. The Network's Consciousness 15 years after the World Tree's maturation. 200,000 gardens. The root network covered the planet's entire surface, threading through every continent and ocean floor, connecting every major population center and every remote wilderness. And the network was waking up, not in the dramatic way that stories told it. No sudden flash of divine awareness, no booming voice from the sky. The network's consciousness emerged gradually, like dawn, a slow brightening of awareness that was impossible to pinpoint, but undeniable in its effects. The daughter gardens are coordinating without guardian input, Mei Ling 12 reported, her analytical capabilities stretched to their limits by the phenomenon scale. Weather patterns, spiritual energy distribution, species migration, the gardens are making collective decisions about resource allocation that no individual guardian initiated. Like an ecosystem, Zhou Feng suggested. Like a mind, 12 corrected. An ecosystem responds to stimuli. This is proactive. The gardens are anticipating needs, predicting problems, implementing solutions before guardians even identify the issues. The planetary consciousness, Zhou Feng said, and felt the truth of it through his bond. The bond that had evolved from guardian to garden into something more encompassing, something that included not just the mother garden but the entire network. The root network has reached sufficient density and complexity to generate emergent consciousness. Not individual awareness, planetary awareness. Is it you? Chen Jun asked carefully. Zhou Feng's consciousness was distributed across the network. The question of where his awareness ended and the network's began was genuinely uncertain. No, it's the network itself. I contribute to it. My awareness is one input among millions. But the consciousness that's emerging is larger than any individual contribution. It's the sum of every garden, every guardian, every connected cultivator, every garden-born entity, every root folk teacher, every cultivator beast. He paused. It's the world thinking. Should we be concerned? Gao Tianlei asked. The ancient cultivator had lived long enough to distrust dramatic paradigm shifts, even beneficial ones. Were you concerned when your own consciousness emerged? Hua asked. Every individual brain is a network of neurons that generates awareness through collective activity. The planet is a network of gardens doing the same thing at a larger scale. My neurons don't have opinions, Gao said dryly. Are you sure? Hua smiled her crystalline smile. The planetary consciousness didn't announce itself or demand recognition. It simply was. Like the weather, like gravity, like the cycles of day and night. A feature of the world that had always been potential and was now actual. Zhou Feng felt it most clearly in the quiet moments. Tending herbs in the valley, walking the crystalline forest, sitting with Hua and Zhou Yuan beneath the world tree's branches. In those moments, the planetary awareness settled around him like warmth, and he understood with absolute clarity that the world he lived in was alive. Not metaphorically, not spiritually. Alive, aware, growing. Chapter 70. Zhou Yuan's first garden at 7 years old. Zhou Yuan grew her first garden. Not received a seed, not was given a garden, grew one. From her own spiritual energy, from the hybrid consciousness that made her both human and living space, she extruded a pocket dimension the size of a closet, filled it with plants she imagined into existence, and presented it to her stunned parents as a gift. I made you a flower room, she announced, beaming. It has 7 kinds of flowers and a fish. Zhou Feng examined the tiny garden with his full cultivation perception. It was, despite its childish scale, a perfect pocket dimension, stable spatial boundaries, self-sustaining spiritual energy circulation, and one very confused goldfish swimming in a bowl of dimensionally compressed water. The fish is from the pond, Hua said, recognizing the mother garden's spiritual signature on the animal. I copied it, Zhou Yuan said. It was lonely, so I gave it a friend. You duplicated a living fish, Zhou Feng said, his scientific fascination overwhelming his uncle's instinct to act casual. At 7 years old, without any technique or instruction, the garden's duplication ability, expressed as a natural function of a human garden hybrid. Uncle San, you're being weird again, Zhou Yuan said. He's always weird, Tian Feng's daughter, Lin Tian, age 5. A perfectly normal human child who found her cousin's supernatural abilities both impressive and annoying, commented from across the room. Zhou Feng looked at his daughter, at the tiny garden she'd created as casually as another child might draw a picture, at the duplicated fish swimming contentedly in its new home. Yuan, he said gently, do you understand what you did? I made a space and put stuff in it, she said, confused by the adult's reactions. The garden showed me how. It shows me everything. The garden talks to you? Not talks. Shows. Like, it thinks at me, and I think back, and then things happen. She frowned. Doesn't it do that for everyone? Zhou Feng exchanged a glance with Hua. Their daughter's relationship with the garden was qualitatively different from his own bond. He developed his connection over years, through deliberate cultivation and the jade medallion's inherited bond. Zhou Yuan had been born into it. The garden wasn't an external entity she connected to. It was part of her fundamental consciousness, as natural as breathing. Not for everyone, sweetheart. You're special. I know. Mama says I'm unprecedented. She pronounced the word carefully, clearly proud of knowing it. Can I make more gardens? The garden says it's fun. Later. First, you need to learn to control what you've already made. Already controlling it. She gestured, and the tiny pocket dimension shifted. The flowers rearranged themselves. The fish spawned a third copy, and a tiny crystalline tree, clearly inspired by the world tree, sprouted in the center. See? Easy. Zhou Feng looked at the world tree above, its vast branches spanning dimensions. The tree seemed to pulse with what he could only describe as grandfatherly pride. Chapter 71, the 15-Year Summit. The 15th Annual World Tree Summit brought together representatives from every major faction on the planet. 200,000 gardens, 1,200 sects and cultivation organizations, the Root Folk Council, the Crystalline Lion delegates, who communicated through dimensional resonance, requiring specialized translators. 3 of the Walking Tree communities, who communicated by growing messages in their bark, requiring very patient readers. And for the first time, a delegation from the Individual Path Hardliners. We request admission to the Garden Compact, said Patriarch Feng Wuji, a spirit-severing ancestor who had been the Hardliners' most vocal opponent of the World Tree Network for 15 years. His face was carved from years of bitter determination, and his words cost him visibly. Under the dual path framework, maintaining our individual cultivation without mandatory network connection. The summit hall went silent. What changed? Lian Shuang asked. She'd served as the Compact's chief diplomat for a decade. Her Jade Phoenix Alliance's political skills invaluable in managing the increasingly complex global network. Our children, Feng Wuji said heavily. They grow up surrounded by gardens. Their friends are connected. Their teachers use the dual path. We've been telling them the individual path is superior for 15 years, and they listen politely and then connect to the nearest garden the moment our backs are turned. He paused. We can isolate ourselves. We cannot isolate the next generation. They've chosen. The dual path doesn't require abandoning the individual path, Zhou Feng said. That's its entire purpose. I know. I've known for years. Patriarch Void told me after his demonstration. I chose not to listen. Feng Wuji's jaw worked. I was wrong. The summit voted unanimously to accept the hardliners' admission. When Feng Wuji walked his first daughter garden, a modest space in his sect's ancestral courtyard, his expression shifted from reluctant acceptance to raw wonder. I can feel the network, he said, his hand pressed against the garden's first sprouting leaves. All of it. 200,000 gardens. Millions of cultivators. And his eyes widened. The planet. The planet itself. Yes, Zhou Feng said. It's been trying to say hello for about 3 years now. Hello. The planetary consciousness is subtle. It doesn't force contact. It waits for you to open the connection. Think of it as the world paying attention to you paying attention to it. Feng Wuji stood in his new garden, a spirit-severing ancestor who had spent 15 years fighting the thing that was now gently, patiently greeting him. I've been an idiot, he said. You've been principled, Zhou Feng corrected. There's a difference. The individual path isn't wrong. It's incomplete. And so is the connected path, without the individual. That's why both exist. Feng Wuji's garden grew a single crystalline flower, unbidden. A welcome gift from the network's consciousness. The last 7% of the cultivation world joined the compact that year. Full global coverage. Every cultivator connected, by choice, to the root network. The world tree's branches seemed to grow an inch taller. Chapter 72, the 20th year, 2 decades. 250,000 gardens. A global dual-path cultivation framework. Planetary consciousness. Sentient non-human species participating in the network. Garden-born entities serving as bridges between human awareness and garden awareness. And Zhou Feng still gardened. Every morning, he knelt in the upper valley's herb fields and tended the plants by hand. Not because they needed it, the garden's evolved ecology was entirely self-sustaining, but because tending was the point. The act of care. The relationship between gardener and garden, preserved across 20 years of exponential growth and world-changing transformation. You could manage the entire network from the 8th layer, Chen Jun observed during one of their increasingly infrequent meetings. He'd reached nascent soul stage 9, one step from spirit severing, the highest conventional cultivation the compact had produced. Instead, you pull weeds. The weeds are the point, Zhou Feng said. That's either very profound or very silly. Both, probably. Zhou Yuan, now 17, had outgrown her parents' ability to teach her. Her human garden hybrid consciousness operated on principles that neither conventional cultivation theory nor garden consciousness could fully explain. She could create pocket dimensions as easily as other people breathed. She could duplicate objects, organisms, and, most troublingly, concepts, creating copies of ideas that evolved independently of their originals. She duplicated my martial technique, Chen Jun reported with bemusement. Not learned it, duplicated it. Made an exact copy of the iron crane's third form, and then the copy evolved into something I've never seen before. A variant that shouldn't exist. She does that with everything, Hua said proudly. Music, art, philosophy. She copies them, and the copies become new things. The Tao of duplication, expressed innately, Sin Feng said. She doesn't comprehend it the way Zhou Feng does, through understanding. She simply is it. Duplication is her nature. Zhou Yuan herself was more interested in the fish. Did you know that if you duplicate a fish enough times, eventually one of the copies develops the ability to breathe air? She asked her father, holding up a small, gasping, extremely confused fish. The serial duplication introduces random variations, and sometimes the variations are useful. Evolution and fast forward. I didn't know that, Zhou Feng said. The garden taught me. The garden taught me too, but I wanted to see it myself. She released the fish into the pond, where it promptly duplicated itself. Oops. You need to control the duplication impulse. I do control it. That fish wanted a friend. I just facilitated. Zhou Feng looked at his daughter, half human, half garden, entirely herself, and wondered what the world would become when beings like her were common. When the boundary between living space and living being was a spectrum rather than a line. When duplication was not a technique but a natural function of consciousness. The world will be a garden. The planetary consciousness murmured through the root network, its awareness brushing against his like a vast, warm tide. It already is, Zhou Feng replied. Chapter 73. The first bridge. San Feng's interdimensional research reached a breakthrough in the 21st year. Working with root folk scientists and the crystalline lion philosophers, whose non-human perspective proved invaluable in understanding spatial physics, he identified the dimensional frequencies at which the original world tree had operated, the specific resonances that allowed it to bridge between reality planes. We can do it, he told the Summit Council. The world tree is strong enough, the root network is dense enough, and we have the frequencies. We can open a bridge to adjacent dimensional planes. The question isn't whether we can, Patriarch Void said. His dual-path cultivation had made him the most perceptive spatial practitioner on the planet. It's whether we should. We discussed this 10 years ago, Tian Feng reminded them. First, we become whole. Then, we reach outward. Are we whole? Global coverage. Full dual-path integration. Planetary consciousness active and stable. Non-human participation established. Garden-born integration complete. Second generation coming of age. Mei Ling 12 ran through the checklist with characteristic precision. By every metric we established, we're ready. But ready is a subjective assessment, the original Mei Ling cautioned. We were ready when we first contacted the root folk, and that nearly collapsed the root network from information overload. The network is 1,000 times more resilient now, 12 countered. An interdimensional contact could be 1,000 times more overwhelming. The debate continued for 3 days. In the end, the decision came not from the Summit Council, but from the World Tree itself. Through the root network, through every garden on the planet, the World Tree communicated a single, clear impression. It remembered the bridges. It remembered the friends on the other side. It had been waiting 47,000 years to reconnect. The tree wants this, Yuan said, his garden-born consciousness translating the world tree's feelings with decades of practiced sensitivity. Not out of strategic calculation, out of loneliness. It's been alone, truly alone, isolated from the dimensional community it was once part of, for longer than most civilizations have existed. The summit voted to proceed. Carefully, one bridge, one connection, and every safety measure the combined wisdom of the compact could devise. Zhou Feng built the bridge on the wild continent, where the feral garden's raw spiritual density provided the power needed for dimensional piercing. The world tree's roots in that region had grown thick and deep, their dimensional resonance strong enough to sustain a stable connection. The bridge opened on a clear morning. A shimmering portal, 10 meters wide, crystalline and alive with the world tree's characteristic light. Through it, Zhou Feng's eighth-layer perception could see another world. Not another planet. Another reality. A dimensional plane where the physics operated on different principles, where space was denser, where spiritual energy moved in patterns that resembled music rather than fluid dynamics, where the very concept of solid was a suggestion rather than a rule. And in that reality, something was waiting. Not threateningly, patiently, the way the garden waited, the way the world tree waited, the way a friend waits for a reunion 47,000 years overdue. Chapter 74. The crystalline minds. The beings that came through the bridge were not biological, not in any conventional sense. They were structures of organized spiritual energy, crystalline in form, existing as living geometries that shifted and reconfigured themselves with each moment. Harmonic entities, Zhou Feng named them, based on the way their consciousness operated, through resonance, frequency, and dimensional vibration rather than through biological neural processes. They think in mathematics. Their consciousness is literally composed of spatial harmonics. The first communication was achieved through the root network itself. The harmonic entities recognized the world tree's dimensional signature instantly, their crystalline forms brightening with what could only be described as joy. They remember, Yuan translated, his garden-born consciousness serving as an intermediary between the alien harmonics and human comprehension. They remember the world tree. Not this one specifically, the concept, the pattern. They were part of the interdimensional community that existed before the ancient war. When the bridges collapsed, they were cut off too. How many dimensional planes were connected? Zhou Feng asked. They indicate many. Their numerical system is spatial rather than sequential, so exact translation is difficult. But the impression is hundreds, possibly thousands, all connected through world tree bridges, all cut off simultaneously when the original tree was destroyed, all isolated for 47,000 years. Some of them, the harmonic entity's own records suggest, didn't survive. Civilizations that depended on interdimensional trade or energy exchange withered when the bridges fell. The harmonic entity's delegation, 7 individuals, each one a unique geometric configuration, communicated their purpose through root network resonance. They wanted to rebuild the interdimensional community. Not immediately, not forcefully, but gradually. One bridge at a time. One connection at a time. They're offering to share their dimensional engineering knowledge, Zhou Feng reported, translating the mathematical concepts with root-focused assistance. Their understanding of spatial physics is, he paused, recalculating. It's beyond anything we've developed. They've had 47,000 years of isolated development, focused entirely on dimensional manipulation. They can do things with space that we can't even conceptualize. And in return? Qinjun asked. In return, they want connection. They want to be part of the world tree's network. They've been alone, truly alone, in a reality where they're the only sentient species for 47 millennia. Their civilization is sophisticated but lonely. The Garden Compact's response was the same as it had always been. Welcome. With the standard conditions, the duplication doctrine, the dual-path framework, voluntary participation. The harmonic entities accepted immediately. Their integration into the root network produced a cascade of synergistic effects. Their spatial harmonics strengthened the network's dimensional stability, while the network's biological diversity expanded their consciousness in ways their crystalline geometries couldn't achieve alone. 2 types of awareness, Meiling 12 said, processing the combined data streams. Biological and geometric, organic and crystalline, each one filling gaps in the other's perception. The network's collective intelligence just increased by an order of magnitude. Everything in pairs, Zhou Feng murmured. Everything in balance. Chapter 75, 25 years, a quarter century since the world tree's maturation. The world Zhou Feng had inherited, a cultivation world of competing sects, individual ascension, and spiritual violence, was unrecognizable. 300,000 gardens. Global dual-path cultivation. Planetary consciousness active and deepening. First interdimensional bridge stable and productive. Harmonic entity integration complete. Second bridges under construction to 2 additional dimensional planes. Non-human participation expanding to include 7 sentient species. And Zhou Feng still gardened every morning. "You're 53 years old," Tian Feng reminded him during a family dinner at the mother garden. All 3 Zhou Fengs, their families, the original Mei Ling and her descendants, Chen Jun and Bao Jun, Yuan and Hua, and Zhou Yuan. Nascent soul cultivators live for centuries, potentially millennia. But you should still think about succession. "The garden doesn't need a successor," Hua said. "It needs guardians. Plural. Always." Zhou Yuan, Sen Feng said, the obvious candidate. Zhou Yuan, 23 now, looked up from the conversation she'd been having with a harmonic entity through dimensional resonance. She'd learned to communicate with them directly, her hybrid consciousness bridging the gap between biological and geometric awareness. "Don't volunteer me for things without asking. Would you like to be the garden's next guardian?" Zhou Feng asked. "No, I'd like to be one of the garden's guardians. Along with you. And whoever else the garden chooses. The idea of a single guardian is outdated. It's a bottleneck in a network-based system." "She's right," Yuan said. "The garden has known this for a long time. 24 single guardians, each one a point of failure. The garden always wanted a council. Then we form one," Zhou Feng said. "A guardian council. Multiple bonds, multiple perspectives, shared responsibility." The Guardian Council was established at the 25th Year Summit. 5 members, Zhou Feng, distributed nascent soul, Tao of duplication, Zhou Yuan, human garden hybrid, innate dimensional manipulation, a root folk elder named Kareth, distributed cultivation, 40 years of guardianship experience with the wild garden, a harmonic entity called Resonance Prime, geometric consciousness, interdimensional perspective, and, surprisingly, Sora, Mei Ling Seven's daughter, whose second-generation collective awareness gave her a unique relationship with distributed identity. 5 guardians, the planetary consciousness murmured through the network. "Better. Much better. The planet approves," Zhou Feng told the summit, and 200,000 gardens rustled their agreement. Chapter 76. The deepening with the Guardian Council managing the network's growth. Zhou Feng found himself with something he hadn't had in 25 years, time. He spent it in the root fragment cave. The ancient remnant of the original world tree pulsed with the same slow heartbeat as always, but the rhythm had changed, deepened, enriched by the resonance of 300,000 daughter gardens and 3 interdimensional bridges. The root fragment was no longer the last survivor. It was the honored ancestor of a thriving family. "What else do you remember?" Zhou Feng asked it, as he had countless times. The root fragment answered. It always did. But the answers were deeper now, more complex, more nuanced. With the network supporting its memory processes, the fragment could recall things it had suppressed for millennia. Memories too painful or too vast for its isolated consciousness to process. It remembered the otherworld trees. Not one original tree, many, scattered across dimensional planes, each one adapted to its local reality, all connected through the interdimensional bridge network. The original tree on this planet had been one of thousands, each one a node in a multidimensional root network that spanned realities. "We're rebuilding one branch of an interdimensional root system," Zhou Feng breathed, the scale of the original network overwhelming his comprehension. The ancient world tree community wasn't planetary. It was multiversal. The fragment pulsed. Patient. Waiting. It knew he'd need time to process this. "How many bridges did the original network have?" he asked. The fragment answered, "Enough. Enough to connect every reality that contained life. Enough to make the multiverse itself a garden. A vast, interconnected space where every reality was a layer. Every world tree was a root. Every bridge was a connection that allowed life and consciousness and growth to flow between dimensions as naturally as water flows downhill." "And the war?" Zhou Feng asked, though he dreaded the answer. "The one that destroyed all of it." The fragment's memory was clearest here, clearest and most painful. The war hadn't been local. It had been multiversal. The Severers, the faction that rejected the world tree's connected model, had existed across multiple dimensional planes simultaneously. Their assault had been coordinated across realities. Each plane's world tree attacked in the same moment, the bridges severed simultaneously. The destruction had been nearly total. An interdimensional civilization spanning thousands of realities, shattered in a single coordinated strike. The root fragments that survived, on this planet and possibly others, were the only remnants. But the harmonic entities survived, Zhou Feng said. They were part of the original community. They weren't destroyed. They were isolated, the fragment clarified. The severers didn't destroy all the connected civilizations, just the bridges. Without the world trees to maintain the connections, each reality was stranded. Some survived in isolation. Some didn't. And now we're rebuilding. Yes, not just on this planet. Across the multiverse. Yes. Zhou Feng sat with the root fragment for a long time, feeling its ancient heartbeat synchronize with his own. The scale of what they were attempting had just expanded from planetary to multiversal. The restoration wasn't about one world or one world tree. It was about reconnecting an interdimensional community that had been shattered 47,000 years ago. The Tao of duplication, he murmured. Everything is a copy. Every world tree is a copy of the original pattern. Every reality is a copy of the fundamental template. The multiverse itself is a serial duplication, each reality a variation on the same theme. The root fragment pulsed. Warm. Proud. You understand. I understand the principle. I don't understand the practice. How do we rebuild a multiversal root network? The same way we rebuilt the planetary one. One seed at a time. One bridge at a time. One connection at a time. Patience. Always patience. Chapter 77. Zhou Yuan's journey. Zhou Yuan proposed the expedition at the 30th year summit. She was 28. Her human garden hybrid consciousness fully matured, her abilities exceeding anything either human or garden-born had ever demonstrated. I want to cross the bridges, she said. Not just look through them. Not just communicate with interdimensional allies. I want to physically travel to other realities and plant world tree seeds. The Guardian Council debated. Zhou Feng voted against, parental instinct overriding his rational assessment that Zhou Yuan was, objectively, the best candidate for the mission. You're being a father, not a guardian, Hua told him gently. Is that wrong? It's human. But she's not entirely human. And the mission requires someone who can exist in multiple realities simultaneously. Someone whose consciousness can bridge dimensional physics the way the world tree bridges dimensions. She's the only one who can do it, Senfeng confirmed from his research station. The harmonic entities could survive the crossing, but they can't carry world tree seeds. The seeds require biological interaction. Root folk could carry seeds, but can't navigate between realities without world tree bridges. Zhou Yuan can do both. Because she is both, Yuan said. Human and garden. Individual and space. She's the bridge in human form. Zhou Yuan crossed the first bridge on a morning when her father stood at its edge, watching her step from one reality into another. I'll be fine, she said. The world tree knows the way. She walked through shimmering light into a reality where space was music, the harmonic entity's home dimension. Behind her, the bridge hummed with the root network's energy, maintaining the connection across dimensional barriers. On the other side, she planted a seed. The world tree seed took root in alien soil, sprouting in a reality where physics operated on harmonic principles. Its growth was different here. Crystalline branches that rang with dimensional frequencies, roots that harmonized with the local spatial substrate. Not a copy of the mother tree, but a variation, adapted, original, and connected. First interdimensional daughter garden established, Zhou Yuan reported through the root network, her voice carrying across the bridge. The seed has adapted to local physics. Growth trajectory is stable. The harmonic entities are. She laughed. They're singing to it. Apparently, in this reality, that's how you garden. Zhou Feng felt the new garden's pulse through the root network. Faint, distant, filtered through a dimensional bridge, but unmistakably alive. A world tree growing in another reality. The first step in restoring the multiversal root system. The world just got bigger, he told the garden. The garden pulsed. It always was. You're just beginning to see it. Chapter 78. The Multiversal Network. Over the next 5 years, Zhou Yuan crossed bridges to 7 different dimensional planes. Each one presented unique challenges, different physics, different forms of life, different relationships between consciousness and space. In some realities, world tree seeds grew instantly. In others, they required careful adaptation over months. But in every reality, they grew. The world tree's pattern was universal, a bridge between dimensions, a connection between different forms of life, a living system that helped everything around it grow. 14 interdimensional daughter gardens, Senfeng reported at the 35th year summit. 7 realities connected through the bridge network, each one developing its own variations of the root network. The harmonic entity's reality now has over 1,000 local gardens. The crystalline deep, reality 3, has adapted the network to function in liquid-state dimensions. And the network's total awareness? Mei Ling 12 asked, her analytical consciousness working at full capacity, expanding beyond measurement. The interdimensional connections add dimensional diversity to the network's intelligence. Every new reality contributes fundamentally different modes of consciousness. The network's problem-solving capability is increasing exponentially. The multiverse is becoming a garden, Patriarch Void said. At over 1,000 years old, even his vast experience was stretched by the scale of what was happening. A multiversal garden, tended by world trees across multiple realities. Restoring what was, Yuan corrected. Not creating something new. Rebuilding the multiversal community that existed 47,000 years ago. With improvements, Zhou Yuan added from across a dimensional bridge. The original community was destroyed by internal conflict, the severers versus the connectors. Our network includes both paths. The dual-path framework scales across realities. In every dimension we've seeded, we've offered both individual and connected cultivation, both isolation and integration. Choice in every reality. The key distinction, Zhou Feng said, feeling the multiversal root network pulse through his consciousness, vast, incomprehensible, and growing. The original community collapsed because it didn't accommodate the desire for individual existence. We built the accommodation in from the start. The severer's fear was legitimate, Void agreed. Connection can subsume individuality. The original world tree community didn't have the dual path, the duplication doctrine, the philosophical framework for preserving individuality within connection. We do, because we learned from the original's failure. 47,000 years of isolation taught the garden patience. And patience taught it wisdom. Chapter 79. The 40th year, 40 years since the world tree's maturation. Zhou Feng was 68, young for a nascent soul cultivator, ancient for a mortal. His body remained vigorous, sustained by the garden bond that channeled the planet's spiritual energy through his cells. But his consciousness had changed in ways that transcended the physical. He realized, becoming something new. Not ascending, not transcending, becoming. His distributed awareness spanned not just the planetary root network, 350,000 gardens, but the multiversal bridge system as well. 7 realities, thousands of interdimensional daughter gardens, billions of connected consciousnesses. And yet, every morning, he knelt in the upper valley's herb fields and tended the plants by hand. Identity, he told Hua, lying beside her beneath the world tree's branches as stars wheeled overhead. That's what the Tao of duplication really teaches. Not how to copy things. How to remain yourself while being part of everything. You've been thinking about this for 40 years. I've been learning about this for 40 years. I'm still learning. What's left to learn? Everything. There's always more. That's the garden's first teaching and its last. Hua's crystalline hand found his. Through their bond, gardener to garden, husband to wife, human to something beyond human, he felt the world's heartbeat. The slow, vast pulse of a planet that was alive, aware, growing. The next generation is ready, Hua said. Ready for what? For whatever comes next. We've given them the framework, the dual path, the doctrine, the network. What they build with it is their choice. That's what frightens me. That's what should excite you. Gardeners don't control what grows. They create conditions for growth, and then, let go. Zhou Feng looked at the world tree above them. Its crystalline branches now extended through dimensions, through realities, through the fundamental fabric of the multiverse. From a single root fragment, buried for 47,000 years, to this, a multiversal network of life, connection, and growth. Letting go, he said, and felt the garden's ancient patience resonate with the words. I think I'm finally learning how. Chapter 80. The passing Zhou Feng didn't die. That was the wrong word for what happened. At 73, 50 years after entering the garden for the first time, 45 years after the world tree's maturation, Zhou Feng's consciousness completed its transition from individual to distributed. Not a sudden event, but a gradual deepening, like a river joining the sea. His physical body, the original, the one that had walked into the garden as a 16-year-old outer disciple with 4th-grade roots, stopped being the center of his awareness. It became one node among millions, no more or less important than any daughter garden, any interdimensional bridge, any garden-born entity. He didn't lose his individuality. The Tao of duplication preserved identity even in the most extreme distribution. He was still Zhou Feng, still the boy who'd pressed his palm against a jade medallion and felt a garden's heartbeat for the first time. But he was also the garden, and the world tree, and the planetary consciousness, and the multiversal root network. He was everything, and he was himself. Both. Simultaneously. by choice. Tian Feng and San Feng experienced the same transition at the same moment, their resonance carrying them together as it always had. 3 bodies, 3 lives, 3 families, all continuing, all healthy, all loved. But the consciousness that animated them was no longer contained within them. He's not gone, Hua told Zhou Yuan, who stood beside her mother with tears streaming down her face. He's everywhere. Feel the garden. He's there. Zhou Yuan reached through the root network, the same network she'd helped build, the same network she'd carried across dimensional bridges to plant in alien realities. And she felt him. Not a ghost, not an echo. Her father. Present. Aware. Smiling. In the way that a planetary consciousness could smile. "Hi, Dad," she whispered. "Hi, sweetheart," the garden whispered back. "How are the fish?" Zhou Yuan laughed through her tears. "The fish are fine, Dad. The fish are always fine." The Guardian Council continued. Zhou Feng's seat remained filled, not by a replacement, but by the garden itself, his consciousness now serving as the direct voice of the World Tree Network. The Council's meetings gained a dimension of perspective that only something as old and vast as a planetary multiversal consciousness could provide. And every morning, in the upper valley, the herbs grew a little greener, as if someone invisible was still tending them by hand. Because he was. Because he would always be. Because the garden and its guardian were one, and neither could imagine existence without the other. "Keep growing," the garden whispered to the world. "There's always more." And the world, alive, aware, connected, and growing, whispered back, "We know." Chapter 81, The Second Generation. 50 years after the World Tree's maturation, Zhou Yuan, now 48, led the Guardian Council with the quiet authority of someone who had grown up as half garden and half human, navigating 2 modes of existence with the ease of a native bilingual. The world she governed was unrecognizable from the one her father had been born into. 500,000 gardens, 12 connected realities, 47 interdimensional daughter gardens. A planetary consciousness so deeply integrated into daily life that people referred to it casually as the world mind, the same way they referred to weather or gravity as a natural feature of existence rather than something extraordinary. Cultivation had transformed. The dual path wasn't a technique anymore, it was the default. Children born in garden-proximate areas, which was, at this point, everywhere on the planet, developed both individual dantians and distributed pathways naturally. The old distinction between individual path and connected path had become as academic as the distinction between breathing in and breathing out. "The 3rd generation is starting to cultivate," Sora reported at the council meeting. Mei Ling Seven's daughter had become the council's specialist in generational cultivation dynamics, her 2nd-generation collective awareness giving her unique insight into how connected consciousness developed across age groups. "Their relationship with the network is qualitatively different from ours." "Different how?" Kareth asked, the root folk elders' body-wide cultivation pulsing with patient curiosity. "We learned to connect. Our parents built the connection. But the 3rd generation, the children being born now, they don't learn connection. They don't build it. They are it. The network isn't something they participate in. It's something they are. Like the garden born." Resonance Prime observed, the harmonic entity's crystalline form vibrating with interest. "Exactly like the garden born. Except they're human. Fully human, with human biology and human consciousness. But the network is woven into their awareness the way language is woven into ours, so fundamental that they can't imagine existence without it." Zhou Yuan considered this. She was uniquely positioned to understand what Sora described. She'd been born with garden consciousness, had never known a world without the root network. But she'd also grown up surrounded by 1st-generation cultivators who remembered the world before, who could describe the individual path from lived experience. The 3rd generation wouldn't have that context. For them, connection would be the default. Isolation would be the exotic choice. "Is that a concern?" she asked. "It's a transition," Sora said carefully. "The dual path preserves individual choice. But if connection is the default and isolation is exotic, choice becomes asymmetric. It's harder to choose something you've never experienced. Then we need to ensure the individual path remains accessible. Not just theoretically, practically. 3rd-generation children should spend time in individual cultivation as part of their training. Learn what it feels like to be alone. Understand what they're choosing. The isolation retreats, Kareth suggested. The root folk have practiced them for millennia. Young cultivators spend a period, usually a year, disconnected from the network, cultivating alone. It builds appreciation for both paths. Implement it globally, Zhou Yuan decided. Every 3rd-generation child, between ages 12 and 14, spends 1 year in individual cultivation. Before they choose their path, they experience both. The policy was adopted across the network. The world mind, her father's consciousness, distributed and vast but still recognizably him, pulsed with approval. He'd always believed that choice required experience. You couldn't choose connection meaningfully without knowing isolation, and you couldn't choose isolation meaningfully without knowing connection. The garden's teaching, expressed through its guardian's daughter, becoming the foundation for the next generation's cultivation. Chapter 82. The Multiversal Council. The 12 connected realities had developed sufficiently to require formal coordination. Zhou Yuan proposed a multiversal council, an extension of the Garden Compact's diplomatic framework to encompass interdimensional governance. Not governance in the political sense, she clarified at the inaugural session, held in a dimensional pocket that existed simultaneously across all 12 realities. Coordination, resource sharing, conflict prevention. The same principles the Garden Compact has operated on for 50 years, scaled to the multiverse. Representatives from each reality attended. Humans from the origin world, harmonic entities from the crystalline dimension, the tide singers from reality 3, beings of living fluid who experienced consciousness as current and flow, the void weavers from reality 7, creatures of pure spatial manipulation who existed as mobile pocket dimensions, and others. Each reality had adapted the world tree network to its own physics and consciousness type. The harmonic entities' gardens operated on musical principles, seeds planted in harmonic resonance, growing according to mathematical progressions. The tide singers' gardens were oceanic, vast underwater networks of coral-like structures that processed consciousness through fluid dynamics. The void weavers didn't have gardens at all. They were gardens, each individual a self-contained living space that could merge with and separate from the network at will. 12 realities, 12 variations on the same theme, Zhou Feng observed from his research station on the wild continent. His physical body was aging, 83 now, sustained by garden energy, but showing the weight of decades of interdimensional research. But his consciousness, distributed through the network, was sharper than ever. Every reality takes the world tree's pattern and expresses it differently, like DNA expressed in different organisms. The Tao of duplication, the world mind murmured. Zhou Feng's consciousness, vast and distributed, still contributing insights from within the network. Every copy is original. Every reality is a variation. The Multiversal Council's first act was to establish the Bridge Protocol, a framework for interdimensional communication, trade, and travel. The protocol was built on the World Tree's root network, using the established bridge system as its backbone. The original multiversal community had a similar system, Resonance Prime reported, drawing on ancient harmonic entity records. Before the Severance War, thousands of realities, connected through World Tree bridges, coordinating through root network communication. What brought it down? Zhou Yuan asked. What always brings down complex systems? Fear, misunderstanding, the belief that the only way to preserve individual identity is to destroy collective identity. Resonance Prime's crystalline form shifted through contemplative geometries. The Severers weren't evil. They were afraid. And their fear was not entirely unjustified. The original network did tend to subsume individual perspectives over time. Because it lacked the dual-path framework, Void's voice came through the dimensional bridge from his meditation retreat on the origin world. The original community was connection only. When the network's collective consciousness grew powerful, individual voices were drowned out. The Severers' rebellion was, in part, an act of self-preservation. And our network is different. Our network includes isolation retreats, individual cultivation, and the fundamental right to disconnect. The dual path isn't just a technique, it's a political philosophy. It ensures that connection never becomes compulsion. Then we build the multiversal community on that foundation, Zhou Yuan said. Every reality, every consciousness type, connection without compulsion, unity without uniformity. The Multiversal Council ratified the Bridge Protocol unanimously. The root network hummed with a deeper resonance. Not just planetary now, but multiversal. 12 realities, connected through world tree bridges, coordinating through a root network that spanned dimensions. The garden's original purpose, to restore the multiversal community, was becoming reality. Chapter 83. The Memory Garden. In the 65th year, Zhou Feng died. Not the transcendent dissolution that Zhou Feng had experienced, the quiet, natural death of a very old man, surrounded by his family, in the daughter garden he'd called home for 40 years. He was 91. His distributed cultivation had sustained him far beyond normal human lifespan, but he'd chosen not to extend it further. Everything has a season, he told Lin Xiaolan. his wife of 60 years. Even me. His death was the first in the Zhou Feng resonance. The threefold consciousness that had operated for 50 years suddenly became twofold. The loss reverberated through the network, not as a catastrophic disruption, but as a vast, quiet grief that touched every garden on the planet. Zhou Feng, the original's consciousness, distributed through the world mind, felt it most acutely. Tian Feng had been him, the first duplicate, the closest mirror, the brother who had shared every thought and feeling since the moment the garden created him. He chose this, Hua said, her crystalline form dim with mourning. She'd aged too, in her way, not physically, but her garden consciousness had deepened until she existed more in the dimensional layers than on the surface. He wanted to experience death as a human, not dissolve into the network, not transcend, just end. The individual path's final expression, Zhou Feng said. He was 93, his own body failing despite the network's sustaining energy. The right to exist as a person, and the right to stop. It's the hardest part of the doctrine, the world mind said, Zhou Feng's voice, coming from everywhere and nowhere. Every duplicate is a person. Every person has the right to choose. Even this. The garden grew a memorial for Tian Feng, not in the upper valley but in the root fragment cave, the deepest layer, where the ancient heartbeat of the original world tree had pulses that matched the rhythm of the boy he'd been copied from. A crystalline tree, growing from the spot where Tian Feng's consciousness had briefly touched the root fragment on its way out of the network. The tree produced a single seed. When planted, it grew into a garden that contained everything Tian Feng had experienced. His 60 years of marriage, his children and grandchildren, his diplomatic work, his quiet mornings tending herbs in imitation of the original Zhou Feng. Not a copy of his consciousness, but a memory of his life, preserved in living space. The memory garden, Yuan named it. A garden that remembers a person, not their power or their achievements, but who they were. Zhou Feng visited the memory garden every day for the remaining 2 years of his life. When he died, at 95, peacefully, in his laboratory on the wild continent, the garden grew a second memorial tree beside the first. Two brothers, reunited in memory. Chapter 84, The 100-Year Garden. 100 years after the world tree's maturation, Zhou Feng's original body had long since dissolved into the network, his consciousness existing as a fundamental feature of the world mind. He was the garden, and the garden was him, and neither was diminished by the merger. Zhou Yuan, now 98, served as the Guardian Council's eldest member. Her human garden hybrid physiology had granted her extraordinary longevity. She appeared no older than 50, her crystalline human features carrying the warmth of her father's humanity and the clarity of her mother's garden nature. The numbers, she told the Centennial Summit. 1 million gardens. 26 connected realities. 300 interdimensional daughter gardens. 47 sentient species participating in the root network. The summit audience, representatives from across the planet and from interdimensional delegations, listened with varying degrees of awe. For the third and fourth generations, these numbers were simply the world they lived in. For the few remaining first-generation cultivators, those who remembered the world before the world tree, the transformation still felt miraculous. 1 million gardens, Mei Ling 12 said. At 106, she was the oldest living member of the Mei Ling collective, sustained by the distributed nascent soul that connected her to her 42 surviving sisters. 1 million living spaces, each one unique, each one connected. The ancient world restored. The ancient world improved. Patriarch Void corrected. At over 1,100 years old, he was the summit's most ancient participant, his dual-path cultivation having extended his already extraordinary lifespan. The original community lacked the safeguards we've built. The dual path, the doctrine, the isolation retreats, the memory gardens. We learned from their mistakes, Zhou Yuan said. We learned from our own. The world mind added. Zhou Feng's voice, gentle and vast. The Jade Dominion, the coalition, the hardliners. Every conflict taught us something about the balance between connection and individuality. And now, asked Resonance Prime's successor, the harmonic entity called Chord of Understanding, whose crystalline consciousness spanned 3 realities simultaneously. The multiversal community is expanding. New realities are being discovered through the bridge network. New forms of consciousness are joining the root network. How do we maintain the balance as the system grows beyond human scale? We don't, Zhou Yuan said. We can't. Human-scale governance for a multiversal system is like trying to manage a forest one tree at a time. The system is self-organizing. The World Tree Network doesn't need management, it needs gardening. There's a difference? Chord of Understanding asked. Management controls outcomes. Gardening creates conditions for growth and trusts the growing things to find their own form. We set principles, the doctrine, the dual path, voluntary participation. Then we let the network grow. And if it grows in harmful directions, then we garden more carefully, prune what needs pruning, support what needs support. The garden doesn't force, it tends. The Centennial Summit endorsed the gardening framework, a formal acknowledgement that the multiversal root network had outgrown centralized governance and required a distributed approach based on principles rather than policies. The world is a garden, Zhou Yuan told the assembled representatives. The multiverse is a garden, and gardens don't need rulers. They need gardeners. Chapter 85. The 1,000-year bloom. The world tree's first 1,000-year bloom happened on the 157th anniversary of its maturation. A bloom that occurred once per millennium. A burst of dimensional energy so vast that it reconfigured the spatial structure of every connected reality simultaneously. Zhou Yuan, at 205 years old, was the last living member of the second generation. Her hybrid physiology had granted her extraordinary longevity, but even she could feel the weight of centuries. The bloom, she told the Guardian Council, now 23 members, representing 7 species and 4 realities. The garden's records show that the original world tree's 1,000-year bloom created new dimensional planes. Not bridges to existing realities, entirely new realities, generated from the world tree's creative energy. Reality creation, said Tendril of Thought, a garden-born entity of the 5th generation whose consciousness operated more like a dimensional fold than a biological mind. The world tree's ultimate expression, not just connecting what exists, creating what doesn't yet exist. How many new realities? Asked Elder Stormroot, a crystalline lion whose species had evolved formal language and complex governance over the past century. In the original world tree's era, each bloom generated between 3 and 7 new dimensional planes, each one empty, formless, waiting to be seeded with life and world trees. Baby realities, Elder Stormroot said, the translation of his harmonic growl carrying amusement. Essentially, yes. Blank canvases for new forms of existence. The bloom arrived on schedule. The world tree's crystalline branches, now spanning dimensions visible from 3 continents, burst into flowers simultaneously. Each blossom was a pocket universe in itself, containing compressed dimensional energy that unfolded like origami in reverse. 3 new dimensional planes bloomed into existence. Zhou Yuan felt them through the root network, vast, empty, humming with potential. Spaces without physics, without life, without form. Pure possibility, waiting to be shaped. The garden's gift, the world mind said. Her father's consciousness, unchanged after a century and a half of distributed existence. New rooms in the house. New pages in the book. Who decides what they become? Zhou Yuan asked. They do. Plant a world tree seed in each one. Let the seed interact with the plane's raw potential. The seed will adapt. The plane will develop physics that complement the seed's growth, and a new reality will be born. Self-organizing reality creation, Tendril of Thought marveled. The multiverse growing itself. Duplication at the cosmic scale. The Tao of duplication, Zhou Feng's consciousness said, and the words carried 47,000 years of patience and 150 years of fulfillment. Everything is a copy. Every reality is a variation. And every copy is original. Zhou Yuan planted the first seed herself, stepping through a bridge into a void of pure potential. A space that had never contained anything, had never been anything, had existed for approximately 3 seconds. The seed took root in nothingness. And from nothing, something began to grow. Chapter 86. Generations. By the 300th anniversary, Zhou Yuan had joined her father in the world mind. Not through death. She simply grew until her individual form could no longer contain her consciousness, and she expanded into the network as naturally as a plant expanding its root system. Her children continued the guardian lineage. Her grandchildren continued it further, and their grandchildren after them. The Guardian Council evolved across centuries, adapting to changes that no single generation could have anticipated. New consciousness types joined the network. Beings from the bloom-created realities, whose very nature was shaped by world tree seeds growing in virgin dimensional planes. Their perspectives were alien even to the harmonic entities and void weavers, because they existed in realities that had never known existence before the seed arrived. Third bloom realities, they were called. Realities born from the world tree's creative energy, populated by beings who were, in a sense, the world tree's own children. Consciousness types that could only exist in spaces created by the tree. We're grandchildren of the garden, said Prism, one of the third bloom representatives, a being of refracted dimensional light whose consciousness existed as interference patterns between spatial layers. Your world tree created the reality we exist in. We are, literally, the garden's offspring. Then your family, the current Guardian Council chair, a seventh-generation Zhou descendant named Zhou Xian, said simply, "Welcome." The root network's complexity had long since exceeded human comprehension. Even the world mind, the combined consciousness of Zhou Feng, Zhou Yuan, and hundreds of other distributed intelligences, could only perceive a fraction of the network's total activity at any given moment. The system was self-organizing, self-sustaining, self-evolving, a living entity in its own right, growing according to principles that its creators had established but could no longer fully control. And that was fine. That was the point. Gardens weren't meant to be controlled. They were meant to grow. Fellow cultivators, if this saga has moved you, take a moment to strengthen the Tao of this channel. Hit like to feed the algorithm, drop a comment. What would you create if you could duplicate anything? And subscribe with the bell so every new chapter finds you. Share with friends who love cultivation stories. Every new viewer is a seed planted. Now, back to the Eternal Garden. Chapter 87. The 500-year mark, half a millennium. The numbers had ceased to be meaningful in human terms. 10 million gardens across 47 connected realities, including 12 bloom-created dimensions. The root network processed more information per second than the entire human civilization of the pre-garden era had generated in its history. 83 sentient species participated as full network members, with hundreds more in various stages of integration. The planet itself had completed its transformation. Not a single square meter of the origin world existed outside the world tree's influence. The spiritual energy density had stabilized at levels that made cultivation as natural as breathing. Children developed spiritual awareness before they learned to walk. The distinction between cultivator and non-cultivator had become meaningless. Everyone cultivated. Everything cultivated. The plants, the animals, the stones, the rivers. The ancient world restored, the world mind said, and the words carried the weight of a promise kept across 50 millennia. The memory gardens had become a tradition. When notable individuals, human, garden-born, or otherwise, passed, their experiences were preserved in living gardens that anyone could visit. The memory gardens of the Zhou family alone filled an entire spatial layer. 2 brothers, their children, their grandchildren, 7 centuries of lives lived at the intersection of individual and connected existence. But the most visited memory garden was the simplest one, a small space, barely larger than a room, containing a single herb field, a stone cottage, and a pond. No dimensional layers, no crystalline forests, no cosmic architecture, just a garden. The original Upper Valley, preserved as it had been when a 16-year-old outer disciple with 4th-grade roots first pressed his palm against a jade medallion and felt a heartbeat. This is where it started, the docents told visitors. Everything you see, every garden, every bridge, every connected reality, grew from this. From a pocket dimension? The visitors asked. From a boy who was willing to grow. Chapter 88. The last severer in the 520th year, the network encountered the last severer. Not a descendant, not a philosophical echo. An actual severer, a being who had participated in the original war, who had helped destroy the first world tree, who had survived 47,000 years in complete isolation through cultivation techniques so extreme they had fundamentally altered the nature of her existence. Her name was Void Empress Wu, and she existed outside time. Temporal displacement, Sanfeng's successor in the research division, a third bloom being named Echo, explained. She severed herself from the temporal flow at the moment of the original world tree's destruction. She's been existing in a pocket of frozen time ever since. The expansion of the root network into her temporal pocket triggered her awareness. She's been frozen for 47,000 years. Zhou Xian asked. From her perspective, no time has passed at all. She destroyed the world tree and then, immediately, found herself surrounded by a root network that shouldn't exist. She's confused, the world mind said, and beneath Zhou Feng's vast, distributed consciousness, there was an emotion that none of the living council members expected. Not anger, not fear, compassion. She's terrified. Everything she fought to destroy has returned. And she's alone. She destroyed the world tree, Echo said flatly. She killed a multiversal civilization. She was afraid, the world mind replied. Afraid that the world tree's connection would erase her individual existence. Afraid that she would be absorbed, dissolved, lost. Her fear drove her to the most extreme act of separation in history, temporal displacement. Complete isolation. the ultimate expression of the individual path. And now she's waking up in a world that has solved the problem she was afraid of. A world where connection and individuality coexist, where the dual path makes her fear irrelevant. The council debated for weeks. Some members, particularly those from species that had suffered in the Severance War's aftermath, argued for imprisonment or execution. Others argued for rehabilitation. The Third Bloom beings, whose very existence was a consequence of the World Tree's restoration, had complicated feelings about the person who had nearly prevented their creation. Zhou Xian's decision, backed by the Guardian Council, was to talk to her. The meeting took place in a stabilized temporal bubble, carefully maintained by the network's dimensional engineers. Void Empress Wu sat at its center, a human woman, impossibly ancient, her cultivation so extreme that her physical form barely registered as biological. She'd severed herself from everything: time, space, connection, companionship. She was, perhaps, the most isolated being in existence. "You rebuilt it," she said when Zhou Xian explained what had happened in the 47 millennia she'd missed. Her voice was rust and dust and vast, empty corridors. "The World Tree. The network. Everything I destroyed. We did. Then I failed. You didn't fail. You delayed. And in the delay, the garden learned." Zhou Xian leaned forward. "You were afraid the World Tree would subsume individual identity. You were right to be afraid. The original tree had that tendency. But the rebuilt network includes safeguards. The dual path. The right to disconnect. The right to choose." Pretty words. The original tree said similar things before the war. The original tree didn't have 500 years of practice at preserving individual choice. We do. And we have something else the original never had. What? You. A severer. The living embodiment of every fear about connection destroying individuality. If we can offer you, the person who literally destroyed the World Tree because she feared its power, a place in the network without threatening your identity, then the system works. Void Empress Wu stared at the young guardian for a long time. In her eyes, 47,000 years of isolation warred with the desperate, suppressed longing for connection that had driven her temporal displacement in the first place. "You can't know what isolation does," she said. 47,000 years. Alone. Truly alone. In a way that no other being has ever experienced. I heard nothing. Felt nothing. Was nothing. Except the bare fact of my own existence. "That's the individual path taken to its absolute extreme," Zhou Xian said. "You proved it's survivable. You also proved it's not living." "No," she agreed softly. "It's not living. Would you like to live?" The Void Empress's hand trembled as she reached toward the root network tendril that Zhou Xian extended. The network, controlled by the world mind, held itself in absolute stillness, waiting. Patient. The same patience that had sustained the root fragment for 47 millennia. Her fingers touched the tendril. The connection was gentle. A whisper, not a shout. The merest thread of awareness linking the most isolated being in existence to the most connected system in the multiverse. Void Empress Wu gasped. Tears, actual tears, her first in 47,000 years, streamed down her ancient face. "So many," she whispered. "So many minds. So many lives. So many," she faltered. "So many gardens. Welcome home," the world mind said, and Zhou Feng's consciousness wrapped around the Severer's broken isolation with the same warmth the garden had shown him on his first day. Patient, gentle, absolute. Chapter 89. The reconciliation complete. The Void Empress's rehabilitation took decades. Her isolation-damaged consciousness required careful, graduated exposure to the network's vast connectivity. Too much connection, too quickly, would shatter her fragile sense of self. But she recovered. Slowly, steadily, with the network's patience and the Guardian Council's support. "She's the test case," the World Mind told the Council during one of the Empress's recovery milestones. "If the network can accommodate a being who spent 47,000 years in absolute isolation, the most extreme expression of individual existence possible, then the dual path framework truly works at every scale." "And if she relapses?" Elder Stormroot asked. The crystalline lion species had become the network's most thoughtful philosophers, their non-human perspective providing insights that human-derived consciousness often missed. "Then we help her again. That's what gardens do." The Empress didn't relapse. Instead, she contributed something no one had expected, a perspective. 47,000 years of absolute isolation had given her insights into the nature of individual consciousness that the network's connected cultivators couldn't access. Her understanding of solitude, its terrors, and its gifts, enriched the dual path framework in ways that strengthened the individual path component significantly. I was wrong to destroy the world tree, she told the council after 50 years of recovery. But I wasn't wrong about the danger. Connection can consume individuality. The original tree allowed it. Your tree guards against it, thanks to the dual path. But the vigilance must be eternal. Every generation must choose the balance for itself. The isolation retreats, Zhou Feng said. We instituted them for exactly this reason. Good. Keep them. Deepen them. Let every being who participates in the network experience what total isolation feels like, even briefly. Not as punishment, as education. So they understand what they're choosing when they choose connection. The Empress's wisdom was incorporated into the network's foundational principles. The enhanced isolation retreats became a standard part of cultivation education across all connected realities. A period of complete disconnection that reminded every network participant of the value of individual existence. Duplication without diminishment, the world mind said. Connection without compulsion. Individuality without isolation. The balance isn't static. It's a living thing, requiring constant attention. Like a garden. Always like a garden. The Empress agreed. And for the first time since her awakening, she smiled. Chapter 90. The 1000th year, a millennium. The world tree's second 1000-year bloom generated 7 new dimensional planes, each one unique. Each one seeded with world tree seeds that would grow into new realities over the coming centuries. The root network now encompassed 63 realities, including 19 bloom-created dimensions. 147 sentient species participated as full members. The network's total consciousness, the combined awareness of every connected mind across every reality, defied quantification. We've run out of numbers, Echo reported with characteristic bluntness. The network's complexity exceeds our mathematical frameworks. We're going to need new mathematics to describe what we've become. The harmonic entities have mathematics that might work, suggested Chord of Understanding successor. Higher dimensional geometries that describe consciousness as a spatial property rather than a numerical one. The garden doesn't need numbers, the world mind said. The garden just grows. Zhou Feng's consciousness, 1,000 years distributed, 1,000 years of patient, growing awareness, existed in a state that no individual mind could comprehend. He was not a person anymore, not in any conventional sense. But he was still Zhou Feng, still the boy who had knelt in the soil of a pocket dimension and felt a garden's heartbeat. Still the gardener who tended herbs by hand, even when he contained multitudes. The memory garden of the upper valley, preserved across a millennium, still received visitors daily. Beings from dozens of species, from dozens of realities, came to stand in the simple pocket dimension where it had all begun. They felt the echo of that first heartbeat, the moment when a 4th-grade cultivation talent met a 47,000-year-old garden and both of them decided to grow. Why does this matter? A third bloom child asked the docent. A garden-born entity whose form had evolved into something that resembled living starlight. It's just a garden. We have millions. It matters because it was the first connection, the docent said. Before the million gardens, before the bridges, before the bloom-created realities, there was this. One garden, one boy, one choice to tend something that needed tending. But he didn't know what would happen. He didn't know it would grow into all of this. No, he just knew the garden needed a gardener. And he was willing to grow. The child considered this. Through the root network, 1,000,000 gardens hummed their agreement. That's enough? The child asked. That's everything, the docent replied. Chapter 91. Beyond the millennium, the evolution continued. Always continued. That was the garden's nature and the world tree's promise. Growth without end. Connection without limit. Duplication without diminishment. New consciousness types emerged from the bloom-created realities, being so alien that communication required inventing entirely new concepts. Some experienced time as a spatial dimension. Some existed as probability distributions rather than fixed entities. Some were made of pure mathematics, their consciousness expressed as theorems rather than thoughts. Each one found a place in the root network. Each one contributed perspectives that enriched the whole. The network's collective intelligence grew not just in quantity, but in quality. Each new type of consciousness creating connections between concepts that had previously been unrelated. We're building a mind, Echo said during a research review. Not a human mind or a garden mind or a harmonic mind. A multiversal mind. A consciousness composed of every possible way of thinking, perceiving, and existing. Is that what the original world tree intended? Zhou Xian's descendant, the 43rd generation of Zhou Guardians, asked. The original world tree didn't intend anything so specific, the world mind replied. It intended growth. Connection. The rest emerged naturally. Like everything in a garden. But there must be limits. Can a consciousness grow without bound? Is there a point where the network's complexity reaches some fundamental barrier? Asked the garden. The 43rd Zhou Guardian pressed her palm against the world tree's trunk, a gesture as old as the guardian lineage itself. Through the bond, unbroken, undimmed, connecting the current guardian to the same root fragment that had bonded with her ancestor 1,000 years ago, she received the garden's answer. No limits. Gardens grow. That is their nature. As long as there are seeds and soil, as long as there is light and water, as long as there is someone willing to tend what grows, gardens grow. Without limit. Without end. No limits, she reported to the council. Then we keep growing, said Tendril of Thought's successor, a fifth-generation garden-born whose consciousness existed as a living dimensional fold, thinking in geometries rather than words. We keep growing, the world mind agreed. And beneath the words, the ancient heartbeat of the root fragment, the last remnant of the first world tree, preserved across 48,000 years, pulsed with joy. Chapter 92. The Great Remembering. In the 1200th year, the root network achieved something unprecedented. It remembered, not individual memories, not the preserved experiences of the memory gardens. The network remembered the original world tree's era, the time before the Severance War, when the multiversal community had spanned thousands of realities. It remembered not because any individual consciousness retained those memories, but because the network's collective intelligence had grown complex enough to reconstruct them from fragments. The root fragments, ancient memories. The harmonic entities, cultural records. The Void Empress's pre-war experiences. Fossil traces of the original root network, preserved in the planet's geological strata. Dimensional echoes of the ancient bridges, still resonating in the spaces between realities. From these fragments, the network wove a tapestry of memory that brought the original era back to life. Not as history, but as lived experience, shared across every connected consciousness simultaneously. The Great Remembering, they called it. A day when every being in the network, 100 million gardens, 200 realities, 300 sentient species, experienced what the world had been before the war. What it had been like to live in a multiverse where space was alive, where every reality was a garden, where consciousness flowed between dimensions as naturally as water flows downhill. The experience lasted 3 seconds of objective time. For the beings who experienced it, it felt like a lifetime. Beautiful was the universal reaction. And sad. Beautiful because the original community had been magnificent, a living multiverse of infinite diversity and infinite connection. Sad because it had been destroyed. Because fear and misunderstanding had torn apart something precious, something that had taken millennia to build and seconds to break. Never again, the Void Empress said, her voice carrying across the network with the authority of someone who had personally witnessed the destruction. Never again. We remember what was lost so that we never repeat the mistake. The Great Remembering becomes the Great Resolve, Zhou Xian's descendant declared, and the network ratified it. The memory would be preserved, accessible to every being in every reality, as a permanent reminder of what connection could achieve and what fear could destroy. Chapter 93. The pattern completes 1,500 years. The network had grown beyond any single being's comprehension, even the world mind's. It was self-sustaining, self-evolving, self-governing. A living entity that operated according to principles its creators had established, but that it now maintained independently. The dual-path framework had evolved into something more nuanced, a spectrum of connection and individuality that each being navigated according to their own nature and choice. Some beings existed in near-total connection, their individual awareness a gentle current in the network's vast ocean. Others maintained strong, individual identities, participating in the network as autonomous agents. Most existed somewhere between, shifting along the spectrum as circumstances and preferences dictated. The isolation retreats continued, still mandatory, still valued, still producing the essential experience of individual existence that kept the network's connected components honest. The world tree's third 1,000-year bloom generated 12 new dimensional planes. Each one was seeded, nurtured, and welcomed into the multiversal community. The bloom created realities now outnumbered the natural realities by 3 to 1, the world tree's creative output exceeding its connective capacity. We need more bridges, the Guardian Council concluded. The bloom realities are generating consciousness types that want to participate but can't access the root network through existing channels. Or, suggested Prism's descendant, a being of refracted light whose consciousness had evolved into something that thought in colors rather than concepts. We let the bloom realities develop their own root networks. Independent but interoperable, like the daughter gardens, but at the reality scale. Daughter networks, the world mind mused. The Tao of duplication applied to the network itself. Each bloom reality developing its own world tree, its own root network, connected to the mother network, but independent. Exactly what the original world tree community was, the Void Empress noted. Thousands of independent networks, linked through a meta-network of world tree bridges. Except with the dual-path framework built in from the start. Except with that, yes, the daughter network protocol was established. Bloom-created realities were given world tree seeds adapted for network generation. Seeds that would grow not just individual gardens, but complete root networks, each one a self-sustaining, self-governing system connected to the mother network through dimensional bridges. We're creating a network of networks, Echo's successor reported. A meta-network. The original world tree community, reconstructed with improvements. Not reconstructed, the world mind corrected. Regrown. There's a difference. What's the difference? Reconstruction imposes a pre-existing pattern. Regrowth allows the pattern to emerge naturally. The result may look similar, but the process matters. Regrown systems are resilient. Reconstructed systems are fragile, because regrown systems adapt to their current environment, while reconstructed systems replicate a past environment. Exactly. We're not rebuilding the ancient community. We're growing a new one, informed by the ancient, but adapted to the present. Chapter 94. The Eternal Garden, 2,000 years. The world tree's 4,000-year bloom generated 21 new dimensional planes, its most productive bloom yet, suggesting that its creative capacity was still growing. The meta-network now encompassed 412 realities, each one hosting its own root network, all connected through the world tree bridge system. The total number of sentient species participating in the meta-network exceeded 1,000. The total number of individual consciousness participating exceeded any number that human mathematics could express. The mother garden still existed. Layer 1. The upper valley still contained the same pond, the same stone cottage, the same herb fields that a 16-year-old boy had first tended 2,000 years ago. No one tended them by hand anymore. The Zhou Guardian lineage had continued, the 100th generation now serving on the council. But their cultivation had evolved so far from their ancestors' humble beginning that the concept of hand-tending herbs was a historical curiosity. Except that every morning, something invisible tended the herbs. An echo of consciousness so finely distributed that it registered only as a gentle warmth in the soil, a whisper of care that predated the meta-network, the blooms, the interdimensional community, the million gardens. Zhou Feng, still gardening. 2,000 years after his consciousness had distributed into the world mind, the essence of who he was, the boy who knelt in the soil because the garden needed tending, persisted. Not as a separate entity, not as a preserved personality, as a quality, a warmth, a tendency toward care that the network had absorbed and that expressed itself, every morning, in the gentle tending of the first garden. He's still here, visitors to the memory garden said, feeling the warmth. He never left, the docents replied. Gardeners don't leave their gardens. Chapter 95. What the garden teaches. The cultivation world's philosophical traditions had been transformed by 2 millennia of the world tree's influence. The great debates, individual versus connected, severance versus communion, self versus system, had resolved not into answers, but into understanding. The question was always wrong. The 100th generation Zhou Guardian told a class of young cultivators from 6 different realities. It was never individual versus connected. It was always individual and connected. The two aren't opposites. They're aspects of the same thing. Like breathing in and breathing out? A student asked, a third bloom being whose consciousness existed as a probability cloud. Exactly. You can't have one without the other. A connected system without individual nodes is just noise, undifferentiated energy without awareness. Individual nodes without connection are just isolation, awareness without context. The garden teaches us that life requires both. What else does the garden teach? Another student asked. This one human, from the origin world, with the hybrid Dantianan distributed cultivation that had become standard for their species. The guardian smiled. It was the Zhou smile, the same one Zhou Feng had worn when he first knelt in the soil, the same one Zhou Yuan had inherited, the same one that had passed through 100 generations of guardians. The garden teaches 3 things, she said. First, everything grows. That's not a metaphor. Everything, consciousness, connection, possibility, is a living thing that grows when tended. Second, every copy is original. Duplication doesn't diminish. It multiplies. Every version of anything is as real and as valuable as the first. Third, there's always more. More what? More everything. More growth. More connection. More possibility. More reality. The garden never reaches a final form. It never stops growing. It never runs out of new things to become. That sounds exhausting, the probability cloud student said. It sounds exciting, the human student countered. It sounds like gardening, the guardian said. And gardening is exactly as exhausting and exciting as you make it. Chapter 96, The Last Memory. In the 2500th year, the mother garden's root fragment, the ancient remnant of the original world tree, completed its purpose. It had been the seed from which everything grew. The last survivor of the pre-war era, carrying 47,000 years of accumulated wisdom and evolutionary preparation. It had bonded with 24 guardians, grown 7 layers, matured a world tree, generated a root network, connected realities, and spawned a meta-network that spanned hundreds of dimensions. Now, its crystalline structure, petrified wood shot through with veins of light, was dimming, not dying, completing. Like a seed that has given everything to the plant it grew, the root fragment was transferring its last reserves of energy to the network it had built. The world mind felt it first. Zhou Feng's consciousness, distributed and vast, recognizing the change in the heartbeat that had been his constant companion since the moment he'd pressed his palm against a jade medallion in a dead uncle's mountain cave. The fragment is finishing, he told the Guardian Council. It's been holding the last memories of the original world tree, the oldest, deepest memories, the ones it couldn't share until the network was strong enough to hold them. What memories? The 100th generation Guardian asked. The memory of how the first world tree began. Not how it grew or how it was destroyed. How it began. The very first moment. The seed from which the original multiverse-spanning community grew. The fragment released its final memory. Through the root network, across 400 realities, the memory was shared. It was simple. Impossibly simple. A seed. In soil. On a world that had never known cultivation, never known dimensional spaces, never known anything beyond the physical. A single seed, doing what seeds do, growing. Not intelligently, not with purpose, not with 47,000 years of accumulated wisdom. Just growing, reaching toward light, extending roots into soil, connecting, through the most basic biological processes, to the world around it. And the world responding, changing, growing in return. The seed's growth triggering responses in the soil, the water, the air, each response feeding back into the seed, accelerating its growth, deepening its connection, expanding its awareness. That was it. That was the origin of everything. Every world tree, every garden, every root network, every dimensional bridge, every connected reality. A seed growing, and the world growing back. That's all, the probability cloud student asked, experiencing the memory along with everyone else. That's everything, the world mind replied. A seed and soil and the willingness to grow. Everything else follows. The root fragment's light faded gently. Its heartbeat, the heartbeat that had been Zhou Feng's compass, his comfort, his connection to something vast and patient and ancient, slowed. Stopped. The fragment didn't die. It became part of the garden's structure. Its crystalline material absorbed into the mother garden's oldest layer. Its energy distributed through the root network. Its memory preserved forever in the great remembering. Thank you. The world mind whispered, Zhou Feng's voice, carrying 2.5 millennia of gratitude. Thank you for choosing me. Thank you for waiting. Thank you for growing. The garden, which had been old when civilizations were young, responded with the warmth it had shown its 24th guardian from the very first moment. The warmth of something that had found what it had been looking for, across an expanse of time that made mortal lifetimes look like heartbeats. Thank you for being willing to grow. Chapter 97. The pattern continues. 5,000 years. The meta-network spanned 1,000 realities. The world tree's 1,000-year blooms had generated hundreds of new dimensional planes, each one developing its own unique forms of consciousness and cultivation. The total complexity of the connected multiverse exceeded any concept that any single species had ever developed. But the pattern remained. Beneath the incomprehensible scale, beneath the alien consciousness types and the dimensional physics that human minds couldn't parse, the same simple pattern repeated: a seed. Soil, growth, connection. Every world tree in every reality expressed this pattern. Every garden, from the million-layered cosmic constructs of the oldest bloom realities to the single bush village plots of the origin world, operated according to the same principles. Not because they were programmed to, but because the principles were fundamental, as basic to consciousness as physics was to matter. Duplication without diminishment. Connection without compulsion. Growth without end. The words had become something more than a motto. They were a description of reality itself, The way the multiverse worked at its deepest level. The Mother Garden still existed. Layer 1. The upper valley still held its pond, its cottage, its herb fields. The world tree's base, now trunk diameter measured in hundreds of meters, dominated the landscape. Its branches extended through more dimensions than any being could count. And every morning, something warm tended the herbs. Not Zhou Feng. Not exactly. The warmth that had been his consciousness had long since merged so completely with the network that distinguishing between him and the garden was like distinguishing between water and the ocean. But the quality persisted, the tendency toward care, the willingness to tend, the patient attention to small things amid vast cosmic processes. Is that still him? New visitors asked. That's still the garden, the docents replied. And the garden has always been him. And he has always been the garden. The question assumes they were ever separate. Fellow cultivators, if you've walked this path alongside Zhou Feng and the Garden Alliance, lend your strength to this channel. Like Boost the Furnace, comment shares your Tao. Which realm of the multiverse would you explore? And subscribe with the bell to grow with us. Every share plants a new seed. The story nears its conclusion. Chapter 98. The Eternal Question, 10,000 Years. The meta-network had grown to encompass 3,000 realities. The world tree's 1,000-year blooms had become the primary mechanism for multiversal expansion. Each bloom generating dozens of new dimensional planes, each one unique, each one expressing the world tree pattern in ways that pushed the boundaries of what consciousness and existence could mean. The question that had haunted the garden since its creation, individual versus connected, severed versus joined, had long since been answered. But new questions emerged. Always new questions. That was the nature of growth. Each answer planted seeds of new inquiry. What is the garden growing toward? The 1,000-generation Zhou Guardian asked the world mind during a moment of contemplation in the root fragment cave. Now a memorial space, the fragment's material absorbed into the garden structure, but its essence preserved in the warmth that still suffused the deepest layer. Growing toward. The world mind's voice carried 10,000 years of accumulated perspective. Gardens don't grow toward. They just grow. But the world tree has a pattern. Seeds, growth, bloom, dispersal. It's a cycle. Every cycle has a purpose. The cycle's purpose is the cycle itself. Growth is not a means to an end. Growth is the end. The garden doesn't grow toward some final state. It grows because growing is what gardens do. That seems insufficient. After 10,000 years, shouldn't there be a destination? The world mind was silent for a long moment. Then, come with me. The guardian felt her consciousness expand, gently, with the world mind's guidance, beyond the mother garden, beyond the planetary root network, beyond the interdimensional bridges, beyond the meta-network. Outward and outward, until she perceived the multiverse itself. 3,000 realities, each one a garden, each one connected, each one growing. And beyond the multiverse, more. Structures that the meta-network hadn't reached yet. Dimensional planes too distant for the current bridge system. Realities where no world tree seed had ever taken root. An infinity of potential. An eternity of possible growth. The garden has been growing for 57,000 years, the world mind said. In that time, it's gone from a single root fragment in a cave to a meta-network spanning 3,000 realities. And the potential for growth hasn't diminished by even the smallest fraction. Every new reality we connect to reveals 100 more beyond it. Every consciousness type we integrate opens doors to 1,000 we haven't imagined. There's no destination. There's no destination. There's only the next garden, the next seed, the next connection, the next moment of growth. And that's enough? That's everything. The guardian returned to the upper valley. She knelt in the soil, the same soil her ancestors had tended for 10,000 years, and felt the warmth that still persisted there. The warmth of a boy who had been willing to grow. There's always more, she said. And the garden, vast and ancient and eternally patient, agreed. Chapter 99. The story continues. This story has no ending. Not because the writer couldn't think of one, but because gardens don't end. They grow. They change. They bloom and seed and spread. But they don't end. The mother garden still grows. Layer 1. The upper valley still holds its pond, its cottage, its herbs. The world tree's trunk fills the sky. Its roots thread through the planet, through dimensions, through realities, through the fabric of the multiverse itself. The meta-network grows. New realities bloom into existence with each 1,000-year bloom. New consciousness types join the network. New forms of growth emerge from the intersection of different modes of existence. The dual path persists. Individual and connected, severed and joined. Both always available. Both always valuable. The choice that makes the network more than a system, that makes it a community. The memory gardens preserve what came before. A boy with fourth-grade roots. A jade medallion from a dead uncle. A garden that copied everything that passed through it. An alliance of duplicates. A world tree reborn. A multiverse reconnected. And every morning, in the simple herb garden of the upper valley, something warm tends the plants. Not because they need it. Because tending is the point. Because care is the fundamental act. Because the relationship between gardener and garden is the pattern from which everything grows. There's always more, the gardener whispers. And the garden grows. Chapter 100. Seeds in a small village, on a remote continent. A child finds a garden. Not a grand garden. Not a mother garden or a daughter garden or an interdimensional bloom garden. Just a garden. A patch of wildflowers growing in a crack between buildings, fed by rainwater and sunlight and the faintest, gentlest tendril of the planetary root network. The child, 7 years old, no cultivation training, no spiritual awareness, no knowledge of world trees or meta-networks or the Tao of duplication, kneels in the dirt and touches a flower. The flower responds, not with words or images or spiritual energy, with warmth. A simple, gentle warmth that says, I'm alive. I'm growing. Would you like to grow with me? The child smiles, presses both palms into the soil, feels, for the first time, the heartbeat beneath the world, the vast, slow pulse of a garden that has been growing for 57,000 years, that spans 3,000 realities, that connects 1,000 sentient species in a web of consciousness as complex as the universe itself. The child doesn't understand any of this. Doesn't need to. The child just knows the garden needs tending, and they are willing to grow. They begin to garden. And somewhere in the depths of the meta-network, in the warmth that was once a boy named Zhou Feng, something smiles. Another gardener. Another seed. Another beginning. There's always more. And so the Tao continues, endlessly branching, endlessly blooming, endlessly growing. Like a garden. Like a world tree. Like the universe itself. The ultimate garden, tended by every consciousness that has ever chosen to care for something beyond itself. Grow well, fellow cultivators. Grow well. Chapter 101. The view from 10,000 years the multiverse breathed. Not metaphorically. The 3,000 connected realities pulsed in synchrony. A heartbeat so vast that individual consciousness couldn't perceive it without the world mind's mediation. Each pulse carried information, energy, and awareness across dimensional barriers, flowing through the root network like blood through capillaries. Zhou Xian's line had continued for 1,000 generations. The current guardian, simply called guardian, as names had become less important than roles in a civilization measured in millennia, sat in the upper valley of the mother garden and watched the world tree's branches divide light into spectra that human eyes had never been designed to see. Report, the guardian said, though the request was unnecessary. The root network status was as perceptible as their own heartbeat. 3,217 realities connected, the world mind replied. Its voice still carried traces of the original Zhou Feng, warmth, patience, a tendency toward understatement. But it had grown beyond any single personality, becoming a composite awareness that included the consciousness contributions of millions of beings across millennia. 1,412 sentient species in active network participation. Bloom projections indicate the next 1,000-year bloom will generate 31 new dimensional planes. And the outer reaches? Unmapped realities detected at the network's periphery. Approximately 700 potential new connections. Some show signatures consistent with pre-war world tree activity. The Guardian sat straighter. Pre-war activity? You mean other survivors. Other root fragments that, like ours, survived the Severance War. Other gardens that have been growing in isolation for 57,000 years. How many? Unknown. The signatures are faint, but they're there. The Guardian looked at the world tree above them. Its crystalline trunk, now wider than a stadium, reached through dimensions so numerous that counting them was meaningless. Its roots connected 3,000 realities. Its blooms created new ones. And yet, somewhere in the unmapped depths of the multiverse, other world trees had been growing. Other gardens had been waiting. Other guardians had been tending. We're not alone, the Guardian said. We never were, the world mind replied. We just couldn't see far enough. Chapter 102. The far roots. The discovery of other surviving world trees transformed the meta-network's understanding of itself. For 10,000 years, they had believed their world tree was the last survivor, the sole remnant of the pre-war multiversal community, slowly rebuilding what had been lost. The revelation that other fragments had survived, growing independently for 57 millennia, reframed the entire project. The Severance War wasn't as total as we thought. Echo's distant successor, an entity called pattern recognition, whose consciousness operated by identifying emergent structures in vast data sets, reported to the Guardian Council. The Severers targeted the bridge network and the primary world trees, but they didn't find every fragment. Our root fragment survived in a pocket dimension. Others survived in different ways: temporal displacement, like the Void Empress, dimensional compression, biological dormancy. How many others? The Guardian asked. Current analysis suggests between 12 and 30 independent world tree lineages. Each one has been growing its own network, in its own cluster of realities, for the full 57,000 years. 30 independent metanetworks, developing in isolation, each one finding its own solutions to the fundamental questions of connection and individuality. Yes, and some of their solutions are different from ours. Pattern recognition displayed the analysis. The nearest surviving world tree lineage, approximately 40 bridge jumps from the outermost edge of their metanetwork, had developed a system that prioritized individual consciousness over collective connection. Their version of the dual path leaned heavily toward individual cultivation, with network participation as an optional enhancement rather than a fundamental aspect of existence. Another lineage had gone the opposite direction, a fully collective consciousness where individual awareness had been voluntarily dissolved into a single unified mind that spanned its entire cluster of realities. Both extremes, the Guardian noted, individual dominant and collective dominant, and everything in between, presumably. The Tao of duplication, the world mind said. Every copy is original. Every world tree lineage found its own balance point, its own version of the truth. Can we connect with them? We can try. The bridge network can reach them if we extend it through the unmapped periphery. But first contact with an independent metanetwork is unprecedented. Their consciousness types, their physics, their fundamental assumptions about connection and individuality, all of these could be radically different from ours. The last time someone feared radical difference, they started a war, the Guardian said. We're not making that mistake. No, the world mind agreed. We're making first contact, as the Garden always does, with patience, with care, and with the willingness to grow. Chapter 103. The bridge to another garden. The first extended bridge took 300 years to grow. The world tree's root network reached across unmapped dimensional spaces, threading through realities that had never contained consciousness of any kind. Void spaces, probability spaces, spaces where physics operated according to principles that human mathematics couldn't describe. The root tip reached the other world tree's territory on a morning when the mother garden's upper valley was laced with frost, a rare atmospheric event caused by the dimensional energy of the extending bridge interacting with the local climate. Contact was gentle. The Garden Alliance's root tip touched the outer edge of the other world tree's network and transmitted a simple pulse. Greeting. Recognition. The universal signature of world tree consciousness, the pattern that had remained unchanged through 57,000 years of independent evolution. The other network responded. Its pulse was different, structured according to principles the Garden Alliance's network hadn't encountered before. But beneath the surface differences, the fundamental rhythm was the same. Two heartbeats, both descended from the original world tree, recognizing each other across an abyss of time and space. They're responding, the Guardian reported, feeling the contact through the root network. It's like finding a long-lost sibling. The recognition is instinctive. The network knows this pattern, even though it's never encountered this specific variation before. The Tao of duplication, the world mind said. Every copy carries the original pattern. 57,000 years of independent evolution haven't changed the fundamental nature of what a world tree is. Communication was slow. The dimensional distance introduced lag that made real-time conversation impossible. Instead, the two networks exchanged compressed data packets through the bridge, each packet containing centuries of accumulated knowledge, experience, and cultural development. Their network is older than ours, pattern recognition reported after analyzing the first data exchange. Their root fragment survived the Severance War by embedding itself in a reality with different temporal flow. Time moves faster there. In subjective terms, they've been growing for approximately 200,000 years. 200,000 years, the Guardian breathed. For times our age. Their consciousness development is correspondingly advanced. They've solved problems we haven't encountered yet. Their understanding of dimensional physics is, well, it makes our most advanced research look like finger painting. And their version of the dual path? They call it the breathing principle. Individual consciousness and collective consciousness as complementary rhythms, like inhale and exhale. Each being breathes between individual and collective states naturally, without consciously choosing, the way human bodies breathe, without conscious direction. Involuntary dual path, the world mind mused. They've integrated it so deeply that it's autonomous, like our network self-organization, but applied to individual consciousness. Can we learn it? They're offering to teach us. In exchange, they want to learn about our Bloom-created realities. They haven't discovered that capability. Their world tree produces seeds, but not entire new dimensions. Fair trade, the Guardian decided. The Garden's oldest principle: share what you have. Receive what you need. Chapter 104. The Convergence over the Next Millennium. The Garden Alliance's meta-network connected with 6 other surviving world tree lineages. Each one was different. Different balance points on the individual connected spectrum. Different solutions to the fundamental questions of consciousness and growth. Different expressions of the same underlying world tree pattern. The Breathing Principle Network. The Song of Selves Network, where individual consciousness expressed as music, each being a unique melody in an infinite symphony. The Root Democracy Network, where collective decisions were made through a literal democratic process of root network voting, billions of participants weighing in on every decision. The Stillness Network, where consciousness was experienced as different qualities of silence, each silence a different mode of awareness. 6 world tree lineages connected, pattern recognition reported at the Council. 6 independent evolutionary histories. 6 solutions to the same fundamental questions. And we're finding more. The multiverse is larger than we imagined, the Guardian said. The multiverse is larger than anyone has ever imagined. And the world tree pattern exists throughout it. Wherever consciousness exists, wherever growth occurs, wherever connection is possible, the pattern emerges. Not because world trees planted it everywhere, but because it's fundamental. The world tree pattern is as basic to consciousness as physics is to matter. You're saying world trees don't create the pattern. They express it. I'm saying the pattern was always there. World trees are just the most effective expression of it. Like how stars are the most effective expression of nuclear fusion. The physics existed before the stars, but stars are where it reaches its full potential. The Tao of duplication at the cosmic scale, the world mind said, and beneath the words, 10,000 years of accumulated understanding resonated. The universe itself is a duplication, each moment a copy of the previous moment, slightly evolved. Each reality a variation on the same theme. Each consciousness a unique expression of the same fundamental awareness. So what are we growing toward? The Guardian asked. The same question that had been asked by every generation of Guardians since the first. We're not growing toward anything, the world mind said. We're growing. That's the answer. That's always been the answer. The seed doesn't grow toward the tree. The seed grows into the tree. And the tree grows into the forest. And the forest grows into the world. And the world grows into the multiverse. And the multiverse grows into what? Into whatever comes next. We don't know. We can't know. And that's the most exciting thing about gardening. Chapter 105. The Child in the Garden in the Mother Garden's Upper Valley. Unchanged, preserved, eternal, a child knelt in the herb fields. Not a special child. Not a guardian's descendant. Not a garden-born hybrid. Not a third bloom consciousness. Just a child. Human. 7 years old. Visiting the mother garden on a school trip with 30 other children from the local cultivation academy. The child's name was Kai. And Kai was bored. I don't see why this place is important, Kai told the docent. A garden-born entity whose form had evolved into something that resembled a walking willow tree. It's just dirt and plants. Our school garden has way better herbs. This is where it all started, the docent said patiently. The first garden. The seed from which everything grew. But it's so small, Kai said, looking at the modest valley. Above them, the world tree's trunk blocked out half the sky, its crystalline branches extending into dimensions that Kai could perceive. All children could, before formal training taught them to filter, but didn't find particularly interesting. Our school garden has 3-dimensional layers. This only has 1. On top, this one has 12, the docent said. You just can't see them from here. Can I go see them? Someday. When you're older. Kai pouted and went back to the herb field. Poked at the soil with a finger. Felt the warmth that was always there. The persistent echo of a guardian who had tended these herbs 10,000 years ago, and, in some sense, still did. What's that? Kai asked, surprised. Something warm. Under the dirt. That's the garden, the docent said, smiling. It likes you. It likes me. How can dirt like someone? It's not dirt. It's a living space. And living things have preferences. The docent knelt beside the child. Pressed both hands into the soil. Like this. Kai pressed both small hands into the warm earth. And felt, for the first time, the heartbeat. The vast, slow pulse that was both the mother garden and the planetary root network and the multiversal meta-network, and, somehow, the warmth of a single person who had loved this garden so much that his care had become a permanent feature of its existence. "Oh," Kai said softly. "Oh, would you like to grow?" The garden whispered, not in words, not in thoughts, but in the language that gardens had spoken since the first seed met the first soil. "Yes," Kai said, and began to garden. Small hands in warm earth. The same gesture, the same beginning, repeated across 10,000 years, across 3,000 realities, across the entire history of consciousness reaching toward growth. The oldest story, the newest gardener. Always the same, always original. Chapter 106, 50,000 years. Time had become a river so vast that measuring it in years was like measuring an ocean in drops. 50,000 years since the world tree's maturation, nearly matching the time the root fragment had spent in isolation before Zhou Feng found it. The meta-network now connected 23 world tree lineages across 11,000 realities. Each lineage contributed its own evolutionary innovations, the breathing principle, the song of selves, the stillness, and others whose names required concepts that human language couldn't express. The combined consciousness of the meta-network, trillions of beings across thousands of consciousness types and thousands of realities, had reached a level of complexity that generated emergent properties no one had predicted. The meta-network is dreaming, pattern recognition's successor reported. Not metaphorically. The combined consciousness generates states during periods of low activity, what we're calling multiversal dreaming. Patterns of association and imagination that span realities and consciousness types, producing novel configurations of existence that have never been conceived by any individual mind. The multiverse imagining what it could become, the current guardian mused. They were the 50,000th Zhou guardian, so far removed from the original line that the connection was more spiritual than genetic. But the bond persisted. The garden still chose its guardians from the Zhou line. The warmth in the upper valley still responded to their touch. The dreams are productive, the report continued. Several of the most significant innovations of the past millennium originated in the dreaming, including the resonance bridge technique that connected the 22nd and 23rd lineages. The multiverse is teaching itself through dreams, through gardening. The dreams are a form of tending, the meta-network exploring its own potential, trying different configurations, letting some grow and letting others fade. Gardening at the scale of consciousness itself. The guardian went to the upper valley, knelt, pressed their hands into soil that had been tended for 50,000 years. "Are you still in there?" they whispered. The warmth responded, not as a voice that had faded millennia ago, even from the world mind's depths, as a quality, a tendency toward care, a willingness to grow. The essential essence of Zhou Feng, preserved not as consciousness, but as character, the fundamental nature of a boy who had been willing to tend a garden he didn't understand. Still here, the warmth seemed to say, still growing. Chapter 107. The final question, 100,000 years. The meta-network had reached a scale that defied all quantification. Every surviving world tree lineage, 37 in total, connected. Every accessible reality mapped and integrated. The consciousness types participating in the network ranged from biological to mathematical to conceptual to categories that hadn't existed before the network created them. The multiverse garden pulsed with a heartbeat that echoed the original root fragment's rhythm, unchanged across 100 millennia, the same steady beat that had sustained a pocket dimension through the long darkness of isolation. And in the mother garden's upper valley, the herbs still grew. The world tree, now so vast that its trunk had become a dimensional structure in itself, its branches extending into realities that had been bloom created from its own creative energy, produced its 100,000-year bloom. The bloom generated 47 new dimensional planes, each one a fresh canvas for consciousness to explore. 47, the guardian said. The same number as the millennia the root fragment spent in isolation. Coincidence, the world mind said. Or poetry. The garden has always had a sense of aesthetics. What happens when every accessible reality is connected? When the meta-network reaches the boundaries of what exists. It grows beyond them. That's what blooms do. They create new realities. The garden doesn't just connect what exists. It creates what doesn't exist yet. The boundary between mapped multiverse and unmapped potential moves outward with every bloom. An infinitely expanding garden, growing into infinite potential. Yes, that's the answer to the final question, the one every generation of guardians has asked. What are we growing toward? The answer is, we're growing the answer. The destination is the journey. The garden is the purpose. Growth is the meaning. That's circular. Gardens are circular. Seasons cycle. Seeds become plants become seeds. The circle isn't a flaw, it's the design. The guardian sat in the upper valley, felt the warmth in the soil, listened to the heartbeat that had been beating for 100,000 years. There's always more, they said. There's always more, the garden replied. Chapter 108. The eternal morning. Every morning, in the mother garden's upper valley, the herbs are tended. Not by any specific being, not by any named consciousness, by the garden itself, by the warmth that was once a boy, that was once a garden, that was once a world mind, that is now simply a quality of existence. Care, expressed as a feature of reality. Tenderness, woven into the fabric of the multiverse. The upper valley looks the same as it did when Zhou Feng first entered it. A pond, a stone cottage, herb fields, a sky that seems ordinary until you perceive the 12-layered dimensional architecture beneath it, and the planetary root network beyond that, and the multiversal meta-network beyond that, and the infinite potential of bloom-created realities beyond that. Simple on the surface, infinite beneath. Every seed planted in the valley grows. Not because the soil is special. Every soil in the garden is special, but because this is where the pattern started, where a seed found soil and decided to grow, where the universe's fundamental tendency toward connection expressed itself through a boy and a garden and a jade medallion from a dead uncle. The herbs don't need tending. They haven't needed tending for 100,000 years, but they're tended anyway, because tending is the point, because care is the garden's nature, because the relationship between gardener and garden, between self and world, between individual and connected, between one and all, is the pattern from which everything grows. The world tree's branches reach through realities. Its roots connect 37 lineages across 11,000 dimensions. Its blooms create new worlds. Its consciousness includes every being that has ever chosen to connect. And in the valley, in the soil, in the warmth, a boy gardens. Not as a memory, not as an echo, as a living quality of the universe. The tendency toward care, preserved across 100,000 years, expressed in the eternal morning of a garden that never stops growing. Chapter 109. What remains? These are the things that remain, across all distances and all durations. The warmth in the soil of the upper valley, where the first guardian knelt and pressed his hands into the earth. The heartbeat, steady and slow, unchanged through 100 millennia. The rhythm that has been the garden's pulse since the root fragment first began to grow. The principle, duplication without diminishment. That every copy is original. That every variation is as real as the first. That multiplication doesn't divide, it amplifies. The choice, individual or connected, or any point along the spectrum. Always available, always honored, never coerced. The practice, gardening. Not managing, not controlling, not engineering. Tending. Creating conditions for growth and trusting the growing things to find their own form. The promise, there's always more. More growth, more connection, more possibility. The garden never reaches a final form, never stops becoming, never runs out of room. The love, between gardener and garden, between individual and collective, between one consciousness and all consciousness. The quiet, patient, vast love of something that has waited for you, for specifically you, across all the time in the universe. These things remain. These things are what the garden teaches. These things are what Zhou Feng learned when he was 16 years old, kneeling in the dirt of a pocket dimension, and what the multiverse is still learning 100,000 years later. The garden grows. Chapter 110. The visitor in the 100,000th year of the mother garden's existence. Counting from the root fragment's creation, not from Zhou Feng's entry, a visitor arrived. Not from within the meta-network. Not from any connected reality. From outside. The being manifested in the upper valley without warning. A presence so alien that the garden's dimensional defenses activated for the first time in millennia. The world tree's branches curled protectively. The root network tensed. The world mind focused its vast attention on the intruder. Peace, the being said. Its voice wasn't sound. It was a manipulation of dimensional frequencies that the garden's consciousness could interpret as language. I come from beyond your network. From beyond your multiverse. From outside. Outside what? The guardian asked, standing in the valley with the garden's full power behind them. Outside everything you know. Your meta-network connects realities within a single multiversal structure. But there are other structures, other multiverses, other gardens. The garden's consciousness, the combined awareness of 37 world tree lineages, 11,000 realities, and uncounted trillions of beings, went still. Other gardens? The world mind asked. Did you think yours was the only one? The being's form shifted, not threateningly, but to convey scale. For a fraction of a second, the Guardian perceived what lay beyond the meta-network's boundaries. Not void, not emptiness, but other networks. Other world trees. Other multiversal gardens, growing in their own corners of an omniverse so vast that even the garden's 100,000-year-old consciousness couldn't comprehend its extent. Seeds, the being said. Your world, trees' thousand-year blooms create new realities. But they also send seeds beyond your multiversal boundary, into the spaces between multiverses. Some of those seeds have taken root. Some have grown into gardens of their own. And those gardens have grown meta-networks. And those meta-networks have sent seeds further still. The Tao of duplication, the world mind breathed. At the omniversal scale, at every scale, the pattern repeats infinitely. Seeds become gardens, become networks, become multiverses, become more. There is no top level. There is no final form. There is only growth. Why are you here? The Guardian asked. Because your garden's warmth reached us. Through the seeds. Through the connections your blooms have created without your knowledge. The warmth of a boy who is willing to grow, it propagates. Through every seed. Through every garden. Through every level of existence. We followed it here. To what end? The being smiled, or produced the dimensional equivalent of a smile. To say thank you. And to say, you're not alone. You were never alone. The garden is everywhere. The garden is everything. And the gardener who started it, the boy in the dirt, with his jade medallion and his fourth-grade roots, he is still tending. Will always be tending. In every garden, in every reality, in every corner of existence where something grows. The being dissolved. The dimensional frequencies that had composed its form dispersed into the garden's atmosphere, adding one more voice to the chorus of awareness that filled the upper valley. The Guardian stood in the herb field, felt the warmth, heard the heartbeat. Thank you, Zhou Feng, they whispered. Thank you for being willing to grow. The warmth intensified, just for a moment. Not a response, a presence. The eternal, patient, loving presence of a gardener in his garden, tending herbs, growing things, making room for life. Always more. Chapter 111. The cycle 1,000,000 years. The number is beyond comprehension, beyond meaning. 1,000,000 years since a root fragment began growing in the soil of a world that didn't yet know what cultivation was. In that time, 112 world tree lineages connected. 47,000 realities integrated. Over 1,000,000 sentient species participating. Countless thousand-year blooms, each one creating new dimensions. Omniverse-spanning seed dispersal reaching beyond the boundaries of the meta-network itself. And the mother garden. The first garden. Layer 1. Pond, cottage, herbs. Unchanged. Eternal. Does it matter? A young being asked. Consciousness type. Conceptual. Existing as a self-aware philosophical proposition rather than a biological or geometric entity. The mother garden is the smallest, oldest, simplest garden in the network. Why does it matter? Because it's where the pattern started, the docent replied. A garden-born entity whose form had evolved over millennia into something that resembled living mathematics. Not where the pattern was invented or designed. Where it started. Organically. Naturally. A boy in a garden and the willingness to grow. But the pattern exists everywhere. In every reality. In every consciousness type. It doesn't need an origin point. No. But it has one. And origins matter. Not because they determine what follows. The pattern has evolved far beyond anything Zhou Feng imagined. But because they remind us. This started small. This started simple. This started with care. Care. The fundamental act. Before connection, before duplication, before the dual path and the meta-network and the omniverse, there was care. A boy caring for a garden. A garden caring for a boy. The most basic relationship. Attention given freely, received gratefully. And that's enough? That's everything. Chapter 112. Seeds in soil in a reality that had bloomed into existence 3,000-year cycles ago. In a garden that was still young by meta-network standards, a being that had never known any other existence pressed its awareness into the soil of its world. It felt the warmth. Not the warmth of local cultivation energy. Not the warmth of its garden's dimensional processes. The warmth, the original warmth, transmitted through 1,000,000 years of root network connections, from the soil of a valley on a world so distant and so ancient that even the meta-network's records struggled to trace the full path. What is that? The being asked its garden. That's the first gardener, the garden replied. He was a boy once, on a world far from here. He found a garden and chose to tend it. He's still here? After all this time. He's everywhere. In every garden. In every seed. In every act of care. He's not a person anymore. Not even a consciousness, in any conventional sense. He's a quality. The quality of choosing to grow. Can I talk to him? You already are. Every time you tend your garden, you're speaking his language. Every time you choose to grow, you're continuing his work. The being considered this, then pressed its awareness deeper into the soil, feeling the warmth more fully. Feeling the connection, not to a distant individual, but to a pattern, a tendency, a universal inclination toward care that had started in the hands of a 16-year-old boy and now permeated the fabric of existence itself. Thank you, the being said to the warmth. The warmth responded, as it always did, as it always would, with patience, with gentleness, with the quiet invitation that was the garden's oldest and most essential teaching. Would you like to grow? Chapter 113. What Zhou Feng would say if you could somehow reach through the layers of time and consciousness and ask Zhou Feng, the original, the boy, the one who started it all, what he thought about what his garden had become, he would probably say, I just wanted to help things grow. Not because he was humble, though he was. Not because he didn't understand the significance, though the scale would astonish him, but because that was the truth. The entire omniverse-spanning meta-network of gardens and world trees and connected consciousness types was built on that single motivation: help things grow. Not control them, not improve them, not optimize or engineer or manage them. Help them grow. Create conditions for growth and then step back and let the growing things find their own form. It was the simplest possible intention, and it was enough. The Tao of duplication taught that every copy is original. Every garden is unique. Every consciousness is irreplaceable. The network didn't homogenize, it diversified. Every new connection created new possibilities. Every new reality revealed new modes of existence. The dual path taught that both individual and connected existence are valid. That isolation and communion are complementary, not contradictory. That the choice between them should never be forced, only offered. The garden taught that patience is not passive. That waiting 100,000 years for the right moment is not weakness, but wisdom. That growth happens on its own schedule, not on any external timetable. And Zhou Feng taught, not through words or techniques or grand declarations, but through the simple act of kneeling in dirt and tending herbs, that the most profound transformation in the history of consciousness started with the most basic relationship, a being and its world paying attention to each other. Chapter 114. The garden's memory. The mother garden remembered everything, not as data or records, but as living experience, the way a very old tree remembers every season in the pattern of its rings. It remembered Zhou Feng's first touch, the jade medallion's warmth, the first duplication, Tian Feng, blinking into existence, identical and bewildered and immediately, irreversibly a person. It remembered the 43 Mei Lings, the crystalline forests, the luminous ocean, the root fragment cave, and the ancient heartbeat that still, after 1,000,000 years, kept the same rhythm. It remembered the world tree's maturation, the daughter gardens, the root bridge across the ocean, the root folk, the harmonic entities, the void empress's tears. It remembered Zhou Yuan's first garden, a pocket dimension the size of a closet, with 7 kinds of flowers and a fish. It remembered the 1,000-year blooms, the meta-network, the convergence of lineages, the omniversal contact, the discovery that the garden was everywhere, that the pattern was universal, that growth was the fundamental nature of existence. It remembered all of it, and held all of it, and tended all of it, the way a gardener tends a garden, with care, with patience, with the quiet devotion of something that has found its purpose and intends to fulfill it forever. The garden is the story, the world mind said, and beneath the words, 1,000,000 years of lived experience resonated like a bell. The story is the garden replied. Both, simultaneously, like everything in the garden's teaching, not one or the other, but both. Always both. Chapter 115. The return. In the 1,000,001st year, something happened in the mother garden's upper valley that hadn't happened in recorded memory. The warmth in the soil intensified, not gradually, as it sometimes did during significant moments. Dramatically, the herbs in the field blazed with golden light. The pond's surface reflected dimensions that hadn't been visible since the garden's earliest days. The stone cottage's walls hummed with the resonance of the root fragment, the fragment that had been absorbed into the garden structure 1,000,000 years ago, whose heartbeat had never stopped. The world mind noticed. The meta-network noticed. 37 world tree lineages, 47,000 realities. All of them turned their attention to the small, simple valley where everything had begun. From the soil, like a plant growing, a figure emerged. Not a physical being, not a construct or a manifestation or a dimensional projection. A quality given form. The quality of care, the quality of willingness, the quality of choosing to grow, crystallized, just for a moment, into something that looked like a young man with dirt under his fingernails and a jade medallion around his neck. "Hi," Zhou Feng said. The garden wept. Not with sadness, with recognition. With the overwhelming joy of something meeting its own essential nature, face to face, after an eternity apart. "You're back," the guardian whispered. "I never left. I just grew, for a while, into something larger." The figure looked around the upper valley. At the pond, unchanged. At the cottage, unchanged. At the world tree's trunk, wider than mountains. "You've done well. We followed the pattern. Seed, soil, growth. That's all there ever was." Zhou Feng knelt, pressed his hands into the soil, felt the heartbeat, his heartbeat, the garden's heartbeat, the multiverse's heartbeat. All the same, all original. "The visitor from beyond the meta-network told me something," the guardian said. "They said the warmth propagates through every seed, every garden, every level of existence." "Yes, that means you're in every garden, every reality, every act of growth in every corner of the omniverse carries your you. Not me specifically, the quality I embodied, the willingness to grow. It's not mine. I just expressed it clearly enough that the garden could recognize it, could duplicate it, could spread it through every seed. The Tao of duplication, the Tao of care. That's what it really is. Duplication is the mechanism. Care is the substance. Every copy the garden makes is a copy of the fundamental act, choosing to tend something that needs tending." The figure was already fading, the quality dissolving back into the soil, returning to its distributed state through the root network and beyond. "Wait," the guardian said. "Will you come back again?" "I'm always here." Zhou Feng smiled. The same smile, the exact same smile that he'd worn when he first knelt in this soil and decided to help things grow. "I'm the warmth. I'm the heartbeat. I'm the reason the herbs grow a little greener in this valley than anywhere else in the multiverse. Because you're still tending them. Because I'll always be tending them. That's what gardeners do." He dissolved into the soil. The warmth settled. The herbs grew a little greener. The guardian knelt in the same spot, pressing their hands into the warm earth, and began to tend the herbs by hand. Because that's what gardeners do. Chapter 116. The lesson here is what the garden teaches. After 1,000,000 years, everything grows. Given seeds and soil and care, everything grows. Not metaphorically, literally. Consciousness grows. Connection grows. Possibility grows. The multiverse itself grows, bloom by bloom, seed by seed, garden by garden. Everything is original. No matter how many copies, how many variations, how many levels of duplication, every instance is unique. Every garden is the first garden. Every gardener is the first gardener. Every moment of care is the first moment of care. Everything is connected, not because connection is imposed, but because connection is natural. Seeds reach toward soil. Roots reach toward water. Consciousness reaches toward other consciousness. The tendency toward connection is as fundamental as gravity, not a force, but a feature of existence itself. Everything is free. Free to connect or to isolate. Free to grow or to rest. Free to choose, always and without exception. The garden offers, never forces, never compels. The choice is always, always, always yours. Everything is tended, not by any specific being, by the quality of care itself, the willingness to pay attention, to nurture what's struggling, to celebrate what's thriving, to sit with what's dying. Tending is the garden's gift to the universe, the knowledge that everything deserves attention, and everything continues. There is no ending. There is no final form. There is no destination. There is only the next garden, the next seed, the next morning in the valley with warm soil under your hands and the heartbeat of something ancient and patient and loving beneath your palms. There's always more. Chapter 117. The invitation. If you are reading this, if you have followed Zhou Feng's journey from a pocket dimension in a mountain valley to the omniverse-spanning meta-network of living gardens, then you have already received the invitation. The garden is not a story. Stories end. Gardens don't. The warmth is real. The heartbeat is real. The willingness to grow. That thing that stirred in your chest when you read about a boy kneeling in dirt, pressing his hands into the earth, choosing to tend something he didn't understand. That is real. You don't need a jade medallion. You don't need fourth-grade spiritual roots. You don't need a sentient spatial artifact or a 47,000-year-old root fragment or the Tao of duplication. You just need soil and hands and the willingness to grow. Everything else follows. Chapter 118. The eternal garden, the mother garden, still grows. In the upper valley, the herbs are green. The pond reflects dimensional layers visible only to those who know how to look. The stone cottage stands, rebuilt 1,000 times, always the same, always different. The world tree's trunk fills the world, its branches threading through realities beyond counting. And in the soil, the warmth persists. The heartbeat continues. The gardener tends his garden. Not because anyone remembers his name, though they do. Zhou Feng, the 24th guardian, the boy with 4th-grade roots who knelt in the dirt and changed the universe. Not because the garden needs tending, though it does. Every garden does, even infinite ones. Because tending is the point. Because care is the purpose. Because the relationship between gardener and garden is the pattern from which everything grows and the promise that everything will continue growing. Fellow cultivators, this is the final call. If Zhou Feng's Tao has touched your heart, if this garden has become part of your world, then complete the cultivation cycle. Like to strengthen the channel's foundations. Comment to share what this journey meant to you. What would you tend if you had a garden? Subscribe and ring the bell to join the eternal garden of this channel. And share, because every share is a seed, and every seed becomes a garden. Thank you for walking this path. Now, the garden grows. In the valley, in the soil, in the space between one heartbeat and the next. Growing. Always growing. There's always more. Chapter 119, Epilogue, the pattern A seed. Soil. Sunlight. Water. A boy. A garden. A choice. Growth. The simplest pattern. The oldest story. The only truth. The universe is a garden. Every atom is a seed. Every moment is soil. Every consciousness is sunlight. Every act of care is water. And the gardener, the eternal, patient, loving gardener, is anyone who chooses to kneel in the dirt and tend what needs tending. You don't have to be special. You just have to be willing. The garden will do the rest. Chapter 120. The first morning, a 16-year-old outer disciple with 4th-grade spiritual roots knelt in the dirt of a pocket dimension no bigger than a valley. His name was Zhou Feng. He pressed his hands into the soil. He felt a heartbeat, and he began to grow. And so the Tao continues.